Chapter 23 of The Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. The Stanton Hospital. In the autumn of 1862, application was made by the authorities in Washington to the Mother Superior of the Sisters of Mercy for nurses to take charge of the wounded soldiers in the Stanton Hospital in Washington City. Accordingly, 4 sisters from the Mother House in Pittsburgh were appointed for the work. They hastily prepared and departed for the scene of duty, arriving in Washington the day before Thanksgiving. Finding that the Stanton, a long row of one-story frame buildings, was not quite ready for occupancy, the sisters remained for a few days with the Sisters of Mercy, who were in charge of the Douglas Hospital, then in operation in Washington. These sisters were members of the Baltimore community, founded some years previously from the house at Pittsburgh. In a short time the new hospital was opened, and the sisters repaired thither and began their work by caring for 130 wounded soldiers, who had just been carried in from an engagement. On December 8th, 4 more sisters arrived from Pittsburgh, making in all 8, which number constituted the staff of sisters engaged in the Stanton Hospital. Some of these did not remain until the close of the war, but were relieved as circumstances required by sisters from home. These changes were not made without necessity, as the health of several of the original volunteers was hopelessly shattered by the severe duties entailed upon them. To the bodily fatigue incident to the care of so many patients was added much mental anxiety caused by the responsibility attending the charge of grave cases. The successful issue in many severe surgical operations depended almost entirely on the vigilance of the nurse. Too much praise cannot be given to the officials of the Stanton Hospital for their careful supervision and attention to the patients, and the unvarying kindness and confidence reposed in the sisters. The surgeon in charge, Dr. John A. Liddell, and his assistant, Dr. Philip Davis, deserve special mention. Abundant supplies of everything needful for the sick were most liberally provided. As far as possible, no want of the patients was left ungratified. This was a source of great satisfaction to the sisters, and lightened their cares considerably. What has been said of the work of sisters in other hospitals might be repeated here. Their labors were arduous and unceasing. After every battle, numbers of wounded were brought in, and received unwearied attention day and night. As a rule, the soldiers appreciated the work of the sisters, and regarded them as their best friends. Often patients, when convinced that the hope of recovery was gone, confided their last wishes to the sisters. They were frequently called upon to send messages to the loved ones far away and write letters to absent friends. These and similar acts of kindness, with words of comfort and encouragement, made the day more than full, pressed down and running over with meritorious acts. The sisters frequently had the consolation of witnessing happy deathbed scenes, often of persons who, under less favorable surroundings, might not have enjoyed this great blessing. Entire freedom of conscience was secured to all, each patient being at liberty to summon to his side the spiritual adviser of his choice. The Catholics were attended by the Jesuit fathers, among whom Reverends Father Waggett, Brady, and Roquefort were untiring in their efforts to console the sick and fortify the dying with the consolations of religion. The sisters remained at the Stanton until the close of the war, when, their services being no longer required, they returned to Pittsburgh, where they resumed their usual avocations. The Western Pennsylvania Hospital in Pittsburgh was used by the government for a military hospital at this time, principally for Pennsylvania soldiers. Such men as were able to bear the fatigue of transportation from Washington or other places were sent to this institution in order to make room at the Stanton for cases direct from the field of battle. The Sisters of Mercy were invited to give their services, a request with which they cheerfully complied, early in 1863. In this institution, the sisters experienced the same courtesy from the officers as was extended to them elsewhere. Every arrangement, compatible with existing circumstances, was made to lighten their duties. In both these hospitals a chapel was fitted up, and Mass was celebrated daily. which such convalescent patients as desired were at liberty to attend. The Sisters continued their work in the Pennsylvania hospital until May, 1865. In Washington and Pittsburgh, the members of the Sanitary Commission gave very efficient aid towards alleviating the conditions of the patients by providing delicacies and reading matter. After each visit, supplies were left in the hands of the Sisters to be distributed at their discretion. The Douglas Hospital in Washington had been erected out of 3 large dwellings in the then fashionable part of the capital city. It was so named from the fact that the most important of these 3 houses had been the residence of the famous senator of that name. Sister Mary Collette O'Connor was in charge of this institution, and was revered by all who became acquainted with her. She died at the hospital July 16, 1864, and her remains were escorted to Baltimore and buried with military honors. One day, President Lincoln visited the Stanton Hospital in Washington. Those who were fortunate to be present on this remarkable occasion received impressions that should remain ever fresh in their minds. None of the Sisters had ever met the chief executive, but when a tall, angular man, with just the suggestion of a stoop about the shoulders, sauntered up the path leading to the main entrance of the hospital, they intuitively knew that it was President Lincoln. The homely, wrinkled face, with its careworn appearance, and the patient, almost pathetic eyes, appealed at once to the tender sensibilities of the Sisters. They knew little, and were without leisure to inquire, about the merits of either the northern or southern side of the bloody controversy, then raging at its height, but they had a keen appreciation of human suffering and human sympathy, and their hearts went out at once to this plain man who so uncomplainingly carried the woes of the nation upon his shoulders. The President went from cot to cot, shaking hands with the poor patients, and addressing them in the jocular manner he frequently employed to conceal the anguish caused by the sight of so much suffering. On occasions of this character, the very simplicity and naturalness of the President only served to bring his greatness into brighter relief. The Sisters had a good opportunity of observing the man who had been called from his modest home in Illinois to become ruler of the Republic at the most serious crisis in its history. They saw in him a person who, with a single stroke of the pen, was destined to liberate nearly 4 millions of slaves. They saw a man who was daily performing the most painful duties under the most trying circumstances, but who did each act with malice toward none, with charity for all. They saw in him the one distinctively grand figure of the war. They realized, with others, that amid the clash and roar and smoke of battle, amid the perplexities and contentions of legislative halls, and the difficulties and differences of cabinets, there arose preeminent above all the peaceful, pathetic, powerful personality of Abraham Lincoln. Mr. Lincoln remained at the hospital for some time. With the trained eye of a man of affairs, he observed the cleanliness of the place, and did not fail to notice all that the Sisters were doing for the comfort and relief of the patients. When he departed, he cordially shook hands with each of the Sisters, and congratulated them on the work they were performing in the cause of humanity. Rev. J. F. Regis Canavan, rector of St. Paul's Cathedral, Pittsburgh, has paid a high tribute to the work of the Sisters of Mercy in the late war. A passing reference is made to some of the events already detailed in this chapter, but it is such an able presentation of the case that it deserves reproduction in these pages. Father Canavan said, in part, "The Sisters went forth from their peaceful convent homes to serve their God and country in the Stanton Military Hospital at Washington, and in the Western Pennsylvania Hospital at Pittsburgh. The military physicians regarded them as valuable assistants, and oftentimes the nuns had the entire charge of the patients, administering of medicines and arranging bandages with deft and skillful hands. The Sisters had 450 wounded men under their care in the Stanton Hospital at one time, and after the Second Battle of Fredericksburg, December 13, 1862, a number of Confederate wounded were laid side by side with those whom they had wounded. It was a beautiful sight, said one of the Sisters, to see how tenderly the convalescent Union soldiers helped to nurse back the health of those whom they had so fiercely fought a short time before. Those who are first in war are also first in peace. the bravest or the tenderest, the loving or the daring. Southern sympathizers in Washington sent large supplies of provisions and delicacies for their Confederate friends. "We took all they sent," said a veteran sister, "but we saw that the boys in blue fared as well as their foes." This was holy simplicity. At the time the Sisters were engaged in their work of mercy in the hospitals and on the battlefields of the North, some of their companions who had left their side a few years before were under the shot and shell which were hurled from land and water when Grant besieged Vicksburg, and fear and famine stalked the Confederate camp and city. The Sisters followed the ill-fated army through all the hard fortunes of the struggle, nursed the sick, staunched the blood, bound up the wounds of those who fell on the battlefield, and spoke words of consolation and hope to the dying. We can read in military annals how the dying soldier fancied a mother or a sister to be supporting his head, as the black-robed nun bade him confide in the Savior of Calvary, and poured refreshing drops on his lips, parched and quivering in the throes of death. It was loyalty to the Divine Master that caused these women to serve on both sides of the line. After the war, the Vicksburg community returned to their convent and found their latest golden opportunity in the South in the great yellow fever scourge of 1878, which spread sorrow and gloom over the land until even hope was almost paralyzed. Yes, when fear had dissolved all the ties which hold society together, when succor could not be bought with gold, when the strongest natural affections yielded to the love of life, then a band of Sisters of Mercy, led by the same fearless heroines from Pittsburgh who, 15 years before, had seen duty on the battlefield, were to be found bending over the plague-stricken couch, praying, ever encouraging, and holding up to the last before the expiring patient the image of the cross. When the brave men of both armies had fought out the nation's quarrel, and when the roar of cannon died away and the smoke of battle was lifted from the land, the bright sun of peace shone upon a people more united than they had ever been before. Religious bigotry and sectarian hatred had received a deadly stroke. There was more Christianity amid the rough scenes of war than there had been in preceding years of peace. The best blood of the Roman Catholic and of the Protestant co-patriot had reddened the same stream and mingled on many a well-fought field. Side by side they met the charge. Side by side they repelled the shock. Side by side they fell. In the same pit their bodies were deposited. The dew fell from heaven upon their union in the grave. Misfortune had taught them to know and respect and trust and love each other. Those who survived learned to despise the cowards and hypocrites and bigots who at home, in ignorance or malice, had armed man against his brother, and in the name of religion kept us in perpetual conflict. The soldier descendant of the New England Puritan and of the Papist-hating Orangeman discovered that his Catholic comrade was a brave, generous-hearted man, and a consistent Christian, that the Roman Catholic Church was not the sworn enemy of free institutions, that the Sisters of that Church were kind, earnest, hard-working, useful, and devoted women in the service of that Christ whose doctrine is that we should love one another. And thus the Sisters of Mercy returned from war to find the good they and other religious women had done had won the grateful recognition of the whole country. Thoughtful men learned from their deeds that even a Covenanter need not fear to offend the Creator in acknowledging that there rested a holy influence in hearts consecrated to God. A Sister of Mercy at Charleston, under date of September 23, 1865, thus writes to a friend concerning the destitution in that city and state. "Every phase of life has been so upturned here that the once rich, who were wont to assist the poor, are now wretchedly poor themselves, and are grateful for a little of the common necessaries of life when given them. We have called upon the Northern storekeepers here, and received some assistance from them, but we cannot call too often. Few of our own people are able to go into business, none can afford to give at present, though the will is good. If, my dear lady, you can do aught in this emergency, you will perform a great act of charity. Could you see these people as we do, your heart would ache. Sad eyes swimming in tears, little delicate hands skinned from the wash tub, and hearts without hope for the future. I saw last week a lady, one of the wealthiest a short time ago, lying on a miserable pallet, the room without furniture, where she once had every comfort. The house had been stripped of everything, linen, plate, and wines of all kinds. Her limbs were covered with sores, occasioned by anxiety of mind and poverty of blood, the result of almost starvation. Were this an isolated case, it could be relieved, but unfortunately the city abounds in them. The planters for miles around are homeless, and are compelled to take refuge in the city without any means of subsistence. Sister de Sales and de Chantel, and some 5 other sisters of the Sisters of Mercy, arrived in New York in the latter part of 1865, from White Sulphur Springs, Montgomery County, Virginia, where they were engaged attending the sick and wounded soldiers in the hospital for the last 4 years. They were accompanied by the Reverend Mr. Croghan of Charleston, who was also engaged during the war as chaplain in the same hospital. According to the New York News, at the time of Lee's surrender there were over 300 sick and wounded at this particular hospital. It adds, over 60 of these were Federal soldiers, and not more than 2 days' rations to meet their wants. The Sisters were among strangers, having neither money nor worldly influence, but compelled by the spirit of their holy calling, they devised means to procure provisions enough to suffice for more than 6 weeks for the patients, and remained with them until all had either convalesced or died. About the 22nd of May, they proceeded to Lynchburg. General Gregg received them at this port most courteously, and offered them every means in his power to prosecute their journey to Washington, where they again applied to General Hardee for transportation to Charleston. In this they were not successful. General Hardee refused to send them, on the ground that, being non-combatants, no provision had been made by the authorities in Washington for such persons. Finally, through the kindness of some private gentlemen in Washington, Father Croghan was enabled to procure transportation to New York, where they found themselves strangers and penniless, and with hardly sufficient wearing apparel to enable them to appear in public. On hearing of their embarrassing circumstances, the Reverend William Quinn of St. Peter's, Berkeley Street, called a few of his parishioners together on Sunday last, with a view to raising the necessary funds to enable these good sisters to return to their homes. The result was that, aided by Judge Andrew Clark, Esquire, and a few other gentlemen, the sum of $1,148 was collected in a few days. On Saturday last, this amount was presented to Sister de Sales at the Convent of the Sacred Heart in 17th Street by a committee consisting of the Reverend William Quinn, Dennis Quinn, and Andrew Clark. On receiving the amount, Sister de Sales, on behalf of herself and the community she represented, expressed her earnest thanks to the donors, promising that their kindness should never be forgotten by their community. The convent at Charleston belonging to these sisters was burned to the ground, having caught fire from the shells thrown into the city during the bombardment of the Federal forces. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Sisters of St. Joseph. In January 1862, Dr. Henry H. Smith, Surgeon General of the State of Pennsylvania, applied to Reverend Mother St. John at the Mount St. Joseph Convent, Chestnut Hill, Philadelphia, for sisters to serve as nurses of the sick soldiers in Camp Curtin, Harrisburg, saying he had had experience of the sisters' efficiency in nursing while he attended at St. Joseph's Hospital in Philadelphia, and felt they would be able to do good work at the state capital. Bishop Wood, to whom the doctor had spoken of the matter, gave ready assent, and writing on the 22nd of the same month, the doctor speaks of the arrangements for the sisters' journey as having been effected, and adds, "The doctors hope the sisters will not disappoint him. Whilst beset by applicants, every female nurse has been refused, Dr. Smith being unwilling to trust any but his old friends, the Sisters of St. Joseph. There is a large field of usefulness, but it is to be properly cultivated only by those whose sense of duty will induce them to sacrifice personal comfort. The living is rough, the pay poor, and nothing but the sentiments of religion can render the nurses contented. On January 23rd, 3 Sisters, under the direction of Mother Monica Pugh, went to Harrisburg, and on the following day the Surgeon General took them to Camp Curtin Hospital, which he placed under their charge. At the camp there were then about 3,000 militia. The hospital was merely a temporary frame building, roughly put together, and to make the apartments at all habitable, blankets and other such improvised tapestry had to be hung over the boards. The Sisters arrived at the hospital towards evening. They found that 3 matrons had been in charge, and with them a number of the soldiers acting as nurses. The reception accorded the Sisters was not at all cordial. One man had been given the charge of seeing to the Sisters' wants, and, coming to them, he asked what they wished to have for supper, saying, "I know that the discipline of the Church is bread and water, but I do not know what you ladies may want to have." The Sisters replied that anything would do, and were shortly afterwards summoned to the table the nurses had just left in a most uninviting condition. The viands were left untasted, and the Sisters began to see what work was before them, and to arrange matters accordingly. It was not long before the sick soldiers as well as those employed in the hospital began to feel the beneficial effects of the Sisters' care, and their efficiency in hospital administration, and the respectful attentions and military salutes of the men became almost oppressive. Bishop Wood paid several visits to the Sisters at the camp, and also to the Church Hospital, Harrisburg, where 3 Sisters, under the charge of Sister Mary John, afterward the Reverend Mother of the community, took charge of the sick who, among the arriving militia, were unable to proceed as far as the camp. Finding themselves always addressed by the physicians as Sisters of Charity or Mercy, the Sisters drew the Surgeon General's attention to the misnomer, but he replied that the name accorded with their work, and it would be no use in trying to explain to the doctors about the different orders. Hence, in all newspaper reports and in various accounts of their work given at the time, the Sisters were always mentioned as the Sisters of Charity or Mercy, which they took as another sign that their patron, St. Joseph, desired them to labor as he had done, in silence and obscurity, unknown and unnoticed by the world. On the 2nd of February, the Surgeon General, after visiting the hospitals, wrote to Mother St. John, "I have found all the Sisters perfectly well, and with no complaints after their trial of the inconveniences and exposure attendant on military life. Already each hospital shows the blessing attendant on their presence. Everything is now neat, orderly, and comfortable. Sister P. is captain of the ward in the camp hospital, and has a drummer boy to attend her. Sister C. in the kitchen is also in authority, and has a sentry at the kitchen door. Sister M. is the major, and commands the surgeons, keeping them in good humor by her kind acts. All seem happy and contented, and the governor and others speak frequently of the good move made in bringing them there. At the church hospital, Sister C. shines in the refectory, and everything is in excellent order." On the 18th of the same month, the doctor called for more Sisters, adding, however, "Matters are so unsettled by the recent victories, I am at a loss whether to send for extra help. There are rumors of closing the camp, or rather of giving it up to the United States." What Dr. Smith had anticipated came to pass. The soldiers at Camp Curtin were called to the front, and the Sisters left the church hospital March 27th, and Camp Curtin April 8th, '62. It was indeed touching to see the difference between the reception the men had given the Sisters on their coming, and the feeling of sorrow that marked their parting with them. Many of the men sobbed aloud, and the Sisters themselves were deeply moved at the thought of how many, who were starting off in health and strength, would ere long meet a sad and painful death. On the 14th of April, by order of Governor Curtin, the following letter was sent by Dr. Smith to Madam St. John, Superior of the Sisters of St. Joseph. Madam, during a period of several weeks, amidst the confusion of a constantly changing camp, and amidst an epidemic of measles with typhoid fever, etc., 6 of the Sisters of St. Joseph, sacrificing all personal comfort, ministered faithfully and truly to the comfort and welfare of the sick. Neatness, order, and efficient ministration immediately followed their arrival in the camp. Highly appreciating their valuable services and Christian devotion to the relief of human suffering, the state authorities desire to express to them and your order high appreciation of the self-sacrificing spirit which they exhibited among the sick soldiers, both at Camp Curtin and at the Church Hospital in Harrisburg. By order of A. G. Curtin, Governor of Pennsylvania. Dr. Smith himself wrote, "It affords me pleasure to transmit the accompanying order, acknowledging the valuable services of the Sisters recently engaged at Harrisburg. In the event of a fight at Yorktown, I shall go there with a party on a steamboat and stop at Fortress Monroe. If some hardy Sisters will volunteer for duty with me, I will, perhaps, be able to take them. The notice will not be more than 6 hours. I will share the exposure with them, and will do all that is possible to make them comfortable, bringing them back with the wounded, unless you allow them to stay. Your order is, I believe, the only one that is doing duty with the army. I think they can do much good under my care. Sister will be especially useful in cooking for the wounded in the boat I shall take at the fortress." On the 18th the orders came, and, under the escort of Captain Bankson, U.S.A., 3 Sisters went to Baltimore and thence to Fortress Monroe. On the 26th the doctor sent a request for 6 more Sisters, promising plenty of occupation. In a letter dated April 27, 1862, Archbishop Wood, after naming the Sisters detailed for attendance on the wounded and sick soldiers under the direction of Dr. Henry Smith, Surgeon General of the Pennsylvania Volunteers, adds, "We commend them to the kind care and protection of the Surgeon General, and to the attention of all persons, ecclesiastical and civil, with whom they may be in any way associated, holding it as a special and personal favor bestowed on ourselves." On April 21st, writing from Fortress Monroe, the doctor informs Mother St. John that the Sisters, on their arrival, had been put at once on hospital duty, and were doing much needed work, especially in the preparation of sick diet, etc. He adds, "They are sure to be appreciated. They come into friendly competition with a party of nurses under the direction of Miss Dix. They will win the goodwill and opinion of all." The 3 Sisters first sent were again under the direction of Mother Monica Pugh. They were kindly and eagerly welcomed by Dr. Smith, who, with the aid of a spyglass, saw the boat approaching and hurried to meet them. There were then some sick and wounded on board the floating hospital, the Wilden. Other Sisters went down later, under charge of one of the hospital surgeons, who, poor man, was anything but pleased with being detailed to act as escort to 5 ladies. But all his fears, as he afterwards declared, were speedily dispelled, when he found his office rather a sinecure, since the Sisters did not call on him for the 1,001 attentions it had been his fortune to have been called on to give while attending secular ladies. At Fortress Monroe they went aboard the 2 floating hospitals, the Wilden and the Commodore. On May 3rd they had the great consolation of receiving the sacraments from Reverend Father Dillon of the Congregation of the Holy Cross, who drove up and down the camp by Fortress Monroe, hearing the confessions of the soldiers. He said Mass on board the Commodore May 3rd and 4th. On May 6th, in company with the Surgeon General and his assistants, 3 of the Sisters went down the James River in the Commodore to bring up the wounded from the battlefield of Yorktown. All night from 5 p.m. till 2 a.m. of next day, the wounded were being carried to the vessels on stretchers. Harrowing indeed were the scenes that there met their eye, and sad it was to find how inadequate were their efforts to fully assuage the terrible sufferings of the victims. But all that could be done was done, and the supply of coffee and stimulants was thankfully received by those who for days had languished without any attentions. A company of Pennsylvania volunteers, whom the Sisters met near the landing, had not had any food for 2 and some for 3 days, the steamer laden with provisions having been unaccountably delayed. On their way up the river the Commodore passed the vessel with the longed-for supply of food, on its way down to the men. Among the wounded were many of the Southern soldiers who had been taken prisoners, and they seemed particularly grateful for the attentions of the religious. The wounded lay in rows along the decks of the steamers and in the staterooms, so close together that it was almost impossible to pass along without treading on them. On May 16th, Dr. Smith wrote to Mother St. John, "The Sisters have given universal satisfaction and have done much good. It will be acknowledged hereafter in proper form. In the meantime, I should like to take 6 of them with me again, ending perhaps at Richmond." 6 of the Sisters came up with the wounded on the Commodore to the port of Philadelphia, and stayed with them till they had all been removed to the different hospitals of the city. After a few days' rest, they returned to receive the wounded from the battle fought near Richmond. Meanwhile, the camp at Harrisburg had been reopened, and 3 Sisters were again called to attend the hospital. One of them relates that on her rounds about the place on their return, she saw an isolated tent, by the door of which lay a coffin. To her inquiries, an officer replied that in the tent there was a man dying of camp fever. She inquired whether it was possible to save the man, and, on hearing that it was not known, declared her intention of going to see. The officer refused to allow her to go in, saying it would be suicide, as she could not go without contracting the fever. She, however, persisted, and entering the tent, beheld a man in apparently a state of collapse. For days, it would seem, he had received very little attention, and the filth of the bed and floor were indescribable. That day the poor patient had had nothing but a drink of water. The Sister at once prepared, and gave him, a bowl of stimulating broth. He became sufficiently strong to tell her he was from St. Paul's Parish, Philadelphia. The priest, Reverend Father Maher of Harrisburg, was sent for. In the meantime, by dint of warnings and entreaties, the Sister got 2 of the male nurses to lift the man from the bed, to which parts of his body adhered. The floor was cleansed, the man washed, his sores attended to, and then the priest came, heard his confession, and gave him the last sacraments, and immediately his recovery seemed to set in. His gratitude was touching in the extreme. The Sisters had sent word to his wife in Philadelphia that she might be able to have him removed home. But before she came, they themselves had been recalled from what was to them a blessed field of labor. On June 9, 1862, Dr. Smith wrote to Mother St. John, saying, "The United States have agreed to take charge of all of the state hospitals. I have requested the Sisters at Harrisburg to return to you, and I hope I shall not have again to trouble you until the war is ended. The Sisters did great good, were very kind and useful. All will be acknowledged in due time." Several of the Sisters who attended the soldiers have already entered on their reward, and rest in the beautiful cemetery of Mount St. Joseph, where on Decoration Day the Sisters and children love to pay special attention to the graves of those departed ones of the soldiers of Christ who went out to attend on the soldiers of war. No words could adequately express the gratitude of the Sisters for the delicate and fatherly attentions they received from Surgeon General Smith and his corps of assistants. Dr. Smith was truly one of nature's noblemen, with a soul free from every taint of prejudice, with a heart open to every phase of human suffering, and a charity that never wearied in alleviating the horrors of war. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Sisters of the Holy Cross. Mother Angela of the Holy Cross Sisters was one of the most devoted nurses in any of the orders that served during the Civil War. She was a woman of high birth and considerable refinement. She came from a well-known Pennsylvania Irish family, the Gillespies. It was from this family that James Gillespie Blaine was so named. She was a cousin of the illustrious man, and was also related to the Ewings and the Shermans. Her parents migrated from Pennsylvania to Illinois while she was quite young, and her education was received at the Academy of the Visitation in Washington, D.C. Mother Angela always had a high regard for Blaine. She was intimately acquainted with the details of his early life and his home at Brownsville, Pennsylvania. To those in whom she placed great confidence, she frequently gave touching incidents of the young man's early career, and on more than one occasion she repelled slanders which were no doubt implicitly believed by the public at large. She became connected with the Holy Cross Sisters many years before the war. When the first gun was fired at Fort Sumter, Mother Angela was in charge of a flourishing school at South Bend. When the need for nurses became pressing, this was given up, the scholars returned to their homes, and the sister teachers volunteered their services to those in charge of the hospitals. Mother Angela was sent out by the Very Reverend Father Surin, Superior General of the Congregation of the Holy Cross, whose head house was at Notre Dame, Indiana. The following is an extract from the circular letter issued October 21, 1861, by Father Surin, who was the founder of the Sisters of the Holy Cross in the United States. My dear daughters in Jesus Christ, among the distressing features of the times, I am glad to convey you some consoling news, for, however much we deplore the distracted state of our country, we find a gratification in being able to assuage some of its sorrows. A most honorable call has been made on your community by the first magistrate in our state, asking for 12 Sisters to go and attend the sick, the wounded, and dying soldiers. The call has been unhesitatingly responded to, and this afternoon 6 Sisters of Holy Cross started for Paducah. 6 more start within a week. They are all chosen from a large number of volunteers, and if we judge of their sentiments by the joy with which they have received their selection, we have reason to believe that they duly appreciate the honor and favor bestowed upon them. It is well known that in the Crimean War the Sisters of Charity literally covered themselves with glory before men, and doubtless with merits before God. When the record of our present struggles will be handed down to posterity, will it not be a source of joy for the Church to be able to show, in every rank of society, many a glorious name generously sacrificed for the rescue of the country? But why should we be left out of the list? If the standard of the cross, under which we have enlisted, knows no enemies among men, if our objects, on the contrary, is to rally them all under the precious emblem of our salvation, our little army stands arrayed against the enemy of mankind, the spirit of darkness, and all the evils and the wounds which he has inflicted on humanity. Hence, whenever there is a pain to soothe, a pang to relieve, a bleeding heart or limb to treat or dress, there is a field for us to enter, under pain of deserting our noble banner. What a joy it would bring to the apostolic heart of our venerated founder, Father Moreau, to hear of this heroic act of charity undertaken by this little vanguard of his company in the New World. It is in his name I have blessed them, and they may rest assured that while they follow the fortunes of the battlefields of the nation, he, like Moses, will be praying for them on the mountain top. We too shall persevere with him in prayer in their behalf. In all our houses there shall be offered for them a general communion every Saturday, that they may fully discharge the important trust they have received. Mother Angela met many of the great generals of the war, and they all united in declaring her a woman of marvelous executive ability. Besides this, she had many other accomplishments of a high order. Although she was the mother in charge, she gave her personal attention to many of the patients. On several historic occasions she waited upon Confederate and Union soldiers at the same time. Johnny Reb, as he was facetiously called, and the Yank would lie in cots side by side, with the peaceful face of Mother Angela between them. Often men lying helpless on their backs would get into heated disputes over the relative merits of the war, and but for their physical disability would have done each other violence. The Sisters alone possessed the power to quell these quarrels, and they did it with all the tact and diplomacy becoming their gentle natures. The story of the first meeting between General Grant and Mother Angela comes from an eyewitness of that historic episode, and can be vouched for as strictly correct. Grant was just then beginning to develop the traits of a leader, which were to mark him later as the greatest captain of his time. His headquarters were in an old brick building that had formerly served as a bank in Cairo. Mother Angela came to this place to report for duty to General Grant. She was accompanied by the late Dr. Brinton, an honored physician of Philadelphia, and Reverend Louis A. Lambert, D.D., LL.D. Dr. Lambert, who was to act in the capacity of chaplain, escorted Mother Angela into Grant's presence. The great captain was seated at a desk behind the iron bars, which had evidently been formerly used by the cashier of the bank. He was writing with the air of a man who was absorbed in his task and unconscious of his surroundings. An ordinary cheap pipe was in his mouth, and every now and then he mechanically blew forth a cloud of smoke. The characteristics of the man, so well known in later years, were just as pronounced then. The people all around him were plainly agitated with the thought of the great war that was about to rage in all its fury. He sat at his work calm, silent, and with an imperturbability of countenance that was sphinx-like. Dr. Brinton, who had been one of the first to suggest the Sisters, introduced Mother Angela to Grant. The General came out from behind the iron grating with his head bare, and, taking Mother Angela's hand, gave it a hearty shake. The pipe he had been smoking was temporarily laid aside. There was a moment's silence, and then Grant, looking at his visitor with a pleasant smile, said, "I am glad to have you with us, very glad." There was a pause for a second, and then he added, "If there is anything at all I can do for you, I will be glad to do it. I thoroughly appreciate the value of your services, and I will give orders to see that you do not want for anything." After a few more minutes of general conversation, in which Dr. Brinton and Father Lambert joined, Mother Angela and the Sisters started for their mission at Mound City. In later years General Grant frequently expressed profound admiration for Mother Angela, not only as a nurse, but as a woman of unusual ability. Grant, about this period in his career, was one of the most interesting characters of the war. It is curious to note the various estimates of his character. The following extract from a letter written from the front during the closing months of the war furnishes a striking pen picture of the man. In his manners, dress, and style of living, Grant displays more Republican simplicity than any other general officer in the army. In manner he is very unassuming and approachable, and his conversation is noticeable from its unpretending, plain, and straightforward style. There is nothing didactic nor pedantic in his tone or language. His rhetoric is more remarkable for the compact structure than the elegance and finish of his sentences. He talks practically, and writes as he talks, and his language, written and oral, is distinguished by strong common sense. He seldom indulges in figurative language, but when he does, his comparisons betray his habits of close observation. He dresses in a careless, but by no means slovenly manner. Though his uniform conforms to army regulations in cut and trimmings, it is often like that of Sherman, worn threadbare. He never wears any article which attracts attention by its oddity, except, indeed, the 3 stars which indicate his rank. His wardrobe when campaigning is generally very scant, while his headquarters train is often the smallest in the army. For several months past he has been living in a log hut of unpretending dimensions, on the James River, sleeping on a common camp cot, and eating at a table common to all his staff, plainly furnished with good roast beef, pork and beans, hardtack, and coffee. It is related of the General that when the march to the rear of Vicksburg began, he announced to his army the necessity of moving light, i.e., without extra baggage. He set an example by sending to the rear all his baggage except a green briar root pipe, a toothbrush, and a horn pocket comb. The story of his appearance in the Senate chamber in February last is still fresh in the minds of the public. He had no sooner left the hall, after paying his respect to the senators, than one of the Democratic members rose and asked the consideration of the Senate upon what he termed the evident and gross mistake which had been made in appointing Grant a lieutenant general, and declared it to be his opinion that there was not a second lieutenant of the home guard of his state who did not cut a bigger swell than this man who had just left their presence. Mother Angela's party, after leaving General Grant, had quite an experience in reaching their destination. The wagon which had been detailed as their conveyance broke down when they were halfway thither, and there was some difficulty in patching it up sufficiently to finish the journey. But it was done, and the Sisters eventually reached Mound City, and began their work of mercy in the hospital located there. Sister Ferdinand was a fellow laborer with Mother Angela at this time. Father Lambert, the chaplain, attended the post hospital at Mound City and said Mass at 4 o'clock in the morning for the benefit of Mother Angela and her sisters. There was one incident that was kept quiet, and which did not become generally known until after the war. Smallpox was raging at the time, and one of the brave Sisters was stricken down. She was hastily stowed away in a garret of the hospital building, and a special guard placed over her. She recovered, and after that devoted herself to nursing others with even more zeal than she had shown before she was stricken down. Ordinarily, smallpox cases were sent to the pest house, but in this instance the tenderness of the Sisters would not permit them to part with their afflicted colleague. It was against the rules, to be sure, but who can blame the Sisters for this merciful breach of discipline? It is only proper to state that the case was so isolated that not one of the 1,200 patients was affected even in the remotest degree. One who was in the hospital at this time says that he is not certain but that the Surgeon General knew of the hidden case. There were between 1,200 and 1,400 patients in the hospital, and all received the kindest care and attention. Mother Angela served through all the war, winning extraordinary distinction for her tact, diplomacy, and faithfulness. The official communication written by Commander Davis after a battle on White River, June 17, 1862, indicates that Mother Angela was not unknown to the authorities. U.S. Flag Steamer Benton, Memphis, June 20, 1862. Honorable Gideon Welles, Secretary of the Navy. Sir: The number of men on board the hospital boat Red Rover is 41. The account given me yesterday was incorrect. I shall still wait for further knowledge before presenting a final report of the casualties attending the capture of the St. Charles forts. The department will be gratified to learn that the patients are, most of them, doing well. Sister Angela, the superior of the Sisters of the Holy Cross, some of whom are performing their offices of mercy at the Mound City Hospital, has kindly offered the services of the Sisters for the hospital boat of this squadron when needed. I have written to Commander Rennock to make arrangements for their coming. I have the honor to be, very respectfully, your obedient servant, Charles H. Davis, Flag Officer commanding Western Flotilla. The Catholic Mirror, under date of November 8, 1862, records the following. A fourth colony of these devoted sisterhoods has set forth on its mission of mercy, to serve in the hospitals of Washington, as they already serve so faithfully at Memphis, Cairo, and Mound City. The hospital of St. Aloysius, erected in a week by Catholic charity, fired by the zeal of the dead Jesuit fathers, call them to its succor. And they, fully responding to the holy fervor which built these hospitals from the very overflowings of love to God and of reverence for the tabernacle in which dwells the Holy of Holies, will fill up the measure of these by ministering to the wants of the sick and sorrowing and forlorn, the objects of his love who died on Calvary, and renders daily his sacrifice for their success, and the holy temple thus saved by piety from desecration. Who has not heard of the Jesuit fathers? Their fame has spread throughout the earth, and yet so silently they work, so sublimely concealed their burning zeal, that but for an occasion like the present, when the influence they possess over the human soul manifested itself by a simultaneous impulse that cannot be repressed, they for the most part live a hidden, unobtrusive life, a life which makes sure the good they invariably effect. For near 400 years the devoted sons of St. Ignatius toiled like their founder in striving to hide from the world the individuals who achieved a good that will not be hidden, and it seems a sort of sacrilege to withdraw the veil that hides this good, even partially, from the world. When we think of what the Jesuits have done through long ages, our heart burns, our spirit fires, and in our heart of hearts perceive that men who do good in every age, without being tainted with the spirit of any age, demand from us reverence and not praise. When, then, we heard of the last demonstration of zeal, of Catholic zeal, stirred up by the Jesuit fathers, we felt no extraordinary surprise, we manifested no extraordinary exultation, a tranquil happiness stole over us. We thanked God that St. Ignatius still lived in his sons, and that, great as was the work of building St. Aloysius' Hospital in 6 days, a far greater work, though a more hidden one, is being daily, hourly, performed by these devoted soldiers of the Church. But meantime the Hospital of St. Aloysius is a fact. In Washington, hospitals to form a refuge for the sick, measuring 600 feet by 26, are in actual existence, erected spontaneously by Catholic charity, and proposing to be watched over also by Catholic charity, for the Sisters of the Holy Cross are already on the way to take charge of such inmates as this unhappy war shall bring within its precincts. May they prosper in their mission at Washington as at Memphis, Mound City, and at Cairo. May they bring balm to the wounded heart as they bandage the wounded limb, and may the blessings they bring to others react upon themselves to enable them to lead more and more fully the life of recollection every true religious covets, even while pursuing the apparently distracting occupations of attending the sick and wounded. In bringing to the bedside the comforts of a soul in constant and habitual communication with God, by the faithfulness in which are performed the religious exercises prescribed by the rule, a Sister of Holy Cross can scarcely fail to dispense treasures far more valuable than the gold and silver of the world. How many are the souls aided in their passage to eternity? How many reclaimed from a life of sin? How many taught to bless the temporary suffering which brought them acquainted with the peace that passeth all understanding? The annals of these deeds are hidden now, but on the day of judgment they will stand forth and praise the religious, who, by her spirit of prayer, was enabled to perform these miracles of the soul. The following communication, signed P., and addressed to the editor of the New York Tablet, on April 12, 1862, is interesting not only in particularizing the order in question, but in affording another glimpse of Mother Angela. In your issue of the 22nd, I find notice of the military hospital at Mound City. There is a mistake in that article which I am sure you will willingly rectify. The Sisters who are in charge there are not the Sisters of Charity. They are the Sisters of the Holy Cross, from their convent of St. Mary's, St. Joseph's County, Indiana. Under the direction of their Superioress, Mother St. Angela, these pious Sisters have had for some time the charge of the hospitals at Cairo, Mound City, and Paducah. Upon their arrival, about the beginning of October, all the other female nurses were dispensed with, and the Sisters assumed the entire control of the wards, each Sister having the care of one ward. When it became known throughout the West that Mother Angela and her Sisters had assumed this arduous position, hundreds of her friends hastened to forward to her care large supplies of clothing and linen suitable for hospital purposes. She even made a journey to Chicago for the purpose of obtaining supplies, and right nobly did the citizens respond to her call. There are now over 30 Sisters there, who are almost exhausted by their incessant labors. They know no rest night or day. 1,400 wounded men are hourly receiving at their hands such care as can only be bestowed by pious souls who look for their reward not on earth but in heaven. It must be a great consolation to the relatives and friends of our gallant soldiers to know that they are attended on their beds of pain and suffering by such nurses. Wherever a Sister moves, she has the prayers and blessings of the poor soldier, and the thanks and gratitude of the officers. Beside whatever bed death has laid his hand, there is seen a Sister seeking to alleviate the suffering of the patient, and to prepare the parting soul for the judgment so soon to be pronounced upon it. The following reference to the Holy Cross Sisters, from the pen of Father Corby, is apropos. 60 Sisters of the Holy Cross went out under Mother Angela. These Sisters volunteered their services to nurse the sick and wounded soldiers, hundreds of whom, moved to sentiments of purest piety by the words and examples of these angel nurses, begged to be baptized in articulo mortis, at the point of death. The labors and self-sacrifice of the Sisters during the war need no praise here. The praise is on the lips of every surviving soldier who experienced their kind and careful ministration. Many a soldier now looks down from high with complacency on the worthy Sisters who were instrumental in saving the soul when life could not be saved. Nor was it alone from the order of the Sisters of the Holy Cross that Sister nurses engaged in the care of the sick and wounded soldiers. Many other orders made costly sacrifices to save life and to save souls, notably the noble order of the Sisters of Charity. To members of this order I am personally indebted. When prostrate with camp fever, insensible for nearly 3 days, my life was entrusted to their care. Like guardian angels, these daughters of St. Vincent watched every symptom of the fever, and by their skill and care I was soon able to return to my post of duty. One of the interesting features of the charitable work of the war came to the notice of Mother Angela in the early part of 1864. It was a donation of $1,000 from Pope Pius IX for the relief of the sick and wounded soldiers. Through Cardinal Barnabo, the Pope expressed to Bishop Timon of Buffalo his tender sympathy for the sufferings of the many wounded, and requested the bishop to give, in the Pope's name, $500 to aid in alleviating the suffering of the wounded soldiers in the Northern Army, and the same amount, for the same object, for the Southern soldiers. Bishop Timon gave $500 to Mrs. Horatio Seymour, President of the Sanitary Commission, to aid our wounded soldiers, and $500 to Miss D. L. Dix, to be applied in procuring for wounded Southern prisoners in the hospitals any additional comforts which might be deemed useful. The following incident concerning Mother Angela's war experiences is from the pen of Eliza Allen Starr. During the early days of the war and the hospital service, we all know how inadequate were the supplies for the sick and wounded, how meager the equipments for the hospital nurses. A poor little circular stovepipe served the indefatigable Mother Angela on which to prepare with her own skillful hands the early cup of gruel for her patients, rising at 4, or, if need were, at 3 in the morning, to answer the first call of the sufferers, and the character of the stores provided was such as few could realize 1 year later. At this time, the commissary board sent a visitor to the camp and hospital where Mother Angela and her sisters were stationed. During all these months nothing could exceed the courtesy of the officers, who always shared any choice provisions which came to them with the sisters, as they supposed, while the sisters as scrupulously passed on to their patients everything which could tempt the sick appetite, sharing, in fact, only the rations served regularly to the hospital wards. When the commissary visitor arrived, he was duly escorted to the hospital, which excited his warmest approbation for its order, neatness, comfort of every sort, but as he was bowing himself out in the most complimentary manner from the presence of Mother Angela and her band of sisters, she said to him, "But you must allow us to show you some hospitality. Pardon our lack of silver and porcelain, but take a cup of hospital tea." Thank you, Mother Angela, but I have taken dinner already with the officers, and need nothing." "Allow me to insist," and before another excuse could be urged, a sister appeared with a snow-white napkin and the tin cup and spoon of the hospital, and the anything than fragrant beverage of hospital tea. "Sugar, sister," said the sweetly ringing voice of the gentlewoman, Mother Angela, and before our commissary visitor could wave off this fresh specimen of hospital luxury, Mother Angela had dumped into the tin cup what resembled the scrapings of the molasses barrel more than sugar. Our commissary visitor was a gentleman from the toe of his boot to the crown of his head, and he drank the cup of tea, well stirred, to its dregs, without a grimace, bowing as he handed the empty tin cup to the sister, while Mother Angela rubbed her little hands with unmistakable glee, and the full merriment of laughing eyes, as she said, "I knew you would wish to taste of our hospital tea." And the commissary visitor vowed in his heart, as he turned from the hospital door, that the next train, on his arrival home, should take, as he said in his letter to Mother Angela, such stores to her own and to every hospital under his charge as a Christian man could accept without shame from the hand of any hospital nurse in the land. There was another Sister Angela who was prominent during the Civil War, but who was not so conspicuous as her illustrious namesake. She is thus referred to in a recent work. Sister Angela became a member of the community, Visitation Sisters, about 1819. She was one of those characters who convey to the mind the image of a soul of spotless innocence. She celebrated her golden jubilee and lived for several years afterwards, retained to the last her full mental faculties and childlike simplicity. She was made Superioress of the Foundation in Philadelphia. On the breaking up of the house there, she was recalled to Georgetown. Then for 12 years at different times she served as Superioress of Georgetown Convent, and governed with a gentle firmness and a lovely spirit of forbearance, enduring the many trials incidental to authority with the utmost patience. During the Civil War her energy and wisdom shone forth especially. She was at that time most generous in trying to aid poor chaplains, and she showed a true zeal for souls in the advice she gave to soldiers who applied to her for help. Her charity was remembered, as the nuns of Georgetown had reason to realize not long ago, during the encampment of the Grand Army of the Republic, when one of the veterans called to see Sister Angela, not knowing she had been dead several years. The veteran gave as his reason for desiring to see her that the angelic superioress had converted him. Whenever worn out with marching and laden with dust, regiments halted in front of the convent during the war. A liberal lunch was served to the weary soldiers, and objects of piety sent out to those who wanted them by Sister Angela. End of chapter 25.
Section 32, Chapter 26, Mother Angela. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Mother Angela. Mother Angela, who performed such valiant service as the head of the Holy Cross Sisters, departed this life on March 4, 1887. Her death was so calm and peaceful that it seemed as though she were gliding into slumber rather than passing from life into eternity. Mother Mary of St. Angela was the name of this devoted woman, who was previously known to the world as Eliza Maria Gillespie. As stated in the preceding chapter, Mother Angela was of distinguished lineage. Her godfather, the elder Thomas Ewing, was one of the great Whigs and Secretary of State under President William Henry Harrison. James Gillespie Blaine, her first cousin, was the idol of his party, member of Congress, United States Senator, Secretary of State, and the Republican candidate for the presidency. General William T. Sherman, another relative, ranked second only to Grant among the Union generals in the Civil War. Phil B. Ewing, her brother-in-law, won the reputation of an eminent jurist in Ohio. Young Tom Ewing distinguished himself in the Union Army. Her only brother, Reverend N. H. Gillespie, was the first graduate of Notre Dame University and afterwards became its vice president and editor of the Ave Maria. Mother Angela was born in West Brownsville, Pennsylvania, February 21, 1824. Her parents lived in a large stone house. It was a double structure, and in the other half of it lived her uncle and aunt, the parents of James G. Blaine, who was born there 6 years later. Mr. Blaine's mother and Mother Angela's father were brother and sister, and the two children were reared together until the one was 12 and the other was 6 years of age. This childish association caused a sincere attachment which lasted through life. While receiving her education in the Academy of the Visitation at Washington, the future sister had many opportunities for mingling in fashionable Washington society. One of her chroniclers of that time says that she had the same personal magnetism that distinguished her relative, Mr. Blaine. At the age of 27, however, she abandoned the world and after the usual preparation became a Sister of the Holy Cross. Her work during the war has already been outlined. The death of Mother Angela came as a shock to those with whom she had been associated. She had been ill for a month, but all looked forward with confidence to her ultimate recovery. The Father General coincided with the physician in assigning the sad event to heart disease, probably brought on, as he says, by the death of Sister M. Loba, whom she loved tenderly, and whose funeral procession passed under her window 4 hours before. The funeral of Mother Angela took place at Notre Dame on Sunday morning, March 6, 1887, the mortal remains being borne from the halls where she had been superior for 34 years. Telegrams and letters of regret came from all sections of the country and even from parts of Europe. Among the telegrams was the following from one of the kinsmen of the dead sister: Augusta, Maine, March 4, 1887. John G. Ewing. Your message is a sad one to me. Communicate my deepest sympathy to Aunt Mary and to your mother. Signed, James G. Blaine. The relatives of the deceased religious who were present were her aged mother, Mrs. M. M. Phelan, her sister, Mrs. P. B. Ewing, Honorable P. B. Ewing, Lancaster, Ohio, Sister Mary Agnes, Miss Mary R. Ewing, Miss Philomene Ewing, Mr. John G. Ewing, Mrs. N. H. Ewing, Edward S. Ewing, Mrs. Colonel Steele, Miss Marie Steele, Miss Florence Steele, Charles Steele, Master Sherman Steele, Mrs. John Blaine, Miss Louise Blaine, Miss Ella Blaine, Messrs. Walker and Emmons Blaine. Among the numerous friends in attendance at the funeral were Justice Daniel Scully, Colonel W. P. Rend, Mr. and Mrs. P. Kavanaugh, Mr. and Mrs. Alexander Sullivan, Miss Angela Dillon, Miss Eddy, Chicago, Mr. Jacob Weil, Mr. F. Weil, Mr. George Beale, LaPorte, Indiana, Mr. and Mrs. P. O'Brien, Mr. and Mrs. L. G. Tong, Mr. and Mrs. Stanfield, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Baker, Dr. Cassidy, Dr. Calvert, Mrs. Lintner, Mr. Birdsell, South Bend, Indiana, Miss C. Gavin, Lafayette, Indiana, Mrs. Shepard, Omaha, Nebraska, Mrs. Atkinson, Baltimore, Maryland, Mrs. Coughlin, Toledo, Ohio, Mrs. L. Gregory, Miss F. Gregory, Professor James J. Edwards, Professor W. Hoynes, Notre Dame, Indiana, Mrs. Claffey, Notre Dame. Solemn Requiem Mass was sung by Reverend Father Letourneau, assisted by the Reverend Fathers Spillard and Zahm as deacon and subdeacon, Reverend Father Regan acting as master of ceremonies. There was present in the sanctuary Right Reverend Bishop Gilmore, D.D., Very Reverend Father General Sorin, Very Reverend Father Granger, Very Reverend Father Kilroy, D.D., Very Reverend Father Corby, Reverend Fathers Walsh, O'Connell, Hudson, Shortis, and Saulnier. The late Right Reverend Bishop Gilmore preached the funeral sermon in which he outlined the life of a model religious. He said, among other things, "It is too much to say that she around whose bier we are gathered today is a fair and generous example of what I have outlined so very imperfectly and so succinctly. Fair in her talents and her ambitions, with what the world values most, she buries herself. Where? In the silence of a religious life, in a corner, in an unseen position. When she came here some 37 years ago, there was to be found little of that which today might perhaps attract one seeking the religious life. She came here to labor, to struggle, to wrestle with hardships, to concentrate her exceptional talents and energies upon the one grand object of her life. She came in all fervor, animated solely with zeal for religion, devotion to her cause, and 37 years of unfailing generosity tell the tale of her life. It is difficult to comprehend what has been done in those 37 years. It is not easy to realize what a devotion and ambition for God such as hers might do. Unseen, unnoticed, unobtrusive the generosity, unfailing, unflagging the devotion with which God has been served and man has been blessed. Such is the life of her who lies before us. We see the results of her labors, not merely in the material building she has erected, for that in itself is little, but in the moral seed that she has deeply planted here, that has been the salvation of many who have already gone to their reward. And amongst those who are living, how many there are whom she has molded, attracted, inspired with high and religious ambitions, whom she has directed in the paths of life. How many through her influence have been brought back to God and made generous once more. She has lifted up the weak and made stronger those who were strong, soothed the wounded, directed all to nobler and higher aims. It would be difficult to find a heart so entirely throbbing for God as hers, a foot so restless and untiring in doing good as hers, a brain so busy in devising works for the welfare of religion and her fellow men. It is difficult for those who have not known her to realize the extent of her labors. It is not every person who can comprehend the depth of Mother Angela's devotion to the cause of God. Many have seen it, but few have understood it. For many a long, long day this community will feel the gap that is made today by the loss of one who lies in that narrow little coffin. The kind Father General, in the days that are coming, will find how much he has lost in the generous assisting hand now cold in death. And you, young friends, will feel the loss of a tender and directing parent. It is for us all to pray that God may bless her, as I am convinced he has. After the bishop's sermon, the final absolution of the body was given, and then the procession marched to the modest little cemetery, and Mother Angela was laid to rest within a stone's throw of where the greater part of her life work had been performed. Mother Angela is the original of the Sister of the Holy Cross, portrayed in the following poem. The din of the battle has died away, the twilight has grown to a deeper gray. The moon rises pale through the mist-lit cloud, while the blood-stained rivulet moans aloud, and the beams are faint in the kindly stars, for hope shines no more from their golden bars. The leaves of the tremulous aspen sigh as the night winds wailing sweep mournfully by. The ambulance glides through the gloomy path to heed the wreck of the war demon's wrath, and the angel of peace from his home sublime weeps o'er man's wretchedness, folly, and crime. 'Tis the hour of midnight. How lightly tread the feet of the watcher mid dying and dead. Lo, the sable veil and the saintly air and the lofty calm of a beauty rare proclaim that watcher, the chosen bride of the world's Redeemer, the crucified. The stifled groan, the sharp cry of distress, with their burden of woe through the hot air press, and the Sister of Holy Cross low doth bend her prayer with the pestilence breath to blend. O Sister of Holy Cross, why art thou thus won by the pallid and death-cold brow? He is not thy brother, yon prostrate form, who moans there all bathed in his life-blood warm, and the veteran wounded, his locks so gray. He is not thy father, then wherefore stay? All these are but strangers. Thou too art frail. Contagion is born on the midnight gale. Ah, a veteran heart and a nerve more strong unto scenes and to sights like these belong. Oh, I see her bend with a gentler grace and a holier light in her tranquil face. And sweet tears, methinks, from her mild eyes flow as she bends o'er her crucifix fondly low. How reverent her kiss on those sacred feet, and almost I hear now her heart's quick beat, and her low voice sways with a loving might, like the keynote by heaven intoned tonight. Oh, ask me not wherefore my heart is bound to scenes where but agony clusters around. Oh, bid me not go from a place like this, for my labor is rest and my tears are bliss. One hand she laid on her throbbing breast, while the Holy Cross to her lips she pressed. Nor a stronger nerve, nor a heart more stern, could enkindle the fire that here doth burn. Ah, these are not strangers, for God hath died, and for each in his love shed his heart's full tide. 'Tis for his dear sake that with joy I bear this breath of contagion, this noisome air. Ah, when I behold here the shattered limb, the crimson blood oozing, the eyesight dim, see the gore and the gashes, the death sweat cold, it is my Redeemer that I behold. His wounds that I stanch, his brow that I lave, his form that I straighten and shroud for the grave. I faint not, I fear not, for faith is strong, since my love and my hope to the cross belong. Then did my heart with her meaning thrill, my eyes from the fount of my soul did fill. For the sake of our loving and crucified Lord, the cordial she mingled, the wine she poured, compassion she drinks at the fountain head. The mother of sorrows her soul hath led. How sacred the treasures she stores at her feet! Her lesson makes mourning than joy more sweet. 'Tis the Queen of Mercy bends down to bless the wealth of her heavenly tenderness, and the angel of peace from his home of light has baffled the fiends in her mission tonight. End of chapter 26. Section 33, Mother Angela, Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Mother Angela rarely spoke of her services in the war, and with characteristic modesty and humility, frequently endeavored to give others the credit that belonged to herself. She was a writer with an unusual grace and charm of style. One of those who served with her during the war was Sister Mary Josephine. This devoted sister died in 1886, and her death evoked the following dramatic story from the pen of Mother Angela. It was a true story and one of her last contributions to the Ave Maria. Sister Josephine was one among the first of the 70 Sisters of the Holy Cross who, during the late Civil War, served the sick and wounded soldiers in the military hospitals of Louisville, Paducah, Cairo, Mound City, Memphis, and Washington City. Those who knew this quiet, gentle religious only during the last 20 years of her life could scarcely realize what courage, even heroism, animated her during those years of the war spent in the hospitals. We give below one instance among many others. In the summer of 1862, the Confederate Fort Charles on White River was attacked on land by a force under the command of Colonel Fitch of Indiana, and from the water by gunboats commanded by Commodore Davis. In the midst of the battle, the boilers of one of the gunboats exploded, frightfully scalding Captain Kelty and some 50 others. The sufferers, in their agony, leaped into the river, and as they did so, a broadside from Fort Charles poured bullets and grape shot into their parboiled flesh. The battle ended with the capture of the fort, and the wounded of both sides were taken to Mound City Hospital, a block of some 24 unfinished warehouses and storerooms that had been converted into a vast hospital, in which, after some of the great battles in the Mississippi Valley, as many as 2,000 patients were treated by a staff of medical officers and nursed by 28 sisters, Sister Josephine being one of them. Colonel Fry, commander of the fort, supposed to be dangerously wounded, and Captain Kelty were of the number brought to Mound City after the surrender of Fort Charles. The latter was a universal favorite of all the men and officers of the Western flotilla. His sad state, the scalded flesh falling from the bones and pierced with bullets, excited them almost to frenzy. He was tenderly placed in a little cottage away from the main building, and Colonel Fry, with a few other sufferers, was put in a front room in the second story of the hospital under the immediate care of Sister Josephine. The next day the reports spread like wildfire through the hospital and among the 100 soldiers detailed to guard it that Captain Kelty was dying. The wildest excitement prevailed, and in the frenzy of the moment Colonel Fry was denounced as his murderer. It was declared that he had given the inhuman order to fire on the scalded men. Everyone firmly believed this, but it was not true. Colonel Fry was ignorant of the explosion when the order was given. Sister Josephine, very pale yet wonderfully composed, went to the sister in charge of the hospital to say that all the wounded had just been removed from the room under her care, except Colonel Fry. The soldiers detailed to guard the hospital and the gunboat men had built a rough scaffold in front of the 2 windows of the room, mounted it with loaded guns, and loudly declared that they would stay there, and the moment they heard of Captain Kelty's death they would shoot Colonel Fry. "And," continued Sister Josephine, "the doctor made me leave the room, saying that my life was in danger. He took the key from the door and gave it to Dutch Johnny, telling him that he had entire charge of the man within." Now, Dutch Johnny was one of 6 brothers. 5 had been killed at Belmont. Johnny was so badly wounded and crippled in the same battle that he was useless for active service, and so left to help in the hospital. But one idea possessed him. In revenge for his brother's death, he intended to kill 5 Confederates before he died. In this fearful state of affairs, the sister in charge went to the Surgeon General of the staff, begging him to see that no murder be committed. Dr. Franklin answered that he was powerless to control events and that the captain of the company guarding the hospital was absent. "Then," said the sister, "I must call my 27 sisters from the sick. We will leave the hospital and walk to Cairo," a distance of 3 miles. In vain did the doctor represent to her the sad state of all the patients she was leaving. She would not consent to remain in a house where murder would soon be committed, except on one condition, that the hospital would give her the key of Colonel Fry's room, and that the sisters have the care and entire control of the patient. "But," expostulated the doctor, "it will be at the risk of your lives. For if Captain Kelty dies, and I see no hopes of his recovery, no power on earth can restrain those men from shooting Colonel Fry." "Oh, doctor," she answered, "I have too much faith in the natural chivalry of every soldier, be he from north or south of Mason and Dixon's line, to fear he would shoot a poor wounded man while a sister stood near him." Seeing the sisters would leave if this request was not granted, the doctor sent for Dutch Johnny, took the key from him, and gave it to the sister. The latter called for Sister Josephine, and both went in haste to the room of the wounded man. As they turned the key and opened the door, a fearful scene was before them. Colonel Fry lay in a cot. His arms, both broken, were strapped up with cords fastened to the ceiling. One broken leg was strapped to the bed. Only his head seemed free. As he turned it and glared fiercely, as he thought, upon another foe, he seemed like some wild animal at bay and goaded to madness. Before Sister Josephine had been forced to leave the room, she had closed the windows and lowered the blinds. But her successor, Dutch Johnny, had changed all this. He had rolled up the blinds and thrown up the lower sashes, and there, on the raised platform, not 50 feet from him, Colonel Fry could see the faces and hear the voices of the soldiers and gunboat men shouting every few minutes for him to be ready to die, for they would shoot him as soon as they heard of Captain Kelty's death. Very quickly and gently did Sister Josephine speak to the wounded man, moistening his parched lips with a cooling drink, giving what relief she could to the poor tortured body, and assuring him that she and the other sister would not leave him, so he need not fear that the soldiers would fire while they remained. When these men saw the sisters in the room, they begged them to leave, even threatened, but to no purpose. Brave, noble Sister Josephine and her companion stood at their post all through that long afternoon and far into the night, and they prayed, perhaps more earnestly than they ever prayed before, that Captain Kelty would not die. For, in spite of all their assuring words to Colonel Fry, they did not feel so very certain that their lives would be safe among frenzied men bent on their taking revenge into their own hands. In the meantime, it became known that Captain Kelty was a Catholic, a convert, though for many years he had neglected his religious duties. A messenger was sent to Cairo to bring Father Welsh to the dying man. When he came, Captain Kelty was in delirium, and the father could only give him extreme unction. Soon after, about 9 o'clock, he sank into a quiet sleep. He awoke perfectly conscious near midnight, made his confession, received Holy Communion, and took some nourishment. The doctor said all danger was over, and a messenger ran in breathless haste to spread the glad tidings. The excited soldiers fired a few blank cartridges as a parting salvo, jumped from the scaffold, and were seen no more. The rest of the night good Sister Josephine took care of her patient, undisturbed by any serious fear that both might be sent into eternity before morning. When the naval officers, who the night before had looked as they feared their last look on the living face of Captain Kelty, went up the next day from Cairo and found him out of danger, they laughed and cried with joy. In a whisper Captain Kelty asked them to be silent for a moment and listen to him. In a voice trembling with weakness he said: "While I thank these good doctors for all they have done, I must testify, and they will bear me out in what I say, it was not their skill nor any earthly power that brought me back from the brink of the grave, but the saving and life-giving sacraments of the Catholic Church." Colonel Fry and Captain Kelty had long known each other. Both were naval officers until, at the beginning of the war, Captain Fry left the service and was made Colonel Fry in the Confederate Army. As soon as Captain Kelty was well enough to learn what had passed, he declared Colonel Fry was guiltless of the barbarity of which he had been accused, and Sister Josephine was made the bearer to her patient of all the delicacies sent to Captain Kelty and which he insisted on sharing with Colonel Fry. As soon as Captain Kelty could travel, he was taken to his home in Baltimore. For his bravery he was made Commodore and placed in command at Norfolk, but he was maimed for life. His right hand and arm, all shriveled and wasted, hung lifeless by his side. When able to take such a journey alone, he went all the way back to Cairo to see again and thank those sisters who, he said, under God, had saved his life in a double sense. He remained until his death a most fervent Catholic. Colonel Fry, after many months of suffering, also recovered. He was paroled and returned to his home in New Orleans. There he became a Catholic, often declaring that good Sister Josephine's bravery and devotedness during that day and night of torture and agony, followed by months of long suffering, were eloquent sermons that he could not resist. A few years after the close of the war, he was one of the leaders of that rash band of adventurers who invaded Cuba. His fate is well known. With those under his command he was captured and executed. But it is not so well known that he profited by the days spent in prison in instructing those with him, and many were converted to the holy faith that first came to him through Sister Josephine. 23 years to the very month passed away when quietly and calmly, as in the discharge of hospital duties, this good sister, strengthened by the sacraments of the Church, literally fell asleep in our Lord a few days after the close of the annual retreat at which she had assisted. Owing to the intense heat of the weather, it was deemed necessary to advance the hour of burial from 6 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock on the previous evening. Scarce ever was a procession so affecting. The sisters, more than 300 in number, all bearing lighted tapers, the Reverend chaplains, and the Venerable Father Sorin, Superior General, C.S.C., followed the remains of Sister Josephine through the beautiful grounds of St. Mary's to the cemetery. The moon shone as brightly on her lifeless body as it had shone years ago through the open window on her brave, gentle form when she saved from death or insanity the wounded prisoner. Of the 4 persons most interested in that night of agony and torture in the vast military hospital on the banks of the Ohio, but one now remains, Sister Josephine's companion. May the 3 gone to eternity remember her before God. The sole survivor of that dreadful episode and the historian of the event has also gone to her reward. The prayers of innumerable persons that have benefited by her charity and goodness ascend to the skies, coupled with the hope that Mother Angela will not forget those she has left behind. End of section 33. Section 34, Chapter 27, Non-Catholic Tributes. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. No tributes that have been paid to the work of the Catholic sisterhoods during the war have been more cordial or more emphatic than those coming from non-Catholic sources. It is a significant fact that those most prejudiced against the sisters have been persons who knew the least about them, while the warmest friends of the dark-robed messengers of charity and peace have been persons who came in contact with them and their labors for humanity. Mary A. Livermore, whose personal services during the war were by no means inconsiderable, is one non-Catholic writer who does not hesitate to give the Catholic sister full credit for what she did. Miss Livermore says the Mound City Hospital, in charge of the Sisters of the Holy Cross, was considered the best military hospital in the United States. She writes, "There was one general hospital in Cairo, called by the people the Brick Hospital. Here the Sisters of the Holy Cross were employed as nurses, 1 or more to each ward. Here were order, cleanliness, and good nursing. The food was cooked in a kitchen outside of the hospital. Surgeons were detailed to every ward and visited their patients twice a day, and oftener if necessary. The apothecary's room was supplied with an ample store of medicines and surgical appliances, and the storerooms possessed an abundance of clothing and delicacies for the sick." The work done at Mound City is thus graphically set forth. Except in Mound City, everything was in a chaotic condition compared with the complete arrangement afterwards. The hospital at Mound City occupied a block of brick stores built before the war to accommodate the prospective commerce of the war. They had not been occupied, and as the blockade of the Mississippi rendered it uncertain when they would be needed for their legitimate use, they were turned over to the medical department for hospital use. At the time of my visit, the Mound City Hospital was considered the best military hospital in the United States. This was due to the administrative talent of Dr. E.S. Franklin of Dubuque, Iowa, who, despite poverty of means and material, transformed the rough block of stores into a superb hospital accommodating 1,000 patients. 1,500 had been crowded in it by dint of close packing. The most thorough system was maintained in every department. There was an exact time and place for everything. Every person was assigned to a particular work and held responsible for its performance. If anyone proved a shirk, incompetent, or insubordinate, he was sent off in the next boat. A Shaker-like cleanliness and sweetness of atmosphere pervaded the various wards. The sheets and pillows were of immaculate whiteness, and the patients who were convalescent were cheerful and contented. The Sisters of the Holy Cross were employed as nurses, and by their skill, quietness, gentleness, and tenderness were invaluable in the sick wards. Every patient gave hearty testimony to the skill and kindness of the Sisters. Mother Angela was the superior of the Sisters, a gifted lady of rare cultivation and executive ability, with winning sweetness of manner. She was a member of the Ewing family and a cousin of Mr. and Mrs. General Sherman. The Sisters had nearly broken up their famous schools at South Bend to answer the demand for nurses. If I had ever felt prejudiced against these Sisters as nurses, my experience with them during the war would have dissipated it entirely. The world has known no nobler and more heroic women than those found in the ranks of the Catholic sisterhoods. Captain Jack Crawford, who became famous as a scout in the Union Army, in the course of a lecture delivered after the war, speaks of the Sisters as follows: "On all God's green and beautiful earth there are no purer, no nobler, no more kind-hearted and self-sacrificing women than those who wear the somber garb of Catholic Sisters." During the war I had many opportunities for observing their noble and heroic work, not only in the camp and hospital, but on the death-swept field of battle. Right in the fiery front of dreadful war, where bullets hissed in maddening glee, and shot and shell flew madly by with demoniac shrieks, where dead and mangled forms lay with pale blood-flecked faces yet wear the scowl of battle, I have seen the black-robed Sisters moving over the field, their solicitous faces wet with the tears of sympathy, administering to the wants of the wounded and whispering words of comfort into the ears soon to be deafened by the cold, implacable hand of death. Now kneeling on the blood-bespattered sod to moisten with water the bloodless lips on which the icy kiss of the death angel has left its pale imprint. Now breathing words of hope of an immortality beyond the grave into the ear of some mangled hero whose last shots in our glorious cause had been fired but a moment before. Now holding the crucifix to receive the last kiss from somebody's darling boy, from whose breast the lifeblood was splashing, and who had offered his life as a willing sacrifice on the altar of his country. Now with tender touch and tear-dimmed eye binding gaping wounds from which most women must have shrunk in horror. Now scraping together a pillow of forest leaves, upon which some pain-racked head might rest until the spirit took its flight to other realms, brave, fearless of danger, trusting implicitly in the Master whose overshadowing eye was noting their every movement, standing as shielding, prayerful angels between the dying soldiers and the horrors of death. Their only recompense, the sweet, soul-soothing consciousness that they were doing their duty, their only hope of reward, that peace and eternal happiness which awaited them beyond the star-emblazoned battlements above. Oh, my friends, it was a noble work. How many, a veteran of the war, who wore the blue or the gray, can yet recall the soothing touch of a Sister's hand as he lay upon the pain-tossed couch of a hospital? Can we ever forget their sympathetic eyes, their low, soft-spoken words of encouragement and cheer when the result of the struggle between life and death yet hung in the balance? Oh, how often have I followed the form of that good Sister Valencia with my sunken eyes as she moved away from my cot to the cot of another sufferer, and have breathed from the most sacred depths of my faintly beating heart the fervent prayer, "God bless her, God bless her." My friends, I am not a Catholic, but I stand ready at any and all times to defend these noble women, even with my life, for I owe that life to them. Miss Susan D. Messenger of Roxbury, Massachusetts, writes the following eloquent letter to the author: "It is with real pleasure I pay my tribute to that noble band of Sisters of Mercy who did such a Christian work of love and helpfulness for our suffering soldier boys in New Bern, North Carolina. My brother, Captain, afterwards Colonel Messenger, was on the staff of Major General John G. Foster, 18th Army Corps, stationed at New Bern, North Carolina. After the taking of New Bern, my brother was made Provost Marshal and given quarters near the General at the request of Mrs. Foster, my sister. Mrs. Messenger and I were sent for to stay a few weeks, although in no official capacity. No woman could be in the Army without finding much she could do to relieve and comfort, and especially through the home our little quarters became to all, from major generals to privates. We could not go home. We stayed until summer. I write all this personal matter to show how I was thrown into the companionship of these Catholic Sisters. Although my brother and myself were Unitarians, we became close congenial friends with these brave women, who had to seek constantly advice and help from my brother on account of his position as Provost Marshal. General Foster was a Catholic and brought to New Bern 6 sisters from the Convent of Mercy in New York to take charge of a hospital in New Bern for special cases. He took for their convent a house which had been General Burnside's headquarters, and which also, during the War of the Revolution, had been occupied by Washington, his room and writing table sacredly preserved. This house communicated by a plank walk with another house or houses used as hospitals, and only over that plank walk did those devoted women ever take any exercise or recreation. They literally gave themselves as nurses to the poor, wounded, maimed, and sick soldiers brought to them day after day, and most beautifully did they fulfill the charge. Many a soldier will never forget their tender, unselfish care and devotion. I was witness myself to much of it, as I was privileged to go from ward to ward. Many a dying man blessed them as angels of mercy, almost looking upon them as sent from the other world. One dear young fellow, who was almost reverenced by doctors and nurses for his patience and fortitude, young George Brooks, brother to the late Bishop Phillips Brooks, looked up into the sweet face of Mother Augustine as she bent over to minister or to soothe the dear boy with "Mother, thank you, Mother," and with such ineffable smile of peace. We could never tell if in his delirium he thought it was his own mother, but the peace on the boy's face showed what his nurse had been to him. His sickness was short, and death came just before the father reached New Bern. One dear young friend of mine, Sergeant Charles Hinkling, was sick under their care many weeks, finally brought home to linger and die, but he and his family were most deeply grateful to the kind Sisters for the tender care bestowed upon him in their hospital, especially by Sister Gertrude. Sister Mary Gertrude is now the Mother Superior of an institution in California. After a life of hard work among the poor and suffering, I think she is perhaps the only one living of those dear women I knew in New Bern. It was through the winter of 1862 to 1863 that the Sisters were in New Bern. The next year the headquarters were removed to Fortress Monroe, and the Sisters returned to New York. Through these 30 years or more, my brother and many, many more who could have borne evidence to the faithful work of the Sisters of Mercy in New Bern have answered the roll call to the home above. But those days stand out in my memory as clearly as if yesterday, with all the pain, anxiety, hope, fear, and faith. And no scenes are more real to me than those hours with those devoted women who were helping God's children so wisely, so gently, with no thought of reward or glory. God bless their memories to us all. General David McMurtry Gregg ranks as one of the most distinguished cavalry officers that served in the Union Army. No man on either side had a more brilliant record for discretion in camp and bravery in battle. He graduated at West Point, and after meritorious service in the regular army in New Mexico, California, Oregon, and Washington Territory, he became colonel of the 8th Pennsylvania Volunteer Cavalry. He served with his regiment during the entire Peninsular Campaign of 1862, and in November of that year he became Brigadier General of Volunteers. He was placed in command of a division of cavalry on the battlefield of Fredericksburg and served as its commander in the Stoneman's Raid, in the campaigns of Gettysburg, Mine Run, the Wilderness, and in front of Petersburg. He commanded the cavalry of the Army of the Potomac from August 1864 until his resignation from the Army in February 1865. He was brevetted Major General, United States Volunteers, August 1, 1864. General Gregg has occupied many positions of distinction in civil life. The writer of this volume recently communicated with General Gregg regarding his experiences with the Catholic Sisterhoods in the war, and received the following very interesting reply. My dear Sir, I am in receipt of your letter of the 8th instant, enclosing an article taken from a newspaper published in 1866, and in which the name General Gregg is mentioned. The person referred to was my cousin, General John I. Gregg, who commanded one of my brigades. I do not recall that at any time in the field I was brought in contact with representatives of any of the Catholic Sisterhoods. Yet the mere mention of the matter makes me reminiscent, and whilst my experience with a representative of a sisterhood was purely personal, it was so pleasant and profitable to me that I cannot refrain from mentioning it. In the summer of 1861 I was made a captain in the 6th Regular Cavalry and was ordered east from Oregon, where for several years I had been serving as a lieutenant in the 1st Dragoons. In crossing the Isthmus of Panama, I contracted the low fever of that region. In September I joined the 6th at Bladensburg, near Washington, and after a short time I was prostrated by this fever. Just at this time the regiment was ordered away, and I was left in the camp seriously ill. Stretched on the bottom of an ambulance, I was hauled over a rough road to Washington and placed in a bed in the old Kirkwood house in a state of delirium. A few hours after Major Ingalls, who subsequently became Quartermaster General, a warm personal friend, heard of my condition, and with another friend came to the hotel with a carriage, and I was taken to the East Street Infirmary, which was in charge of a surgeon of the regular army. At the entrance of the infirmary stood the doctor, and at his side an elderly Sister of Charity. I was carried in and placed in a large room next to the surgeon's, and was at once put into a clean, comfortable bed. The good Sister, who had some superior rank, saw that I was made comfortable, and it is needless to say that after what I had gone through I felt as though I were in heaven. Then followed weeks of severe illness with typhoid fever. I had the attendance of my own man, and had many visits each day from doctors, stewards, and their assistants, but the real nursing was done by another Sister of Charity, Sister Margaret. I have never forgotten her gentleness and cheerfulness. She was simply the highest type of a Christian woman. Her good nursing continued for weeks, and I was kept alive only to go through another trying experience, for on a cold and rainy night early in November, and nearly midnight, this infirmary took fire and was entirely destroyed. How I escaped has nothing to do with this narrative, but to my exceeding regret I never again saw Sister Margaret. But I have never forgotten her, and when in the street I meet one of the sisterhood to which she belonged, there is in my heart a feeling of respect and gratitude to those self-denying and devoted women who are spending their lives in doing good to their fellow beings. I have written more than I intended, but I love to talk about the good Sister Margaret, and it is not surprising that if, as now, I am inclined to write about her, I allow my pen to run away a little. Signed, Sincerely yours, D. Gregg, Reading, Pennsylvania, January 11th, 1898. The South Bend Tribune, shortly after the return of the Sisters of the Holy Cross to their convent homes, printed the following: When in September 1861 General Lew Wallace commanding the Federal forces in southern Kentucky, applied to St. Mary's for nurses. Mother Angela, with 5 other sisters, hastened to the relief of the suffering soldiers at the camp in Paducah. And before the opening of the year 1862, 75 sisters were sent from St. Mary's and her branch houses to the military hospitals at Louisville, Paducah, Cairo, Mound City, Memphis, and Washington. Of this number, 2 died in fever, caught in the discharge of their duties. When the Western flotilla of gunboats opened the Mississippi River, Commodore Davis asked and obtained the services of 7 Sisters of the Holy Cross to take charge of the floating hospital in which hundreds of lives were saved. These deeds were not done for the world's praise. They were the duties to which the lives of the Sisters of the Holy Cross are devoted whenever suffering humanity requires their help. A memorial of those days now rests in St. Mary's grounds in the shape of 2 immense shattered cannon captured at Island No. 10 and presented to Mother Angela by the commander of the flotilla. These cannon are destined to be molded into a statue of Our Lady of Peace and will remain in St. Mary's grounds as a historical monument of the dark days of our Civil War. A correspondent of the Protestant Church Journal, writing from New Orleans in 1862, highly compliments the Sisters of Charity in that city for the amount of good they are unostentatiously doing, saying, among other things, "One misses here a church hospital. Many of our Federal officers and men are cared for when sick in the Roman Catholic institutions, the Hotel Dieu and the Charity Hospital. The Sisters attend most winningly on their patients and force them to confess on recovering that their own mothers and sisters at home could not have done better for them." On leaving, the patient carries away in his hand some Roman Catholic book of prayer or controversy or instruction, and in his heart a grateful remembrance of the fair donor, a resolution to peruse the book, and a profound conviction that the Roman Catholic Church, with all its faults, certainly has a soul of true Christian love. Surely the time will come when all churchmen will acknowledge the angelic influence of Christian sisterhoods in the natural connections between curing the body and renovating the soul, the imperative necessity of organizing Christian and accomplished nurses, and placing them in institutions where their love and skill can do the highest possible service. The Charleston Mercury, during the siege of that city, said: "There is probably no one in this city whose eyes have not followed with interest the quiet and modest figure of some Sister of Mercy as she passed upon her rounds. It is in this gentle impersonation of Christian benevolence and to her associates that our sick and wounded soldiers owe the tenderest of those ministrations which are better than medicine in their effect upon the languishing invalid. Nor is the large kindness of these ladies solely displayed in the personal cares which they bestow upon the sufferer. They give generously from their stores at the same time, and many a want is thus supplied which might otherwise have been left ungratified. Since the beginning of the siege of our city, their presence has diffused its blessings in every hospital, and their unwearied attentions to the soldiers have done incalculable good. In the closing year of the war, Reverend George W. Pepper, a Methodist clergyman, in a sermon preached by him in the Methodist Episcopal Church, White Eyes, Cochocton County, Ohio, eulogized these heroic ladies as follows: "The war has brought out one result. It has shown that numbers of the weaker sex, though born to wealth and luxury, are ready to renounce every comfort and brave every hardship, that they may minister to the suffering, tend the wounded in their agony, and soothe the last struggles of the dying. God bless the Sisters of Charity in their heroic mission. I had almost said their heroic martyrdom, and I might have said it, for I do think that in walking those long lines of sick beds, in giving themselves to all the ghastly duties of the hospital, they are doing a harder thing than was allotted to many who mounted the scaffold or dared the stake." Mack, A correspondent of the Ohio State Journal, writing from Murfreesboro under date of January 4, 1863, about hospital scenes which he describes as heartrending, thus speaks of the kind offices and invaluable services of the Sisters of Charity. It is now a pleasure to turn from this dark and dismal description of the majority of our hospitals to an oasis, a something that is in reality bright and cheering. There is a sect called Roman Catholics, a sect that in my younger days I was taught to look upon as monsters capable of any crime in the calendar of human frailties, who have hospitals in their own charge attended by Sisters of Charity. They should be called angels, who know what true disinterested humanity is. I have visited them, therefore I speak of what I know. Everything in and about them is clean and comfortable. Scarcely a death takes place within their portals. If a soldier is dangerously sick, you will see by the side of his clean and tidy cot one of these heaven-born angels, we call them nothing else, ministering to his every want with the tender care of a mother or sister. They glide noiselessly from cot to cot, cheering the despondent and speaking words of kindness to all. No one who has the heart of a man can help loving them with a holy sisterly love. There is not a soldier in Richmond but would beg, if it was possible, that when wounded or sick he should be taken to such a hospital, and for myself, sooner than be taken to any other. I would rather die by the wayside with God's canopy my only covering. Would to God there were more of them. The following account of a presentation to a Sister of Charity is from the Cleveland Herald of November 13, 1865. One of the most pleasant presentation affairs we remember to have attended took place at Charity Hospital yesterday at 11 o'clock. After Professor Weber, Dr. Scott, and the students had been seated, the Lady Superior was invited into the room and presented with a beautiful engraving, one of the proof sheets copied from the painting of Constant Mayer, entitled Consolation by Captain Samuel Whiting. Mr. Whiting, in presenting the engraving, said: "Sister Superior, some years ago, while in command of one of the New Orleans steamships, I was prostrated at that port with a severe attack of yellow fever, and though I had many friends there, had it not been for the tender care and skillful nursing of the Sisters of Charity, I have no idea that I should have survived the attack. During our late fearful and bloody war, the devotion of your noble order to the cause of humanity has won the admiration of the world and entirely obliterated the illiberal prejudices of the most bigoted opponents of your sect. Certainly no soldier of the Crimean army will ever ignore the kind care and gentle nursing of the Sisters of Charity. Each hospital throughout our land could count them by the score, whose deeds have doubly sanctified our long and bloody war, and many a home returning brave will long delight to tell of her, the gentle minister, who tended him so well. The mother calls a blessing down on her who nursed her son, and thanks of wounded heroes brave how well her work was done. True womanhood has ever proved self-sacrificing, brave, last at the dear Redeemer's cross and earliest at his grave." The citizens of Cleveland may well be congratulated on the possession of this noble institution. The rare skill of its eminent and accomplished surgeons, the sound teaching of its learned pathologist, combined with the tender nursing of your good and benevolent sisterhood, will relieve many of the ills that flesh is heir to, and restore to many a grateful sufferer the God-given priceless boon of health. As a small token of grateful recollections to my nurses at New Orleans, I beg to present to the Sisters of Charity Hospital this engraving, one of the proof sheets copied from the beautiful painting of Constant Mayer, entitled Consolation, and with it the following poem, which I take pleasure in writing for them, descriptive of the scene so admirably portrayed by the accomplished artist. A Union soldier in his tent, weak wounded and despairing lay. The hectic flushes came and went, as rose the din of battle fray. The Army of the Cumberland saw him with eager, flashing eye. In its front rank undaunted stand, resolved to conquer or to die. Firm and unflinching thus he stood, while cannon belched through blood-red flames. His chiefest thought his country's good, and next perchance a deathless name. Sudden as lightning's vivid glare, shrilly shell burst above his head. A fragment lay his bosom bare, and stretched him wounded with the dead. Back to the rear the soldiers bore the wounded comrade, faint and weak. His army blue was stained with gore, and death's pale seal was on his cheek. A surgeon dressed the ghastly wound, and counseled quiet and repose, then sought again the battlefield, now thickly strewn with friends and foes. Left to himself, the wounded man bethought him of his early life, each wayward act and vicious plan, each worldly and unholy strife. And as he weaker grew, he thought of his dear home far, far away. What would he give, could it be bought, for power to be there but a day? To close his dying eyes where first his infant lips had learned to pray, to kiss the mother who had nursed, the sister who had shared his play. He murmured, "Oh, for one sweet tone of voices loved in days gone by! Dear mother, sister, oh, for one to gently close my dying eye!" He ceased. A face of radiant light was in his tent and by his side, each feature beautified and bright, free from all trace of human pride. She points him to a heavenly home, a house of joy not made with hands, to the Redeemer calling, "Come," who at the portal beckoning stands. Then she unclasped the book of prayer. Its oft-turned leaves were soiled and worn, for she had made her constant care our wounded soldiers night and morn. From those dim pages she essayed to whisper to the wounded, "Peace." Her gentle tones his fears allayed, and bade his soul despairing cease. "Sisters of charity," he cried, "sister and mother both thou art, for here by my poor pallet's side thou'rt one with them in hand and heart. Oh, hear me, and though poor and weak, if I survive I'll hold her dear, who gently bathed my fevered cheek and brought me consolation here." It now remains for me only to tender you this humble testimonial of my regard and my hearty wishes for the fullest prosperity of the Charity Hospital and College, for the temporal and eternal welfare of the Sisterhood of the First, and the continued health and usefulness of the eminent faculty of the last. The remarks of Captain Whiting met with a hearty response from Dr. Scott in behalf of the Lady Superior in acceptance of the picture. The Memphis Appeal, in its issue of February 17, 1866, thus bears testimony to the zeal and valor of the Sisters of Charity in this city. Vincent de Paul, who has since received so justly deserved the title of Benefactor of Mankind, was the originator of that divine and charitable society, the Sisters of Charity, in a small town of France in the early part of the 17th century. The signal service rendered by them during the past Civil War to our sick, wounded, and dying soldiers in camp, in hospital, and on the battlefield, and their unwearied and constant ministrations to the suffering and poor of all classes throughout the land, is the theme of praise and commendation on the lips of all, no matter of what religious creed or faith. Their godlike and noble works have won respect, the most profound from every one. In our own city the result of their exertions are to be seen on every hand. In the cause of education their stand is preeminent. With them modesty, knowledge, and refinement are most carefully blended. The young girl, after a tutelage of years under their careful supervision, walks forth into the world with a mind as pure and free, and demeanor as gentle and kind as when first these precious charges were tendered to their keeping. And how carefully are the poor little ones, without parents and bereft of homes, provided for by these angels of earth. The asylum, under their charge and guidance, situated near the Catholic cemetery on the outskirts of the city, is the most complete institution of its kind in the state. A large number of orphans are educated, clothed, and fed here the year in and out, finding compensation only in the good they have done and the anticipation of a bright reward hereafter from Him who tempereth the wind to the shorn lamb, and under whose all-seeing eye every act of charity and faith is always recorded. Their labors in behalf of the sick are ever attended with the most cheering results. Take a look at our city hospitals, and you will find everything well arranged, clean and neat, and bearing the impress most unmistakably of the goodness of their hearts and the greatness of their works. The patients, one and all, express the most sincere satisfaction at their treatment, and pray, as all good people do, that the society which has rendered so much good to us and all mankind may be like the foundation stone of all blessings, truth, and with it ever bear the stamp of immortality. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 35, Part 2 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Thomas. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Chapter 35, Part 2. The South Bend Tribune, shortly after the return of the Sisters of the Holy Cross to their convent homes, printed the following. When in September 1861, General Lew Wallace, commanding the Federal forces in southern Kentucky, applied to St. Mary's for nurses, Mother Angela, with 5 other sisters, hastened to the relief of the suffering soldiers at the camp in Paducah, and before the opening of the year 1862, 75 sisters were sent from St. Mary's and her branch houses to the military hospitals at Louisville, Paducah, Cairo, Mound City, Memphis, and Washington. Of this number, 2 died from fever, caught in the discharge of their duties. When the Western flotilla of gunboats opened the Mississippi River, Commodore Davis asked and obtained the services of 7 Sisters of the Holy Cross to take charge of the floating hospital, in which hundreds of lives were saved. These deeds were not done for the world's praise. They were the duties to which the lives of the Sisters of the Holy Cross are devoted, whenever suffering humanity requires their help. A memorial of those days now rests in St. Mary's grounds, in the shape of 2 immense shattered cannon, captured at Island No. 10, and presented to Mother Angela by the commander of the flotilla. These cannon are destined to be molded into a statue of Our Lady of Peace and will remain in St. Mary's grounds as a historical monument of the dark days of our Civil War. A correspondent of the Protestant Church Journal, writing from New Orleans in 1862, highly compliments the Sisters of Charity in that city for the amount of good they are unostentatiously doing, saying, among other things, "One misses here a church hospital. Many of our federal officers and men are cared for when sick in the Roman Catholic institutions, the Hotel Dieu, and the Charity Hospital. The sisters attend most winningly on their patients and force them to confess on recovering that their own mothers and sisters at home could not have done better for them. On leaving, the patient carries away in his hand some Roman Catholic book of prayer, or controversy, or instruction, and in his heart a grateful remembrance of the fair donor, a resolution to peruse the book, and a profound conviction that the Roman Catholic Church, with all its faults, certainly has a soul of true Christian love. Surely the time will come when all churchmen will acknowledge the angelic influence of Christian sisterhoods in the natural connections between curing the body and renovating the soul. The imperative necessity of organizing Christian and accomplished nurses and placing them in institutions where their love and skill can do the highest possible service. The Charleston Mercury, during the siege of that city, said, "There is probably no one in this city whose eyes have not followed with interest the quiet and modest figure of some Sister of Mercy as she passed upon her rounds. It is in this gentle impersonation of Christian benevolence and to her associates that our sick and wounded soldiers owe the tenderest of those ministrations which are better than medicine in their effect upon the languishing invalid. Nor is the large kindness of these ladies solely displayed in the personal cares which they bestow upon the sufferer. They give generously from their stores at the same time, and many a want is thus supplied which might otherwise have been left ungratified. Since the beginning of the siege of our city, their presence has diffused its blessing in every hospital, and their unwearied attention to the soldiers have done incalculable good. In the closing year of the war, Reverend George W. Pepper, a Methodist clergyman, in a sermon preached by him in the Methodist Episcopal Church, White Eyes, Coshocton County, Ohio, eulogized these historic ladies as follows. The war has brought out one result. It has shown that numbers of the weaker sex, though born to wealth and luxury, are ready to renounce every comfort and brave every hardship, that they may minister to the suffering, tend the wounded in their agony, and soothe the last struggles of the dying. God bless the Sisters of Charity in their heroic mission. I had almost said their heroic martyrdom, and I might have said it, for I do think that in walking those long lines of sick beds, in giving themselves to all the ghastly duties of the hospital, they are doing a harder thing than was allotted to many who mounted the scaffold or dared the stake. Mack, a correspondent of the Ohio State Journal, writing from Murfreesboro, under date of January 4, 1863, about hospital scenes, which he describes as heart-rending, thus speaks of the kind offices and invaluable services of the Sisters of Charity. It is now a pleasure to turn from this dark and dismal description of the majority of our hospitals to an oasis, a something that is in reality bright and cheering. There is a sect called Roman Catholics, a sect that, in my younger days, I was taught to look upon as monsters, capable of any crime in the calendar of human frailties, who have hospitals in their own charge, attended by Sisters of Charity. They should be called angels, who know what true, disinterested humanity is. I have visited them, therefore I speak of what I know. Everything in and about them is clean and comfortable. Scarcely a death takes place within their portals. If a soldier is dangerously sick, you will see by the side of his clean and tidy cot one of these heaven-born angels, we call them nothing else, ministering to his every want with the tender care of a mother or sister. They glide noiselessly from cot to cot, cheering the despondent and speaking words of kindness to all. No one who has the heart of a man can help loving them with the holy sisterly love. There is not a soldier in Richmond but would beg, if it was possible, that when wounded or sick, he should be taken to such a hospital. And for myself, sooner than be taken to any other, I would rather die by the wayside with God's canopy my only covering. Would to God there were more of them. The following account of a presentation to a Sister of Charity is from the Cleveland Herald of November 13, 1865. One of the most pleasant presentation affairs we remember to have attended took place at Charity Hospital yesterday at 11 o'clock. After Professor Weber, Dr. Scott, and the students had been seated, the Lady Superior was invited into the room and presented with a beautiful engraving. One of the proof sheets copied from the painting of Constant Mayer, entitled Consolation, by Captain Samuel Whiting. Mr. Whiting, in presenting the engraving, said, "Sister Superior, some years ago, while in command of one of the New Orleans steamships, I was prostrated at that port with a severe attack of yellow fever, and though I had many friends there, had it not been for the tender care and skillful nursing of the Sisters of Charity, I have no idea that I should have survived the attack. During our late and fearful and bloody war, the devotion of your noble order to the cause of humanity has won the admiration of the world, and entirely obliterated the illiberal prejudices of the most bigoted opponents of your sect. Certainly, no soldier of the Crimean army will ever ignore the kind care and gentle nursing of the Sisters of Charity. Each hospital throughout our land could count them by the score, whose deeds have doubly sacrificed our long and bloody war, and many a home-returning brave will long delight to tell of her, the gentle minister, who tended him so well. The mother calls a blessing down on her who nursed her son, and thanks of wounded heroes brave how well her work was done. True womanhood has ever proved self-sacrificing, brave, last at the dear Redeemer's cross, and earliest at his grave. The citizens of Cleveland may well be congratulated on the possession of this noble institution. The rare skill of its eminent and accomplished surgeons, the sound teaching of its learned pathologist, combined with the tender nursing of your good and benevolent sisterhood, will relieve many of the ills that flesh is heir to, and restore to many a grateful sufferer the God-given priceless boon of health. As a small token of grateful recollections to my nurses at New Orleans, I beg to present to the Sisters of Charity Hospital this engraving, one of the proof sheets, copied from the beautiful painting of Constant Mayer, entitled Consolation, and with it the following poem, which I take pleasure in writing for them, descriptive of the scene so admirably portrayed by the accomplished artist. A Union soldier in his tent, weak, wounded, and despairing lay. The hectic flushes came and went, as rose the din of battle fray. The army of the Cumberland saw him with eager flashing eye, in its front rank undaunted stand, resolved to conquer or to die. Firm and unflinching thus he stood, while cannon belched through blood-red flames. His chiefest thought his country's good, and next perchance a deathless name. Sudden as lightning's vivid glare, shrilly shell burst above his head. A fragment laid his bosom bare, and stretched him wounded with the dead. Back to the rear the soldiers bore. The wounded comrade, faint and weak, his army blue was stained with gore, and death's pale seal was on his cheek. A surgeon dressed the ghastly wound, and counseled quiet and repose, then sought again the battleground, now thickly strewn with friends and foes. Left to himself, the wounded man bethought him of his early life, each wayward act and vicious plan, each worldly and unholy strife. And as he weaker grew, he thought of his dear home far, far away. What would he give, could it be bought, for power to be there but a day? To close his dying eyes where first his infant lips had learned to pray, to kiss the mother who had nursed, the sister who had shared his play. He murmured, oh, for one sweet tone of voices loved in days gone by. Dear mother, sister, oh, for one, to gently close my dying eye. He ceased, a face of radiant light was in his tent and by his side, each feature beautified and bright, free from all trace of human pride. She points him to a heavenly home, a house of joy not made with hands. To the Redeemer calling, come, who at the portal beckoning stands. Then she unclasped the book of prayer. Its oft-turned leaves were soiled and worn, for she had made her constant care our wounded soldiers night and morn. For those dim pages she essayed to whisper to the wounded peace. Her gentle tones his fears allayed, and bade his soul despairing cease. Sister of Charity, he cried, sister and mother both thou art, for here by my poor pallet side thou'rt one with them in hand and heart. Oh, hear me, and, though poor and weak, if I survive, I'll hold her dear, who gently bathed my fevered cheek, and brought me consolation here. It now remains for me only to tender you this humble testimonial of my regard and my hearty wishes for the fullest prosperity of the Charity Hospital and College, for the temporal and eternal welfare of the sisterhood of the first, and the continued health and usefulness of the eminent faculty of the last. The last remarks of Captain Whitting met with a hearty response from Dr. Scott in behalf of the Lady Superior in acceptance of the picture. The Memphis Appeal, in its issue of February 17, 1866, thus bears testimony to the zeal and value of the Sisters of Charity in this city. Vincent de Paul, who has since received, so justly deserved, the title of Benefactor of Mankind, was the originator of that divine and charitable society, the Sisters of Charity, in a small town in France in the early part of the 17th century. The signal service rendered by them during the past Civil War to our sick, wounded, and dying soldiers in camp, in hospital, and on the battlefield, and their unwearied and constant ministrations to the suffering and poor of all classes throughout the land, is the theme of praise and commendation on the lips of all, no matter of what religious creed or faith. Their godlike and noble works have won respect, the most profound from everyone. In our own city, the result of their exertions are to be seen on every hand. In the cause of education, their stand is preeminent. With them modesty, knowledge, and refinement are most carefully blended. The young girl, after a tutelage of years under their careful supervision, walks forth into the world with a mind as pure and free, and demeanor as gentle and kind as when first these precious charges were tendered to their keeping. And how carefully are the poor little ones, without parents and bereft of homes, provided for by these angels of earth. The asylum under their charge and guidance, situated near the Catholic cemetery, on the outskirts of the city, is the most complete institution of its kind in the state. A large number of orphans are educated, clothed, and fed here the year in and out, finding compensation only in the good they have done and the anticipation of a bright reward hereafter, from Him who tempereth the wind to the shorn lamb, and under whose all-seeing eye every act of charity and faith is always recorded. Their labors in behalf of the sick are ever attended with the most cheering results. Take a look at our hospitals, and you will find everything well arranged, clean, and neat, and bearing the impress most unmistakably of the goodness of their hearts and the greatness of their works. The patients, one and all, express the most sincere satisfaction at their treatment, and pray, as all good people do, that the society which has rendered so much good to us and all mankind may be like the foundation stone of all blessings, truth, and with it ever bear the stamp of immortality. End of Chapter 35, Part 2 of Angels of the Battlefield. Chapter 36 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Thomas. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Chapter 36. During the late war, and when General S. was in command of the department at New Orleans, the Sisters of Charity made frequent applications to him for assistance. Especially were they desirous to obtain supplies at what was termed commissary prices, that is, at a reduction or commutation of 1/3 the amount which the same provisions would cost at market rates. The principal demand was for ice, flour, beef, and coffee, but mainly ice, a luxury which only the Union forces could enjoy at anything like a reasonable price. The hospitals were full of the sick and wounded of both the Federal and Confederate armies, and the benevolent institutions of the city were taxed to the utmost in their endeavors to aid the poor and the suffering, for those were trying times, and war had many victims. Foremost among these Christian workers stood the various Christian sisterhoods. These noble women were busy day and night, never seeming to know fatigue, and overcoming every obstacle that, in so many discouraging forms, obstructed the way of doing good, obstacles which would have completely disheartened less resolute women, or those not trained in the school of patience, faith, hope, and charity, and where the first grand lesson learned is self-denial. Of money there was little, and food, fuel, and medicine were scarce and dear, yet they never faltered, going on in the face of all difficulties, through poverty, war, and unfriendly aspersions, never turning aside, never complaining, never despairing. One will never know the sublime courage of these good sisters during the dark days of the rebellion. Only in that hour when the Judge of all mankind shall summon before him the living and the dead, will they receive their true reward, the crown everlasting, and the benediction, "Well done, good and faithful servant." It was just a week previous to the Red River Campaign, when all was hurry and activity throughout the Department of the Gulf, that General S., a stern, irascible old officer of the regular army, sat at his desk in his office on Julia Street, curtly giving orders to subordinates, dispatching messengers hither and thither to every part of the city where troops were stationed, and stiffly receiving such of his command as had important business to transact. In the midst of this unusual hurry and preparation, the door noiselessly opened, and a humble sister of charity entered the room. A handsome young lieutenant of the staff instantly arose and deferentially handed her a chair, for those somber gray garments were respected, if not understood, even though he had no reverence for the religious faith which they represented. General S. looked up from his writing, angered by the intrusion of one whose fanaticism he despised, and a frown of annoyance and displeasure gathered darkly on his brow. "Orderly!" The soldier on duty without the door, who had admitted the sister, faced about, saluted, and stood mute, awaiting the further command of his chief. "Did I not give orders that no one was to be admitted?" "Yes, sir, but when I say no one, I mean no one," thundered the general. The orderly bowed and returned to his post. He was too wise a soldier to enter into explanation with so irritable a superior. All this time the patient sister sat calm and still, biding the moment when she might speak and meekly state the object of her mission. The general gave her the opportunity in the briefest manner possible, and sharply enough, too, in all conscience. "Well, madam?" She raised a pair of sad, dark eyes to his face, and the gaze was so pure, so saintly, so full of silent pleading, that the rough old soldier was touched in spite of himself. Around her fell the heavy, muffling dress of her order, which, however coarse and ungraceful, had something strangely solemn and mournful about it. Her hands, small and fair, were clasped almost suppliantly, and half hidden in the loose sleeves, as if afraid of their own trembling beauty. Hands that had touched tenderly, lovingly, so many death-camp foreheads, that had soothed so much pain, eyes that had met prayerfully so many dying glances, lips that had cheered to the mysterious land so many parting souls. And she was only a sister of charity, only one of that innumerable band whose good deeds shall live after them. We have a household of sick and wounded whom we must care for in some way, and I came to ask of you the privilege, which I humbly beseech you will not deny us, of obtaining ice and beef at commissary prices. The gentle, earnest pleading fell on deaf ears. "Always something," snarled the general. "Last week it was flour and ice. Today it is ice and beef. Tomorrow it will be coffee and ice, I suppose, and all for a lot of rascally rebels who ought to be shot, instead of being nursed back to life and treason." "General," the sister was majestic now, "rebel or Federal, I do not know, Protestant or Catholic? I do not ask. They are not soldiers when they come to us. They are simply suffering fellow creatures. Rich or poor, of gentle or lowly blood, it is not our province to inquire. Ununiformed, unarmed, sick and helpless, we ask not on which side they fought. Our work begins after yours is done. Yours the carnage, ours the binding up of wounds. Yours the battle, ours the duty of caring for the mangled left behind on the field. Ice I want for the sick, the wounded, the dying. I plead for all. I beg for all. I pray for all God's poor suffering creatures, wherever I may find them. Yes, you can beg, I'll admit. What do you do with all your beggings? It is always more, never enough. With this the general returned to his writing, thereby giving the sister to understand that she was dismissed. For a moment her eyes fell, her lips trembled. It was a cruel taunt. Then the tremulous hands, slowly lifted and folded tightly across her breast, as if to still some sudden heartache, the unkind words called up. Very low and sweet and earnest was her reply. Union leaders of the Civil War: Howard, Kearny, Burnside, Scott, Rosecrans, Wallace, Custer, Thomas, Hancock, McClellan, Hooker, Butler, Logan. What do we do with our beggings? Oh, that is a hard question to ask of one whose way of life leads ever among the poor, the sorrowing, the unfortunate, the most wretched of all mankind. Not on me is it wasted. I stand here in my earthly all. What do we do with it? Ah, some day you may know. She turned away and left him. Sad of face, heavy of heart, and her dark eyes misty with unshed tears. Stay. The general's request was like a command. He could be stern, nay, almost rude, but he knew truth and worth when he saw it, and could be just. The sister paused on the threshold, and for a minute nothing was heard but the rapid scratching of the general's pen. There, madam, is your order on the commissary for ice and beef at army terms. Good for 3 months. I do it for the sake of the Union soldiers who are, or may be, in your care. Don't come bothering me again. Good morning. In less than 3 weeks from that day, the slaughter of the Red River campaign had been perfected, and there neared the city of New Orleans a steamer, flying the ominous yellow flag, which even the rebel sharpshooters respected and allowed to pass down the river unmolested. Another, and still another, followed closely in her wake, and all the decks were covered with the wounded and dying whose bloody bandages and, in many instances, undressed wounds gave a woeful evidence of the lack of surgeons, as well as the completeness of the rout. Among the desperately wounded was General S. He was borne from the steamer to the waiting ambulance, writhing in anguish from the pain of his bleeding and shell-torn limb, and when they asked him where he wished to be taken, he feebly moaned, "Anywhere. It matters not. Where I can die in peace." So they took him to the Hotel Dieu, a noble and beautiful institution, in charge of the Sisters of Charity. The limb was amputated, and then he was nursed for weeks through the agony of the surgical operation, the fever, the wild delirium, and for many weary days no one could tell whether life or death would be the victor. But who was the quiet, faithful nurse, ever at his bedside, ever ministering to his wants, ever watchful of his smallest needs? Why, only one of the sisters. At last life triumphed, reason returned, and with it much of the old abrupt manner. The general awoke to consciousness to see a face not altogether unknown bending over him, and to feel a pair of small, deft hands skillfully arranging a bandage, wet in ice-cold water, around his throbbing temples where the mad pain and aching had for so long a time held sway. He was better now, though still very weak, but his mind was clear, and he could think calmly and connectedly of all that had taken place since the fatal battle, a battle which had so nearly cost him his life, and left him, at best, but a maimed and mutilated remnant of his former self. Yet he was thankful it was no worse, that he had not been killed outright. In like degree, he was grateful to those who nursed him so tenderly and tirelessly, especially the gray-robed women, who had become almost angelic in his eyes. And it was like him to express his gratitude in his own peculiar way, without preface or circumlocution. Looking intently at the sister as if to get her features well fixed in his memory, he said, "Did you get the ice and beef?" The sister started. The question was so direct and unexpected. Surely her patient must be getting, really, himself. "Yes," she replied simply, but with a kind glance of the soft, sad eyes that spoke eloquently her thanks. "And your name is?" "Sister Frances." "Well then, Sister Frances, I am glad you got the things, glad I gave you the order. I think I know now what you do with your beggings. I comprehend something of your work, your charity, your religion, and I hope to be the better for the knowledge. I owe you a debt I can never repay, but you will endeavor to believe that I am deeply grateful for all your great goodness and ceaseless care. Nay, you owe me nothing, but to Him, whose cross I bear and in whose divine footsteps I try to follow, you owe a debt of gratitude unbounded. To His infinite mercy I commend you. It matters not for the body, it is that divine mystery, the soul, I would save. My work here is done. I leave you to the care of others. Adieu." The door softly opened and closed, and he saw Sister Frances no more. 2 months afterward she received a letter sent to the care of the Mother Superior, enclosing a check for $1,000. At the same time the General took occasion to remark that he wished he were able to make it twice the amount, since he knew by experience what they did with their beggings. With this portion of the book is concluded the record of the labors of the Catholic sisterhoods in the war. The appendix which follows contains a number of interesting facts which it was deemed advisable to separate from the text proper. Most of them have reference, either directly or indirectly, to the patience, courage, and loyalty of the sisters. Those that have not are sufficiently allied to the subject matter to justify their insertion in a volume of this character. Before the book went to press, the writer went over this additional matter with a view to omitting some portions that did not appear directly related to the main volume, but it was difficult to make a choice. No two persons could agree upon the part to be retained and the portion to be omitted. So all of the matter has remained as it was originally conceived and arranged. No one can read the story of the labors of the heroic women in the war without a thrill of reverence and admiration for these devoted nurses. They constitute a grand army of the Republic, before which the boys in blue and the boys in gray, and their descendants after them, can bow the head in respectful salutation. They enlisted in the war from motives of the highest patriotism, love of humanity, and love of God. They had no purpose to accomplish, no axes to grind, no reward to receive, no pay to earn. They did not forsake their peaceful convent homes, share the privations and the rough fare of the soldiers to gratify any worldly ambition. All that they did was from a pure and elevated sense of duty. The high motives that inspired them in volunteering their services at the crisis in this nation's history has also prevented them from recording or publishing the amount and character of these services. Their light has literally been hid beneath a bushel. This feeble effort to do justice to their labors and their memory has been undertaken, not because they would have it done, but because duty, justice, and patriotism alike demanded that it should be done. If the perusal of these pages furnishes the reader 1/10 of the pleasure involved in their making, the writer will be well repaid for his labor. End of Chapter 36 of Angels of the Battlefield.
Chapter 37, Part 1 of Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix, Part 1. An Innocent Victim. The frontispiece, entitled An Innocent Victim, that adorns this volume, is taken from a famous painting executed by S. Seymour Thomas, an artist who is rapidly rising to fame. Mr. Thomas was born in San Augustine, Texas, studied in New York at the Art Students League, and from there went to Paris, where he is recognized as an artist of great power. This picture was exhibited at the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, where it attracted great attention. End of Chapter 37, Part 1.
Section 38, Appendix, Part 2 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix Part 2. Medals for Sisters. The official Gazette of the French government recently published an order of the Minister of War granting medals to certain Catholic sisters. A gold medal has been awarded to Sister Clare of the Order of Sisters of St. Charles for 27 years' service in the wards of the military hospital at Toul, and for previous service at Nancy, during the whole of which time she had given constant evidence of her devotion to duty. Silver medals have been given to Sister Gabrielle for 36 years' work, during 23 of which she has been superior, to Sister Adrienne for 38 years' service, and to Sister Charlotte for 11 years' service. These last three religious have been attached to the mixed hospital of Verdun, and, according to the official notice, have been remarkable for their zeal and their devoted care of the sick soldiers. End of Appendix Part 2. Section 39, Appendix, Part 3 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix Part 3. Honored by the Queen. The Queen of England, only a few months ago, showed her appreciation of the work of the Sisters in time of war by bestowing the Royal Red Cross upon the Venerable Mother Aloysius Doyle of the Convent of Mercy, Gort, Ireland. The following correspondence deserves to be preserved. Pall Mall, London, S.W., February 15, 1897. Madam, the Queen having been pleased to bestow upon you the decoration of the Royal Red Cross, I have to inform you that in the case of such honors as this, it is the custom of Her Majesty to personally bestow the decoration upon the recipient when such a course is convenient to all concerned, and I have, therefore, to request that you will be so good as to inform me whether it would be convenient to you to attend at Windsor some time within the next few weeks. Should any circumstances prevent your receiving the Royal Red Cross from the hands of Her Majesty, it could be transmitted by post to your present address. I am, Madam, Your obedient servant, George M. Farquharson. Sister Mary Aloysius, St. Patrick's, Gort, County Galloway. Sir, I received your letter of the 15th, intimating to me that Her Most Gracious Majesty the Queen is pleased to bestow on me the Order of the Royal Cross, in recognition of the services of my sisters in religion, and my own in caring for the wounded soldiers at the Crimea during the war. My words cannot express my gratitude for the great honor which Her Majesty is pleased to confer on me. The favor is, if possible, enhanced by the permission to receive this public mark of favor at Her Majesty's own hands. The weight of 76 years and the infirmities of age will, I trust, dispense me from the journey to the palace. I will, therefore, with sentiments of deepest gratitude, ask to be permitted to receive this mark of my sovereign's favor in the less public and formal manner you have kindly indicated. I am, sir, faithfully yours in Jesus Christ, Sister M. Aloysius. February 17, 1897. End of Appendix, Part 3. Section 40, Appendix, Part 4, of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix Part 4. Veterans of the Crimean War. In August 1897, at the close of the ceremonies incident to the celebration of her Diamond Jubilee, the Queen of Great Britain conferred the decoration of the Royal Red Cross upon Army Nursing Sisters Mary Helen Ellis, Mary Stanislaus Jones, Mary Anastasia Kelly, and Mary de Chantal Hudden, in recognition of their services in tending the sick and wounded at the seat of war during the Crimea campaign of 1854 to 1856. Their services were very much appreciated by Miss Nightingale, who, indeed, has ever since shown her interest in them in many ways. The three sisters first mentioned, together with another who has died since, were on their return from the East, asked to undertake the nursing at a hospital, just then being established in Great Ormond Street, for incurable and dying female patients, and to this hospital they have been attached to the present time. End of Appendix Part 4. Section 41. Appendix, Part 5, of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix Part 5. Poor Sister St. Clair. Professor Edward Roth, the well-known Philadelphia educator, is authority for this episode of the Franco-German War. He quotes General Ambert, who fought as a private in the war, as follows. "Oh, yes, one of them I shall never forget. Poor Sister St. Clair. I see her this moment, her big black veil trimmed with blue, as she makes her way through the blood-smeared straw of our crowded barn. The roaring of the cannon was awful, but she did not seem to mind it. She did not seem to mind even the terrible fire that was now raging through the last houses of the village, the flames near enough to cast an unearthly glimmer on the suffering faces of the wounded men. But, oh, how her sharp ear caught the slightest complaint, how she flew towards the faintest whisper. Everywhere at once, with each one of us at the same time. What iron strength God must have put into that little body! Your eye had hardly caught glimpse of it when you felt already at your lips the cool, refreshing drink that you had not the courage to ask for. You had hardly opened your dimmed eyes, heavy with pain and fever, when you were aware of a face bending over you, keen, indeed, and bright, though slightly pockmarked, but so resolute, calm, smiling, and kindly, that you instantly forgot your sufferings, forgot the Prussians with their bombs bursting around you, forgot even the conflagration that was drawing nearer and nearer, and threatened soon to swallow up the barn in which our ambulances had taken shelter. Good Sister St. Clare, you are now with your God, the voluntary victim of your heart and your faith, but I have often wished since that you were once more among us, listening to the thanks and prayers of such of us as are still alive and never to forget you. But you did not hear even the 10th part of the blessings of those that died with your name on their lips as they sank to their eternal sleep tranquilly, resignedly, hopefully, thanks to your holy ministrations. It was the evening of August 16, 1870, the day of our bloodiest battle, Gravelotte. For hours and hours the wounded had been carried persistently and in great numbers to the rear. In a large barn near Rezonville, those of us had been laid whose intense sufferings would not permit them to be removed further. Thrown hurriedly down wherever room could be found, the first arms you saw extending towards you were those of that little dark-faced woman, her lips smiling, but her eyes glistening with tears. A few yards only from the field of battle, from the very thick of the fight, a few yards only from the muddy, blood-slipping ground where you had just sunk, fully expecting to be soon trampled to death like so many others. What heavenly comfort it was to meet such burning charity! How it at once relieved your physical sufferings, soothed off your mortification, and drove away your deadening despair. Poor Sister St. Clare! All that evening and all that long night, to get water for the 50 agonized voices calling for it every moment, you had to cross a yard hissing with bullets. But every 5 minutes out you went with your 2 buckets, and back you soon came, as serene and undisturbed as if God himself had made you invulnerable. And so the long night wore away. But next morning our army, after a 15 hours' valiant struggle, and after resting all night on the battlefield, had to fall back towards Metz, and the barn had to be immediately vacated. There was no time for using the regular ambulances, for the Prussians, though they could not take any of our positions the previous evening, being heavily reinforced, were now steadily advancing. The wounded, picked up hastily and carried out without ceremony, were piled on trucks, tumbrils, in every available vehicle. Oh, the cries, the pains, the sufferings! Still, dear Sister St. Clare, though for 48 hours you hadn't had a second for your own rest, you contrived to pass continually from one end of that wretched column to the other, with a little water for this one, a good word for that, a smile or friendly nod for a third, your little arms lifting out of danger a head that had leaned over too far, or shifting into a more comfortable position the poor fellow whose leg had been cut off during the night, and who would probably be dead in an hour or two. Then you found a seat for yourself on the last wagon. Alas! You were not there half an hour when the bullet struck you as you were striving to keep a poor, wounded, helpless man from rolling out. A squadron of Uhlans suddenly cut us off from the army and made us all prisoners. Poor sister! It was by the hands of our enemies that the grave was dug where you are now lying in the midst of those on whom you expended the treasures of your saintly soul. Of us that survive you, there is probably not one in 1,000 that will ever know the name of that little sister of the Trinity, in religion Sister St. Clare, that bright vision of charity flashing continually before us during the long ride of agony in the barn near Rezonville. Your holy limbs are now resting in an unknown corner of Lorraine, no longer your dear France, but your blessed memory will live forever in the grateful hearts of those you have died for. End of Appendix Part 5.
Chapter 42, Part 6 of Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix Part 6, Lord Napier's Testimony. Lord Napier, who held a diplomatic position under Lord Stratford de Redcliffe during the Crimean War, gives the following testimony to the worth of the Sisters of Mercy. During the distress of the Crimean War, the ambassador called me in one morning and said, "Go to the port. You will find a ship there loaded with Jewish exiles, Russian subjects from the Crimea. It is your duty to disembark them. The Turks will give you a house in which they may be placed. I turn them over entirely to you." I went down to the shore and received about 200 persons, the most miserable objects that could be witnessed. Most of them old men, women, and children, sunk in the lowest depths of indigence and despair. I placed them in the cold, ruinous lodging allocated to them by the Ottoman authorities. I went back to the ambassador and said, "Your Excellency, these people are cold, and I have no fuel or blankets. They are hungry, and I have no food. They are very dirty, and I have no soap. Their hair is in an undesirable condition, and I have no combs. What am I to do with these people?" "Do," said the ambassador, "get a couple of Sisters of Mercy. They will put all to rights in a moment." I went, saw the Mother Superior, and explained the case. I asked for 2 sisters. They were at once sent. They were ladies of refinement and intellect. I was a stranger and a Protestant, and I invoked their assistance for the benefit of Jews. Yet these 2 women made up their bundles and followed me through the rain without a look, a whisper, or a sign of hesitation. From that moment, my fugitives were saved. No one saw the labors of those sisters for months but myself, and they never endeavored to make a single convert. In his speeches in the after times, Lord Napier repeatedly referred to the singular zeal and devotedness constantly shown by the sisters to the sick of every denomination. On one occasion in Edinburgh, he remarked that the sisters faithfully kept their promise not to interfere with the religion of non-Catholics. "But," continued his lordship, "they made at least one convert. They converted me, if not to believe in the Catholic faith, at least to believe in the Sisters of Mercy." The few months spent at Balaclava by the devoted sisters witnessed a repetition of the deeds of heroism which had achieved such happy results at Scutari and Koulali. The cholera and a malignant type of fever had broken out in those days in the camp. By night as well as by day, the sisters were called to help the patients, yet their strength seemed never to fail in their work of charity. Besides the soldiers, there were 6 civilians, Maltese, Germans, Greeks, Italians, Americans, and even Negroes, and to all they endeavored to give some attention. The medical orders reveal the constant nature of the nursing required at their hands. At one time, the doctor, quote, requests that a sister would sit up with his Dutch patient in number 9 ward tonight, end quote. Again, quote, sisters to sit up with the Maltese and the Arab. Kind attendance on Jones every night would be necessary until a notification to the contrary be given. Keep the stump moist. A little champagne and water to be given during the night. Elliot is to be watched all night. Powder every half hour. Wine in small dose if necessary. End quote. The very confidence placed by the physicians in their careful treatment added to their toil. As the Deputy Purveyor-in-Chief reported to the government in December 1855, quote, the medical officer can safely consign his most critical case to their hands. Stimulants or opiates, ordered every 5 minutes, will be faithfully administered, though the 5 minutes' labor were repeated uninterruptedly for a week. The heroism of the nuns, however, was now well known in the camp, and never did workers find more sympathetic subordinates than the sisters had in their orderlies. The fact that they would never lodge complaints or have the orderlies punished only made the men more zealous in their service. One of the sisters found it necessary to correct her orderly. "Perhaps, James," she said, "you do not wish me to speak to you a little more severely." He at once interrupted her. "Troth, sister, I glory in your speaking to me. Sure, the day I came to Balaclava, I cried with joy when I saw your face. One who had taken a glass too much was so mortified at being seen by the Reverend Mother, whom the soldiers call their commander-in-chief, that he sobbed like a child. Another in the same predicament hid himself, that he might not be seen by the sister. He had never hidden from the enemy. A medal with 3 clasps bore eloquent testimony to his bravery." "I don't like to say anything harsh," said the sister. "Speak, ma'am," interrupted the delinquent. "The words out of your blessed mouth are like jewels falling over me." One of the sisters writes, "We have not a cross here with anyone. The medical officers all work beautifully with us. They quite rely on our obedience. Sir John Hall, the head medical officer of the army, is quite loud in his promise of the nuns. The hospital and its hunts are scattered over a hill. The respect of all the sisters is daily increasing. Don't be shocked to hear that I am so accustomed to the soldiers now, and so sure of their respect and affection, that I don't mind them more than the school children." The soldiers in the camp envied the good fortune of Stratagem to have a few words with the nuns. "Please, sir," they would say to their chaplain, "do send a couple of us on an errand to the hospital to get a sight of the nuns." As the time for the nuns' departure approached, the cordial manifestation of respect and kindly feeling were only the more multiplied. The grateful affection of the soldiers, a sister writes, is most touching, often ludicrous. They swarm around us like flocks of chickens. A black-veiled nun in the midst of redcoats, all eyes and ears for whatever she says to them, is an ordinary sight at Balaclava. Our doors were besieged by them to get some little keepsake. A book in which we write, given by a Sister of Mercy, is so valuable an article that a Protestant declared he would rather have such a gift than the Victoria Cross or Crimean medal. The Sunday after the nuns' departure, the men who went to the chapel sobbed and cried as though their hearts would break. When the priest turned to speak to them and asked their prayers for the safe passage of the nuns, they could not control their emotions. "I was obliged to cut short my discourse," wrote the chaplain, "else I should have cried and sobbed with the poor men." This sympathy was shown by Protestants and Catholics alike, and from the commander-in-chief to the private soldier, from the first medical officers to the simple presser in the surgery. All was a chorus of praise of the untiring, judicious, and gentle nursing of the Sisters of Mercy. 2 Sisters of Mercy were summoned to their crowns from the Hospital of the East. One was English, a lay sister from the convent at Liverpool. She fell a victim to the cholera, which raged at Balaclava. The other was a choir sister from Ireland, Sister M. Elizabeth Butler. Already, rumors of peace had brought joy to the camp, when towards the close of February 7th, 1855, she caught typhus attending to the sick, and in a few days joyfully bade farewell to the world. One of the surviving sisters describes her funeral. The 89th Regiment obtained the honor and privilege of bearing the coffin to the grave. One officer earnestly desired to be among the chosen, but thought he was not worthy, as he had not been at Holy Communion on that morning. The whole medical staff attended. The Sisters of Charity at the Sardinian camp sent 5 of their number to express sympathy and condolence. 8 chaplains attended to perform the last rites for the heroine of the Charity. The place of interment was beside the departed lay sister, on a rocky hill rising over the waters of the Black Sea. The funeral was a most impressive sight. The soldiers in double file, the multitudes of various nations, ranks, and employments, the silence unbroken, save by the voice of tears. The groups still at sanctuary that crowded the rocks above the grave, the moaning of the sullen waves beneath, all combined in a weird pageant never to be forgotten by the thousands that took part in it. The graves of these cherished sisters were tended with loving attention, marked by crosses and enclosed by a high iron railing, set in cut stone. They are still quite visible from the Black Sea beneath. Many a pilgrim went thither to strew the graves with flowers, and to the present day many a vessel entering the Black Sea lowers its flags in memory of those heroines, who in the true spirit of charity devoted their lives to alleviate the suffering of their countrymen. End of Chapter 42, Part 6.
Appendix Part 7 of Angels of the Battlefield, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix Part 7. Very Reverend James Francis Burlando, C.M. The Very Reverend James Francis Burlando, of the Congregation of the Mission, who is mentioned several times in the text of this volume, was born on May 6, 1814, in the city of Genoa, Italy. Very early in life he became impressed with the desire of adopting the priesthood as his vocation, and on the 16th of February, 1837, his Archbishop, Cardinal Tadini, conferred on him the holy orders of subdeacon and deacon. Soon after this, he sailed for the United States and enlisted for the American missions under Reverend John Odin, C.M., late Archbishop of New Orleans, who at that time was seeking recruits for the infant seminary at the Barrens, Missouri. Before Father Burlando could come here, he was obliged to meet and overcome a very strong opposition on the part of his good father, who, although a fervent Christian, could not bear the idea of being separated from his firstborn son. The very day that Father Burlando was to be admitted to the novitiate, he perceived his father at the Archiepiscopal Hall, waiting for an audience with Cardinal Tadini. Guessing at once the motive of such an interview, namely, that he might exercise his authority and command the young deacon, in virtue of holy obedience, to remain with his father and family, which would prevent him from carrying out his holy desire, the young man sought to baffle the intention of his father by seeing the Archbishop first and securing his permission and blessing. Accordingly, he had recourse to the following stratagem. He borrowed from his friends the various articles of a clerical suit, from one a hat, from another a cassock differing from his own, from a third a cloak, and to render the disguise more complete, he put on a pair of spectacles and wig. Thus equipped, he entered the house of the cardinal, had a conversation with him, in which he received his approbation and blessing, and passed out again without being recognized by his father, who he left standing at the door, watching closely every young seminarian who entered. Fearing he might be discovered, the young man quickened his pace, and repaired immediately to the Venerable Bartholomew Gazzano, the superior of the Lazarists, who received him. In the following June he left Genoa and repaired to Turin, where he was ordained priest on the 9th of July by the Most Reverend Aloysius Fransoni, Archbishop of that see. To mitigate in some measure the pain which his good father experienced on account of this separation, Father Burlando wrote him a pressing invitation to honor and gratify him by being present at his first Mass on the 10th of July. Touched by his son's filial respect and affection, he at last relented and assisted with tearful devotion at the impressive ceremony. A few weeks after, Father Burlando went to the mother house in Paris, whence he set out for New Orleans. Having landed safely on the American shore, he proceeded by steamboat to Missouri, and reached the Seminary of the Barrens towards the close of the same year. He filled many positions of trust and honor. The last and most important field of his apostolic labors was the community of the Daughters of Charity at the Central House of St. Joseph's, near Emmitsburg, Maryland, whither he repaired in the spring of 1853, and where he remained for the space of 23 years. During all that time, says Father Gandolfo, his assistant, I had more occasion than anyone else of observing his noble qualities of mind and heart. As a superior he was always kind, discreet, obliging, generous, amiable, and edifying in all that regarded the observance even of the least rule, beginning from rising at 4 o'clock in the morning at the first sound of the Benedicamus Domino. He was exceedingly charitable and ever ready to assist me at the first request in the performance of my duties, and this notwithstanding his frequent attacks of neuralgia and weakness of the digestive organs. I never saw him misspend a minute of his time. If he was not occupied in answering his numerous correspondents, he was drawing plans of hospitals and other buildings, or attending to similar important affairs of the community. He never retired to rest without having first read the many letters he daily received from every quarter of the United States. Although he frequently retired very late, and slept but a few hours during the night, he was always ready for the hard labor of the next day. It was largely due to the wise administration of this worthy director that the community owed, and owes, its singular prosperity and development. It suffices to state that when he assumed the duties of his position, there were only 300 members distributed among 36 houses, and he lived to see the white cornet on the brow of 1,045 daughters of St. Vincent, having under their control 97 establishments for the service of the poor, affording relief for almost every species of misfortune. Owing to his superior knowledge of architecture, he not only planned, but personally supervised, the erection of the greater number of these charitable institutions. It would be impossible to enumerate the long and painful journeys he took, the multiplied dangers to which he exposed himself, and the many privations he endured for the particular welfare of the different establishments of the Sisters. How many sleepless nights he passed during our late Civil War! There were Sisters in the North and Sisters in the South, but by his constant vigilance, his consummate prudence, his repeated fatherly admonitions, and especially by his continual and fervent prayers, he had the consolation of seeing the entire community free from all reproach and danger. He has left many valuable volumes which prove his ability as a writer as well as a thinker. One of these is The Ceremonial, which was entrusted to him by the Most Reverend Archbishop Kenrick, approved by the Principal Council, and which is now largely used throughout the United States. In this valuable work, all the details relative to the Mass and offices of the Church, the sacred vessels, and other articles used are minutely described, so that solemnity, beauty, and becoming uniformity may be maintained. He also compiled the life of Father de Andres, the pioneer of the Lazarists in this country. To him we are also indebted for the publication of the beautiful life of Sister Eugenie, Daughter of Charity. A person remarked that he must be well and extensively known throughout the United States, as he was always traveling and had to register his name in the hotels. "Oh no," he replied, "I give my name in as many different languages as I can. In this way I pass unnoticed, and get a little recreation at the expense of the poor recorder, who is often at a loss to spell the foreign name. He looks bewildered, repeats it several times, and casts an inquiring glance at me. Meantime I pretend stupidity and leave him write whatever he likes. Then, you see, Francis Burlando is not known." This devoted priest breathed his last on Sunday, February 16, 1873, at the close of a day well spent in the exercise of his sacred functions. The funeral service took place in the central house of the Sisters of Charity, St. Joseph's, Emmitsburg, February 19th, and the remains were interred in the little cemetery of the Sisters of Charity, besides the mortuary chapel, wherein repose the venerated remains of saintly Mother Seton, foundress of the Sisters of Charity in the United States. End of Appendix Part 7.
Chapter 44, Part 8 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Chapter 44, Part 8, Mother Seton. Mary Elizabeth Ann Seton, the founder and first superior of the Sisters of Charity in the United States, was one of the most remarkable women in the history of the Catholic Church in America. She was reared in the doctrines of the Protestant Episcopal Church and did not embrace the Catholic faith until after the death of her husband. This distinguished woman, who was born in the city of New York on the 28th of August, 1774, was a younger daughter of Dr. Richard Bailey, an eminent physician of the metropolis. Her mother died when she was but 3 years of age, but her father watched over her with all the loving care of a good parent. As Miss Bailey advanced in years, nature and education combined in developing those admirable traits of character that were to make her so lovable and merciful in later life. All of her friends and relatives were members of the Protestant Episcopal Church, but the physician's daughter was more fervent in her religious duties than any of those with whom she was associated. From her earliest years she wore a small crucifix on her person, and was frequently heard to express regret and astonishment that the custom was not more general among the members of her church. At the age of 20, Miss Bailey was married to William Seton, a prosperous and most estimable merchant of New York City. It was a happy marriage, and husband and wife lived in mutual love and esteem. In 1800, Mr. Seton became embarrassed through a reaction in business, caused mainly by the consequences of the Revolutionary War. In this crisis, Mrs. Seton was a helpmate in every sense of the word. She not only cheered her husband by her encouraging counsel, but rendered him practical aid in arranging his business affairs. In the course of her married life, Mrs. Seton became the mother of 5 children: Anna Maria, William, Richard, Catherine, Josephine, and Rebecca. She was a model mother, restraining, guiding, and educating her offspring with a mingling of tact, tenderness, and edifying example. She did not confine her goodness to her children, but was ever ready to assist the poor and suffering. One of her biographers said she was so zealous in this respect that she and a relative who accompanied her were commonly called Protestant Sisters of Charity. The death of Mrs. Seton's father in 1801 was a source of great sorrow to this devoted woman. Years had only served to cement the affectionate relations between father and daughter. During the last 3 or 4 years of his life, Dr. Bailey was health officer at the Port of New York. He was naturally of a philanthropic disposition, and his official duties called him to a field that presented an unbounded field for Christian charity. It was while in the discharge of his duty among the immigrants that Dr. Bailey contracted the illness, which carried him to his grave within a week's time. Mrs. Seton had scarcely recovered from the shock of her father's death when her husband's health, which had never been robust, began to decline rapidly. A sea voyage and a sojourn in Italy were recommended. Mrs. Seton could not permit her husband to travel alone in his weak and exhausted state, and she accompanied him, along with her oldest child, a girl of 8. The other children were committed to the care of relatives in New York City. The child caught the whooping cough on the way over, and the anxious mother was constantly occupied in nursing the husband and daughter. Before landing, the unfortunate trio were detained for many days at the Lazaretto station in the harbor of Leghorn. After they landed, the good wife was untiring in her attentions to her husband. But in spite of her love and solicitude, he died on the 27th of December, among strangers and in a foreign land. On the following 8th of April, with her tears still fresh upon the grave of her devoted husband, Mrs. Seton sailed for home. Prior to this voyage, and during the 56 days that it occupied, Mrs. Seton began to take a deep interest in the doctrines and practices of the Catholic Church. She eagerly devoured all of the literature upon the subject that opportunity offered, and also learned much by frequent conversations with friends. Deep meditation finally strengthened her in the desire to become a Catholic. Her only fear was that a change in her religious faith might bring about a coldness and a severance of friendship that existed between herself and her friends and relatives, particularly her pastor, Reverend J. H. Hobart, a man of singular talent and goodness, who afterwards became the Protestant Episcopal Bishop of New York. Writing of the possibility of such an estrangement in her diary at this time, Mrs. Seton says with evident feeling, "If your dear friendship and esteem must be the price of my fidelity to what I believe to be the truth, I cannot doubt the mercy of God, who by depriving me of one of my remaining dearest ties on earth, will certainly draw me nearer to Him." She was not mistaken. When she returned home, the coldness of many of her Protestant friends was a great trial to her warm and still bleeding heart. The storm of opposition added to her grief. The fact that Mrs. Seton was in doubt upon the question of religion made her a subject of attack for the friends of all denominations. Writing of this, she says, "I had a most affectionate note from Mr. Hobart today, asking me how I could ever think of leaving the church in which I was baptized. But though whatever he says has the weight of my partiality for him, as well as the respect it seems to me I could scarcely have for anyone else, yet that question made me smile. For it is like saying that wherever a child is born, and wherever its parents place it, there it will find the truth. And he does not hear the droll invitations made me every day, since I am in my little new home and old friends come to see me. It has already happened that one of the most excellent women I ever knew, who is of the Church of Scotland, finding me unsettled about the great subject of a true faith, said to me, 'Oh, do, dear soul, come and hear our J. Mason, and I'm sure you will join us.' A little after came one whom I loved for the purest and most innocent of manners, of the Society of Quakers, to which I have always been attached. She coaxed me, too, with artless persuasion. 'Betsy, I tell thee, thee had better come with us.' And my faithful old friend of the Anabaptist meeting, Mrs. T., says with tears in her eyes, 'Oh, could you be regenerated! Could you know our experiences, and enjoy with us our heavenly banquet!' And my good old Mary, the Methodist, groans and contemplates, as she calls it, over my soul, so misled because I have got no convictions. But, oh, my Father and my God, all that will not do for me. Your word is truth, and without contradiction, whatever it is. One faith, one hope, one baptism. I look for whatever it is, and I often think my sins, my miseries, hide the light. Yet I will cling and hold to my God to the last gasp, begging for that light, and never change until I find it." Mrs. Seton's doubts were finally set at rest, and on Ash Wednesday, 1805, she was received into Catholicism in Old St. Peter's Church, New York City. The embarrassed state of her husband's finances at the time of his death had involved her, and she opened a boarding house for some of the boys who attended a neighboring school. Some months later, Miss Cecilia Seton, the youngest sister-in-law of Mrs. Seton, followed her into the Catholic Church. The one thought of Mrs. Seton was now to devote her life to the poor and to the Church. The opportunity came sooner than she anticipated. The cooperation of the Church authorities and financial resources being forthcoming, a little community was formed in St. Joseph's Valley, Emmitsburg. Vows were taken in accordance with the rules of the Institute of the Sisters of Charity of France, and in a few months 10 sisters were employed with the instruction of youth and the care of the sick. They were poor but happy. The first Christmas Day, for instance, they rejoiced to have some smoked herring for dinner. Rigid regulations were adopted for the government of the new order, and its growth was remarkable. Mother Seton had the satisfaction of receiving her eldest daughter into the sisterhood. Mrs. Seton's youngest daughter lived into the 90s and died recently at the Mercy Convent, New York, where she had lived as a Sister of Mercy for over 40 years. The sons of Mrs. Seton were prosperously launched in business enterprises. Mother Seton died on the 4th of January, 1821, in the 47th year of her age. Her bedside was surrounded by the dark-robed Sisters of Charity and her only surviving daughter, Josephine. Her end was happy and tranquil. Her career was one of great piety and usefulness. She has gone, but her memory will live forever through the perpetration of the great order that she planted in the United States, and which has already grown to proportions far beyond the most sanguine expectation of its tender and affectionate founder. End of Chapter 44, Part 8. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 45 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix Part 9. The Sisters of Charity. This beautiful poem, descriptive of a Sister of Charity, written by Gerald Griffin, has taken its place among those precious bits of literature that never die. The author was born in Limerick, Ireland, in 1803, and began his literary career as a reporter for a London daily. He wrote many novels, a tragedy, and various poems. He died in Cork in 1840. A correspondent whose opinion is valued very highly writes to remind the author of the Angels of the Battlefield that a Society of Sisters of Charity was first established in Dublin by Mary Mother Aikenhead early in this century. It was these ladies, particularly a sister and a cousin of the poet who joined Mother Aikenhead, that inspired Gerald Griffin's beautiful lines. The Irish Sisters of Charity make perpetual vows, wear veils, and dress somewhat similar to the Sisters of Mercy. They are not connected with any other congregation. The Sister of Charity is as follows. She was once a lady of honor and wealth. Bright glowed on her features the roses of health. Her vesture was blended of silk and of gold, and her motion shook perfume from every fold. Joy revelled around her, love shone at her side, and gay was her smile as the glance of a bride. And light was her step in mirth's sounding hall when she heard of the daughters of Vincent de Paul. She felt in her spirit the summons of grace that called her to live for the suffering race, and heedless of pleasure, of comfort, of home, rose quickly like Mary and answered, I come. She put from her person the trappings of pride, and passed from her home with the joy of a bride, nor wept at the threshold as onward she moved, for her heart was on fire in the cause it approved. Lost ever to fashion, to vanity lost, that beauty that once was the song and the toast, no more in the ballroom that figure we meet, but gliding at dusk to the wretch's retreat. Forgot in the hall is that high-sounding name, for the Sister of Charity blushes at fame. Forgot are the claims of her riches and birth, for she barters for heaven the glory of earth. Those feet that to music could gracefully move, now hear her alone on the mission of love. Those hands that once dangled the perfume and gem are tending the helpless or lifted for them. That voice that once echoed the song of the vain now whispers relief to the bosom of pain. And the hair that was shining with diamond and pearl is wet with the tears of a penitent girl. Her down bed a pallet, her trinkets a bead, her lustre one taper that serves her to read, her sculpture the crucifix nailed by her bed, her paintings one print of the crown-thorned head, her cushion the pavement that wearies her knees, her music the psalm or the sigh of disease. The delicate body lives mortified there, and the feast is forsaken for fasting and prayer. Yet not in the service of heart and mind are the cares of the heaven-minded Virgin confined. Like him whom she loves, to the mansions of grief she hastes with the tidings of joy and relief. She strengthens the weary, she comforts the weak, and soft is her voice in the ear of the sick. Where want and affliction on mortals attend, the Sister of Charity there is a friend. Unshrinking where pestilence scatters his breath, like an angel she moves mid the vapor of death. Where rings the loud musket and flashes the sword, unfearing she walks, for she follows the Lord. How sweetly she bends o'er each plague-tainted face, with looks that are lighted with holiest grace. How kindly she dresses each suffering limb, for she sees in the wounded the image of Him. Behold her, yet worldly! Behold her, ye vain! Who shrink from the pathway of virtue and pain, who yield up to pleasure your nights and your days, forgetful of service, forgetful of praise. Yet lazy philosophers, self-seeking men, ye fireside philanthropists, great at the pen, how stands in the balance your eloquence weighed with the life and deeds of that high-born maid? End of chapter 45.
Appendix, Part 10 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix, Part 10, Sisters of Charity. In Mr. Southey's Sir Thomas More, the following account of the Beguines of Belgium and the Sisters of Charity of France is reprinted from the London Medical Gazette, Volume 1. A few summers ago I passed through Flanders on my way to Germany, and at the hospital at Bruges saw some of the Beguines, and heard the physician, with whom I was intimate, speak in strong terms of their services. He said, "There are no such nurses." I saw them in the wards attending on the sick, and in the chapel of the hospital on their knees washing the floor. They were obviously a superior class of women, and the contrast was striking between these menial offices and the respectability of their dress and appearance. But the Beguinage of Ghent is one of their principal establishments, and spending a Sunday there, I went in the evening to vespers. It was twilight when I entered the chapel. It was dimly lighted by 2 or 3 tall tapers before the altar, and a few candles at the remotest end of the building in the orchestra, but the body of the chapel was in deep gloom, filled from end to end with several hundreds of these nuns seated in rows, in their dark dresses and white cowls, silent and motionless, excepting now and then one of them started up, and stretching out her arms in the attitude of the crucifixion, stood in that posture many minutes, then sank and disappeared among the crowd. The gloom of the chapel, the long line of these unearthly-looking figures, like so many corpses propped up in their grave clothes, the dead silence of the building, once only interrupted by a few voices in the distant orchestra chanting vespers, was one of the most striking sights I ever beheld. To some readers, the occasional attitude of the nuns may seem an absurd expression of fanaticism, but they are anything but fanatics. Whoever is accustomed to the manners of continental nations knows that they employ a grimace in everything. I much doubt whether, apart from the internal emotion of piety, the external expression of it is graceful in anyone, save only a little child in his nightshirt on his knees saying his evening prayer. The Beguinage, or residence of the Beguines at Ghent, is a little town of itself, adjoining the city and enclosed from it. The transition from the crowded streets of Ghent to the silence and solitude of the Beguinage is very striking. The houses in which the Beguines reside are contiguous, each having its small garden, and on the door the name, not of the resident, but of the protecting saint of the house. These houses are ranged into streets. There is also the large church, which we visited, and a burial ground, in which there are no monuments. There are upwards of 600 of these nuns in the Beguinage of Ghent, and about 6,000 in Brabant and Flanders. They receive sick persons into the Beguinage, and not only nurse but support them, until they are recovered. They also go out to nurse the sick. They are bound by no vow excepting to be chaste and obedient while they remain in the order. They have the power of quitting it and returning again into the world whenever they please, but this, it is said, they seldom or never do. They are most of them women, unmarried or widows past the middle of life. In 1244, a synod at Fritzlau decided that no Beguine should be younger than 40 years of age. They generally dine together in the refectory. Their apartments are barely yet comfortably furnished, and like all the habitations of Flanders, remarkably clean. About their origin and name little is known by the Beguines themselves, or is to be found in books. For the following particulars I am chiefly indebted to the History des Ordres Monastiques, tome the 8th. Some attributed both their origin and name to Saint Begge, who lived in the 7th century, others to Lambert le Bègue, who lived about the end of the 12th century. This latter saint is said to have founded 2 communities of them at Liege, one for women in 1173, the other for men in 1177. After his death they multiplied fast, and were introduced by St. Louis into Paris and other French cities. The plan flourished in France, and was adopted under other forms and names. In 1443, Nicholas Rollin, councillor to Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, founded a hospital at Beaune, and brought 6 Beguines from Malines to attend upon it, and the hospital became so famed for the care of its patients that the opulent people of the neighborhood, when sick, were often removed to it, preferring its attendance to what they received at home. In one part of the hospital there was a large square court, bordered with galleries, leading to apartments suitable to such patients. When they quitted the hospital, the donations which they left were added to its funds. The Soeurs de la Charité of France are another order of religious nurses, but different from the Beguines in being bound by monastic vows. They originated in a charity sermon, perhaps the most useful and extensive in its influence that ever was preached. Vincent de Paul, a celebrated missionary, preaching at Châtillon in 1617, recommended a poor sick family of the neighborhood to the care of his congregation. At the conclusion of the sermon, a number of persons visited the sick family with bread, wine, meat, and other comforts. This led to the formation of a committee of charitable women, under the direction of Vincent de Paul, who went about relieving the sick poor of the neighborhood, and met every month to give an account of their proceedings to their superior. Such was the origin of the celebrated order of the Soeurs de la Charité. Wherever this missionary went, he attempted to form similar establishments. From the country they spread to cities, at first to Paris, where in 1629 they were established in the parish of St. Sabius. And in 1625 a female devotee named Legras joined the order of the Soeurs de la Charité. She was married young to M. Legras, one of whose family had founded a hospital at P, but becoming a widow in 1625, in the 34th year of her age, she made a vow of celibacy and dedicated the rest of her life to the service of the poor. In her, Vincent de Paul found a great accession. Under his direction she took many journeys, visiting and inspecting the establishments which he had founded. She was commonly accompanied by a few pious ladies. Many women of quality enrolled themselves in the order, but the superiors were assisted by inferior servants. The Hôtel Dieu was the first hospital in Paris where they exercised their vocation. This they visited every day, supplying the patients with comforts above what the hospital afforded, and administering, besides, religious consolation. By degrees they spread into all the provinces of France, and at length the Queen of Poland requested Mademoiselle Legras, for though a widow that was her title, to send her a supply of Soeurs de la Charité, who were thus established in Varsovia in 1652. At length, after a long life spent in the service of charity and religion, Mademoiselle Legras died on the 15th of March, 1660, nearly 70 years of age, and for a day and a half her body lay exposed to the gaze of the pious. A country clergyman who spent several years in various parts of France gives an account of the present state of the order, which, together with what I have gathered from other sources, is in substance as follows. It consists of women of all ranks, many of them of the higher orders. After a year's novitiate in the convent, they take a vow which binds them to the order for the rest of their lives. They have two objects, to attend the sick and to educate the poor. They are spread all over France, and the superior nurses at the hospitals, and are to be found in every town, and often even in villages. Go into the Paris hospitals at almost any hour of the day, and you will see one of these respectable-looking women, in her black gown and white hood, passing slowly from bed to bed, and stopping to inquire of some poor wretch what little comfort he is fancying will alleviate his sufferings. If a parochial cure wants assistance in the care of his flock, he applies to the order of les Soeurs de la Charité. Two of them, for they generally go in couples, set out on their charitable mission. Wherever they travel, their dress protects them. Even more enlightened persons than the common peasantry hail it as a happy omen when on a journey with a Soeur de la Charité happens to travel with them, and even instances are recorded in which their presence has saved travelers from the attacks of robbers. During the Revolution they were rarely molested. They were the only religious order permitted openly to wear their dress and pursue their vocation. Government gives 100 francs a year to each sister, besides her traveling expenses, and if the parish where they go cannot maintain them, they are supported out of the funds of the order. In old age, they retire to their convents and spend the rest of their lives in educating the novitiates. Thus, like the Vestal virgins of old, the first part of their life is spent learning their duties, the second in practicing them, and the last in teaching them. End of Appendix Part 10.
Chapter 47 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix Part 11. The Angels of Buena Vista. Written by John Greenleaf Whittier, with reference to the work of the Sisters of Mercy at the Battle of Buena Vista during the Mexican War. Speak and tell us, our Ximena, looking northward far away o'er the camp of the invaders, or the Mexican army. Who is losing? Who is winning? Are they far, or come they near? Look ahead and tell us, sister, whither rolls the storm we hear. Down the hills of Angostura still the storm of battle rolls. Blood is flowing, men are dying. God have mercy on their souls. Who is losing? Who is winning? Over hill and over plain I see but smoke of cannon clouding through the mountain rain. Holy Mother, keep our brothers. Look, Ximena, look once more. Still I see the fearful whirlwind rolling darkly as before, bearing on in strange confusion friend and foeman, foot and horse, like some wild and troubled torrent sweeping down its mountain course. Look once more, Ximena. Oh, the smoke has rolled away, and I see the Northern rifles gleaming down the ranks of gray. Hark! That sudden blast of bugles! There the troop of minion wheels, there the Northern horses thunder, with the cannon at their heels. Jesu, pity! How it thickens! Now retreat and now advance! Right against the blazing cannon showers Pueblo's charging lance. Down they go, the brave young riders, horse and foot together fall. Like a plowshare in the fallow through them plows the northern ball. Nearer came the storm, and nearer, rolling fast and frightful on. Speak, Ximena, speak and tell us who has lost and who has won. Alas, alas, I know not. Friend and foe together fall. O'er the dying rush the living. Pray, my sisters, for them all. Lo, the wind the smoke is lifting. Blessed Mother, save my brain. I can see the wounded crawling slowly out from heaps of slain. Now they stagger, blind and bleeding. Now they fall and strive to rise. Hasten, sisters, haste and save them, lest they die before our eyes. O my heart's love, O my dear one, lay thy poor head on my knee. Dost thou know the lips that kiss thee? Canst thou hear me? Canst thou see? O my husband, brave and gentle, O my Bernal, look once more on the blessed cross before thee. Mercy, mercy, all is o'er. Dry thy tears, my poor Ximena. Lay thy dear one down to rest. Let his hands be meekly folded. Lay the cross upon his breast. Let his dirge be sung hereafter, and his funeral masses said. Today, thou poor bereaved one, the living ask thy aid. Close beside her, faintly, faintly moaning, fair and young a soldier lay, torn with shot and pierced with lances, bleeding slow his life away. But as tenderly before him the lorn Ximena knelt. She saw the northern eagle shining on his pistol belt. With a stifled cry of horror, straight she turned away her head. With a sad and bitter feeling looked she back upon her dead. But she heard the youth's low moaning, and his struggling breath of pain, and she raised the cooling water to his parching lips again. Whispered the dying soldier, pressed her hand and faintly smiled. Was that pitying face his mother's? Did she watch besides her child? All his stronger words with meaning her woman's heart supplied, with her kiss upon his forehead. Mother, murmured he, and died. A bitter curse upon them, poor boy, who led thee forth from some gentle, sad-eyed mother, weeping lonely in the north, spoke the mournful Mexican woman, as she laid him with her dead, and turned to soothe the living, and bind the wounds which bled. Look forth once more, Ximena. Like a cloud before the wind rolls the battle down the mountains, leaving blood and death behind. Oh, they pleaded in vain for mercy. In the dust the wounded strive. Hide your faces, holy angels. O thou Christ of God, forgive. Sink, O night, among thy mountains. Let the cool gray shadows fall. Dying brothers, fighting demons, drop thy curtain over all. Through the thickening winter twilight, wide apart the battle rolled. In its sheath the saber rested, and the cannon's mouth grew cold. But the noble Mexic women still their holy task pursued. Through that long dark night of sorrow, worn and faint and lacking food, over weak and suffering brothers with a tender care they hung, and the dying foeman blessed them in a strange and northern tongue. Not wholly lost, O Father, is this evil world of ours. Upward through its blood and ashes spring afresh the Eden flowers, and from its smoking hill of battle love and pity send their prayer, and still thy white-winged angels hover dimly in our air. End of chapter 47.
Appendix, Part 12 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Catherine Elizabeth McAuley. Miss Catherine Elizabeth McAuley, the foundress of the Order of Sisters of Mercy, ranks high among the notable women whose achievements have enriched the history of the Catholic Church. The religious institution first planted by her in the city of Dublin has spread to such an extent that its branches now spread into at least every quarter of the English-speaking globe. The communities of the Sisters of Mercy in the United States have done excellent work in many fields, but they particularly distinguished themselves as nurses during the unhappy conflict between the North and the South. Miss McAuley was born September 29, 1787, at Stormanstown, Dublin, Ireland. She was the daughter of pious, well-known, and respectable parents. Her father was especially prominent by reason of his goodness to the poor and the unfortunate. One of his regular practices was to have all the poor of the vicinity come to his house on Sundays and holidays for the purpose of instructing them in their religion. Both father and mother died when the subject of this sketch was very young. Shortly after this unfortunate event, Catherine was adopted by Mr. and Mrs. William Callahan, who belonged to a family that was distantly connected with the mother of Miss McAuley. Her foster parents, although very worthy people, were bitterly prejudiced against the religion practiced by their adopted child. They were so opposed to anything Catholic that they would not permit a crucifix or a pious picture in the house. Despite this, Catherine attended to her religious duties with great regularity and fidelity, and by her gentleness succeeded in disarming any anger or annoyance that they may have otherwise felt regarding her course. She was a model of all the virtues, and this fact did not escape the attention of her foster parents. Dean Gaffney, writing of her at this period, says, "Everyone who had distress to be relieved, affliction to be mitigated, troubles to be encountered, came to her, and to the best of her ability she advised them what to do. Her zeal made her a missionary in her district." In these works of charity and usefulness she continued for several years, during which she was rendering herself dearer and dearer to her adopted parents. In the course of a few years both these estimable people died, but not before the gentle foster child had led both of them into the Catholic Church. Catherine was left the sole heiress of Mr. Callahan, and at once made arrangements for systematically distributing food and clothing to the poor. Miss McAuley was now in a position to realize her early vision of founding an institution in which servants, and other women of good character, might, when out of work, find a temporary home and be shielded from the dangers to which the unprotected members of the sex are exposed. She unfolded her plans to the Very Reverend Dr. Armstrong and Very Reverend Dr. Blake, her spiritual advisers. It was deemed advisable, says Dean Murphy, writing of this, not to take a house already built and occupied for other purposes, and which she would have some difficulty in adapting to her own designs, but to secure a plot of ground that had never been built upon, and to erect an edifice for the honor and glory of God that had never been profaned by the vices and folly of the world, and which should be as holy in its creation as in its use, and be dedicated to God from its very foundation. The building was constructed and put into operation within a reasonably short time. When finished, it was discovered that the architect had created a building which, for all purposes, could be used as a convent. This was regarded as a fortunate mistake. In the beginning, Miss McAuley had no thought of founding a religious institute, but in working out the ideas that were near to her heart, she imperceptibly and almost unconsciously drifted towards that end. Daniel O'Connell, the great Irish liberator, was a friend and patron of Miss McAuley, and frequently visited her establishment, which he regarded as filling a long-felt want in the Irish capital. In 1827 O'Connell presided over a Christmas dinner given by Miss McAuley to the poor children of Dublin. In 1828, at the suggestion of the Archbishop of the diocese, she formed the Order of the Sisters of Mercy. There had been a royal, military, and religious order of Our Lady of Mercy dating back to the 12th century, and this new order, founded by a pious young woman, was largely based upon the old one, except that it was intended for women and not for men. Miss McAuley frequently said that what she desired was to found an order whose members would combine the silence, recollection, and prayer of the Carmelite with the active zeal of a Sister of Charity. It seems to be generally conceded that she succeeded in achieving her purpose. 3 words, works of mercy, briefly tell the story of the character of the labors of the Sisters of Mercy. Miss McAuley did not finally complete her laudable plan without having to overcome many obstacles, and to set aside some very bitter opposition, part of which came not only from her own relatives, but from bishops and priests as well. A few years after the dedication of her institute, Miss McAuley and a few chosen companions decided that the high purpose to which they had consecrated their lives could be carried out if they would enter the religious state. They were admitted to one of the convents of the Presentation Order, and after a novitiate lasting 1 year, she and her companions received the religious habit. In October 1831, she professed and was canonically appointed by the Archbishop as superior of the new order. The costume worn by the members of the order was devised by Mother Catherine, as she was thereafter called. The order grew rapidly in numbers and in prominence. The life of its first mother and foundress was active and edifying. Her labors were not confined to any particular work, but embraced everything that was in the interest and for the benefit of the poor and unfortunate. In 1832 she won enduring laurels by assuming charge of the Cholera Hospital in Dublin. She died on November 11, 1837, resigned and happy, and furnished an example of pious fortitude to the sisters that crowded around her deathbed. The order that she founded, as it exists today, is her best monument. Beginning in Ireland in 1827, it was afterwards successfully introduced into England, Newfoundland, Australia, New Zealand, South America, and the United States of America. End of Appendix, Part 12.
Appendix, Part 13 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix, Part 13. Clerical Veterans. Notre Dame, Indiana, enjoys the distinction of a Grand Army post composed of Catholic clergymen, most of whom are members of the faculty of Notre Dame University. The organization was officially entered on October 6, 1897, as Post Number 569, Department of Indiana. Very Reverend William E. Corby, CSC, the commander of the new post, was chaplain of the Irish Brigade, and is now the provincial or head officer of the Order of the Holy Cross in the United States. Dr. Corby is also the chaplain of the Indiana Commandery of the Loyal Legion. To this position he was nominated by General Lew Wallace. The membership of the new post will be very small, but large enough to have a few famous fighters and great men of the war. With the exception of the Colonel William E. Haynes, the only lay member, the post is composed altogether of members of the Congregation of the Holy Cross. The following completes the roster: Very Reverend William Corby, CSC, Chaplain, 88th New York Volunteers, Irish Brigade. Reverend Peter P. Cooney, CSC, Chaplain, 35th Medina. James McLean, Brother Leander, CSC, B Company, 24th United States Infantry. William A. Olmsted, CSC, Captain and Lieutenant Colonel, 2nd Infantry, New York Volunteers. Colonel, 59th New York Veteran Volunteers. Brigadier General by brevet, Commandery, 1st Brigade, 2nd Division, 2nd Army Corps, Army of the Potomac. Mark A. Willis, Brother John Chrysostom, CSC, 1st Company, 54th Pennsylvania Volunteers. Nicholas A. Bath, Brother Cosmos, CSC, D Company, 2nd United States Artillery. James Mantle, Brother Benedict, CSC, A Company, 1st Pennsylvania Heavy Artillery and 6th United States Cavalry. John McInerney, Brother Eustathius, CSC, H Company, 83rd Ohio Volunteers. Joseph Staley, Brother Agathus, CSC, C Company, 8th Indiana Regulars. Ignaz Meyer, Brother Ignatius, CSC, C Company, 75th Pennsylvania Volunteers, and 157th Pennsylvania Volunteers. James C. Malloy, Brother Raphael, CSC, B Company, 133rd Pennsylvania Volunteers. Colonel William E. Haynes. General Olmsted, who is studying for the priesthood, is much interested in the little gathering. He is justly proud of the work of his men in the celebrated Hancock's Division. He refers to the government reports in every case as proof of the bravery of his soldiers. The general said not long ago in an interview, "Very much that is said of me is not true, but to show you that my men were brave, I give you the reports from the department at Washington." The general read, "The losses of the 1st Brigade, 2nd Division, 2nd Corps, my brigade, were greater in the Battle of Gettysburg than those that occurred to any one brigade in the army. There was, beside, a total casualty of 763 killed and wounded out of 1,246 men at Antietam, a percentage of 61. Father Corby has the honor of being the only chaplain to give absolution under fire. The event of his giving absolution at Gettysburg to the Irish Brigade is the best known of his achievements in chaplain life. It is said that every man, Catholic and Protestant, knelt before the rock upon which he stood, and the colors were lowered. Then they went out and fought, and how many fell upon that bloody field is too well known to be repeated. Father Corby, although an old man, is hale and hearty, and does all his work as provincial of the order without the aid of a secretary. Reverend Peter Cooney also has a brilliant war record, but he and Father Corby are by no means the only two who went to war from Notre Dame. In all there were 8 priests who went forth to service as chaplains in the war. Besides these, Mother Mary Angela, a cousin of James G. Blaine, went forth with a large number of sisters to nurse the wounded and care for the dying. To these, also, great praise is due. There was much enthusiasm in Notre Dame over the organization exercises, and among those present or who sent their congratulations were General Lew Wallace, General Mulholland of Philadelphia, Colonel G. A. Smith of Indianapolis, General G. A. Golden of New York, General William G. Sewall, Colonel R. S. Robertson of Fort Wayne, General G. A. Starburg of Boston, Captain Florence McCarthy of New York, Captain Emil A. Dapper of Grand Rapids, Captain G. G. Abercrombie of Chicago, Department Commander James S. Dodge with his full staff, the G.A.R. post from Elkhart and 2 posts from South Bend helped to muster in the clerical veterans. Commendatory messages were also received from a large number of posts and leaders in the G.A.R. End of Appendix, Part 13.
Chapter 50, Part 14 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Chapter 50, Part 14, Catholics in the War. St. Teresa's Church at the northeast corner of Broad and Catherine Streets was temporarily used as a hospital for wounded soldiers during the war. On July 4, 1897, Reverend Joseph V. O'Connor, one of the eloquent priests of the Diocese of Philadelphia, delivered an address in this church relative to Catholics in the war. A score of Grand Army posts attended the exercises, which were also honored by the presence of the Venerable Hugh Lane, who has been pastor of the church during and since the war. Father O'Connor's address deserves a place in this volume. He said, "The sacred edifice in which you assemble is an appropriate spot for religion and patriotism to meet. For St. Teresa's Church was for a time in the Civil War a military hospital. The old railway station at Broad and Prime Streets was the rendezvous of the Union troops from the north and east going to and from the seat of war. The gleaming cross upon the church seemed lifted in benediction over army after army marching past. The poet Byron represents the forest of Ardennes as weeping over the unreturning brave of Waterloo. But the sign of man's redemption may have lifted up many a Catholic soldier's heart, destined to be stilled in the next battle. These walls, now bright with light and color, have re-echoed the moans of the dying. The venerable priest, whose gracious presence lends dignity and historic interest to this celebration, prepared here many a soldier for the last dread fight with death, the universal conqueror. I seem to behold, mingling with your solid phalanx, the shadowy forms of the brave men who were delivered from the storm and earthquake of battle to breathe out their spirits here in the peace of the sanctuary. Far be it from me to limit to the Catholic breast that noble fire of the love of country, which with purifying flame burned in the great heart of the nation when war sounded the trumpet call to the children of the Republic. It is occasion that shows the man. Our Civil War was an occasion that showed our Church. The legislative code of England was disgraced, even in Victoria's reign, by the calumny and imbecility of penal laws against Catholics. To be a Catholic was to be a traitor. In vain did we appeal to history, which crowns with laurels the brows of unnumbered Catholic patriots and heroes in every land of the universal Church. The thundering legion fought for the Roman emperor who decreed its martyrdom. The fleet of Protestant England was led against the armada of Catholic Spain by a Catholic in the service of a queen who sent his fellow religionists to the stake on account of their faith. The patriotism of the Catholic is motivated by his religion. It rises superior to the form in which civil government may be embodied. Were the Pope, as temporal prince, to invade our country, we should be bound in conscience to repel him. Nor would our patriotism conflict one iota with our religious faith. Our people, driven by misgovernment from their native soil, found the portals of the great republic flung open to them in friendly welcome. They came to the north and to the west. Thus the great centers of industry in the northern states were crowded with Catholics. Many of us had learned the bitter lessons which tyranny, bad government, and religious rancor had to impart under the scourge of England's misrule of Ireland. As Burke Cochrane says, England's treatment of the Irish people has made the world distrust her. Ireland's love for America dates from before the Revolution. The Irish Parliament passed resolutions of sympathy with the American colonists. The great tides of immigration from Ireland set in early and continued until, at the outbreak of the Civil War, the North was 1/4 Celtic in blood. The Catholic Church studiously refrained from any official pronouncement upon the causes of the conflict which she deplored. The first regiment to respond to President Lincoln's initial call for troops was the 69th New York. It was mainly Irish and Catholic. Within 48 hours, it was on its way to the front. New York, preeminently a Catholic state, furnished 1/7 of the military forces in the war for the Union. Obviously, the government had no reason for recording the religious faith of its soldiers. Patriotism is at once a natural and a civic virtue. That it may be supernaturalized is evident from the words of St. Paul, bidding us obey the higher powers for conscience' sake. The country had to face a condition, not a theory, and whatever abstract reasoning has to say about state rights, the will of the majority of the people, which is the supreme law in a republic, decided for the maintenance of the federal union. The best traditions of the country, North and South, identified liberty with union. God appears to have made the country one in geographical formation, in sameness of language, in homogeneity of character. Two illustrious Catholic prelates recognized as leaders in Israel, the Moses and the Joshua of the Church, Archbishop Kendrick of Baltimore and Archbishop Hughes of New York, declared in favor of the Union. The sainted sage of the primatial city flung the starry banner from the pinnacle of his cathedral. The Archbishop of New York was so thoroughly identified with the cause of the Union that he was invested by the President and his Secretary of State with the authority of envoy extraordinary to the courts of Europe. Unroll the military records of our country, and you will read column after column of names that are historically Catholic. Read the names on the tombstones of soldiers in the great national cemeteries, and you will find in the Christian name alone confirmatory evidence of the faith of the hero that sleeps beneath. The Catholic knows that the Church imposes in baptism the name of a saint. We may safely judge that he is a Catholic who bears the name of Patrick and Michael, of Bernard and Dominic. Not even the conservative spirit of the Church of England could retain the old saintly nomenclature, and Puritanism chose the names of Old Testament worthies, or names taken from natural history and even heathen mythology. If we reckon our soldiers by their religion, the majority would be Catholic, and we should find that we had given our children in far greater number than any one denomination. On the second day of Gettysburg, a Catholic priest, ascending an eminence, lifted his hand to give absolution, and far as the eye could reach, rank upon rank of soldiers bent their heads like cornfields swept by the summer breeze. Hancock the Superb, impressed by the solemnity of the scene, bared his brow. If the poet thought that a tear should fall for Stonewall Jackson because he spared Barbara Fritchie's Union flag, will not a Catholic murmur a prayer for the great general who gave heed to the priest calling upon his people to be contrite for their sins in the hour which for many would be the last? The 7 successive stormings of the heights of Fredericksburg by the Irish Brigade has long passed into history as surpassing Alma and the Sedan. Keenan's cavalry charge at Chancellorsville saved the Union Army at the cost of 300 lives. The charge of the Light Brigade at Balaclava was described by a French officer as magnificent but unmilitary. C'est magnifique, mais ce n'est pas la guerre. But Keenan's charge was both glorious and strategic. His troop rushed like a whirlwind upon 20,000 Confederates. His men were shot down or sabred in the saddle. The steeds, maddened by wounds and uncontrolled by their dead riders, plunged into the thick of the Confederate ranks, and so disconcerted and appalled them that the main army of the Union had time to save itself from otherwise inevitable destruction. Perhaps the most critical point of the war was the success, or the failure, of Sheridan's devastation of the Shenandoah Valley, which was the great base of supplies for the South. Sheridan's historic ride, which saved the day at Winchester, was the exploit of a Catholic. The Republic subsequently conferred upon this son of the Church one of the highest and most responsible positions in her keeping the generalship of her armies. One of the first, if not the first band of trained nurses that offered their services to the government was the Religious Society of the Sisters of Charity. Their title is their history. Their services in hospitals and on the field did more than tomes of controversy to make the Catholic Church better known and consequently loved by the American people. The convalescing soldier by word and by letter spread the information throughout the land that the ministrations of the Catholic sisterhood reminded him of a mother's love and a sister's tenderness. The heroic devotion to duty of the Catholic chaplains, who made no distinction of religion when a soldier was to be helped, endeared the Catholic religion to many who met a Catholic priest for the first time in camp or hospital. Our own noble-hearted Archbishop rendered such service to the wounded soldiers in St. Louis that the government offered him a chaplaincy. care of the body was often supplemented with the higher care of the soul. In that parting hour, when mortality leans upon the breast of religion, the example of devoted priest and religious gently led many a soul into the hope and the consolation of divine faith. God grant that our country shall never again reel under the shock of war. Yet out of the nettle of danger has come the flower of safety. Calumny, suspicion, distrust of our patriotism were struck dumb. Never again shall we be taunted with secret antipathy to free institutions. The banner of the stars was rebaptized in our blood. To the soldier of the war the Church owes a debt of gratitude. He proved often by his death that the religion which he professed, far from condemning his patriotism, commended it as a virtue, and the faith that sustained him in battle supported him when his heart poured out the blood of supreme sacrifice upon the altar of his country. And though no memorial marks his resting place, the Church in every Mass pleads for the repose of his soul. The soldier stands as the highest value which we place upon our country and her institutions. He says to all, "My country is worth dying for." In our thoughtless way, we take liberty, security of life and property, the blessings of religion and safeguards of law, and all the beauty and amenity of our civilization as a matter of course. Without the soldier, all these goods would perish. It is war that preserves and protects peace. The soldier is the guardian of our homes. Honor him. Make peaceful and happy his declining years. Thank God with David for preparing our hands for the sword, before whose blinding ray in the hand of the hero domestic treason and foreign conspiracy slink into their dens. Bless God for making us a nation of soldiers as well as of citizens. The war proved that the American soldier, North and South, is without a peer in bravery, in discipline, in self-control. Whilst our republic gives birth to such heroic sons, we may laugh armed Europe to scorn. Soldiers, there is another battle, another field, a greater captain than even the archangel who led the embattled seraphim to war. You divine my meaning? Be soldiers of the cross. Fight the good fight of faith. Be sober, pure, charitable. The laurel that binds the warrior's brow on earth soon fades. The flowers of Decoration Day droop with the setting sun. But the divine captain of our salvation will place upon your brow, if you are faithful to the end, a crown that fadeth not away, a wreath which you will receive amid the shout of the heavenly armies. End of Chapter 50, Part 14. Recording by John Brandon.
Appendix, Part 15 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. The Sanitary Commission. The purpose of the writer of this history, as already stated, has been to furnish for the first time a full and detailed story of the labors of the Catholic sisterhoods in the Civil War. But in doing that, he has not had the slightest intention of detracting from the splendid service rendered by other bodies and other persons. One of the most notable organizations that contributed its part in the humane work incident to the war was the Sanitary Commission. It had its rise in a spontaneous movement of the women in New England. It is said that 7,000 branch aid societies were connected with the commission at one time. Charles J. Still of Philadelphia has written a history of the commission, from which most of the facts embodied in this sketch have been obtained. Committees were sent to Washington, the part of the government. The Secretary of War on the 9th of June, 1861, issued an order appointing Henry, and after much negotiation, involving tedious delay, on W. Bellows, D.D., Professor A.D. Bosch, LL.D., Professor Jeffries Wyman, M.D., W.H. Van Buren, M.D., Walcott Gibbs, M.D., R.C. Wood, Surgeon, USA, G.W. Cullum, USA, Alexander E. Shiras, USA, in connection with such others as they might choose to associate with them, a commission of inquiry and advice in respect of the sanitary interests of the United States forces. They were to serve without remuneration from the government, and were to be provided with a room for their use in the city of Washington. They were to direct their inquiries to the principles and practices connected with the inspection of recruits and enlisted men, the sanitary condition of volunteers, to the means of preserving and restoring the health and of securing the general comfort and efficiency of the troops, to the proper provision of cooks, nurses, and hospitals, and to other subjects of a like nature. The mode by which they proposed to conduct these inquiries was detailed in the letter of the New York delegation to the Secretary of War on the 22nd of May. The order appointing them directed that they should correspond freely with the Department and with the Medical Bureau concerning these subjects, and on this footing, and within these limits, their relations with the official authorities was established. To enable them to carry out fully the purposes of their appointment, the Surgeon General issued a circular letter announcing the creation of the commission and directing all the officers in his department to grant its agents every facility in the prosecution of their duties. On the 12th of June, the gentlemen named as commissioners in the order of the Secretary of War, with the exception of Professor Wyman, who had declined his appointment, assembled at Washington. They proceeded to organize the board by the selection of the Reverend Dr. Bellows as president. Their first care was to secure the services of certain gentlemen as colleagues, who were supposed to possess special qualification, but whose names had not been included in the original warrant. Accordingly, Dr. Elisha Harris and Dr. Cornelius R. Agnew were unanimously chosen commissioners at the first meeting, and George T. Strong and Dr. J. S. Newberry in like manner at the one next succeeding. At different periods during the war, Right Reverend Bishop Clark, Honorable R. W. Burnett, Honorable Mark Skinner, Honorable Joseph Holt, Horace Binney, Jr., Reverend J. H. Haywood, Professor Fairman Rogers, J. Huntington Woolcott, Charles J. Still, E. B. McCagg, and F. Law Olmsted were elected by the board members of the commission. At the first meeting, a plan of organization, prepared by the President, was presented, discussed, and finally adopted. On the 13th, the commission, in a body, waited on the President and Secretary of War, who gave their formal sanction to this plan of organization by affixing to it their signatures. The experiences of the war suggested but little alteration, even in the outline of this report, while to a strict adherence to the general principles it embodied, the Sanitary Commission owed much of its wonderful success. The plan reduced to a practical system and method the principles laid down in the letters of the New York gentlemen to the government authorities, and endeavored to apply them to the actual existing condition of the army. Confining its proposed operations within the limited sphere of inquiry and advice, which had been assigned to it by the government, it declared what it proposed to do and by what methods in each of these departments of duty. In order that its work might be carried on systematically and thoroughly, two general committees were created, one respecting inquiry, the other advice. The object of the first was to determine by all the light which could be derived from experience what must necessarily be the wants and conditions of troops brought together as ours had been, to ascertain exactly how far evils which had proved the scourge of other armies had already invaded our own, and to decide concerning the best measures to be adopted to remove all causes of removable and preventable disease. Each branch of inquiry under this head was referred to a distinct subcommittee. From the first was expected such suggestions of preventable measures as experience in former wars had proved to be absolutely essential. To the second was entrusted the actual inspection, by its own members or their agents, of the camps and hospitals, so that the real condition of the army, in a sanitary point of view, concerning which there were many conflicting rumors, could be definitely known. To the third was referred all questions concerning the improvement of the health and efficiency of the army, in respect to diet, clothing, quarters, and matters of a similar nature. In regard to the other branch of duty assigned to the Commission under its appointment, that of advice, the Board took the same wide and comprehensive views as had guided them in regard to the needful subjects of inquiry. Their purpose was to get the opinions and conclusions of the Commission approved by the Medical Bureau, ordered by the War Department, and carried out by the officers and men. The interest excited in thousands of homes throughout the land, whose inmates were members of aid societies in favor of the Sanitary Commission, and who looked upon it only as the almoner of their vast offerings for the relief of the army, led to the popular error that it was only a relief association, upon a grand scale, and quite overshadowed in popular estimation its original purpose, if not the peculiar and exclusive work before it. The Commission itself, however, never departed from the true scientific idea and conception of a preventive system, and always regarded the relief system, vast as was the place occupied by it in the war, inferior in the importance of its results to those due to well-considered and thoroughly executed preventive measures. The Commission at the close of the war established a pension bureau and war claim agency for the benefit of disabled soldiers and their orphans and widows. The entire money receipts of the Commission from 1861 to 1866 were $4,924,480.99, and the value of supplies furnished is estimated at $15 million. End of Appendix, Part 15.
Chapter 52 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix, Part 16. The Blue and the Gray. By the flow of the inland river, whence the fleets of iron have fled, where the blades of the grave grass quiver, asleep on the ranks of the dead, under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, under the one the blue, and under the other the gray. These in the robings of glory, those in the gloom of defeat, all with the battle blood gory in the dusk of eternity meet, under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, under the laurel the blue, under the willow the gray. From the silence of sorrowful hours the desolate mourners go, lovingly laden with flowers, alike for the friend and the foe, under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, under the rose the blue, under the lilies the gray. So with an equal splendor the morning sun rays fall, with a touch impartially tender on the blossoms blooming for all, under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, broidered with gold the blue, mellowed with gold the gray. So when the summer calleth on forest and field of grain, with an equal murmur falleth the cooling drip of the rain, under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, wet with the rain the blue, wet with the rain the gray. Sadly, but not with upbraiding, the generous deed was done. In the storm of the years that are fading, no braver battle was won. Under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, under the blossoms the blue, under the garlands the gray. No more shall the war cry sever, or the winding rivers be red. They banish our anger forever, when they laurel the graves of our dead. Under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, love and tears for the blue, tears and love for the gray. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix, Part 17. A Miracle of War. The following interesting little incident is taken from Very Reverend W. C. Corby's book entitled Memoirs of Chaplain Life. On the 29th of November, 1863, says Rev. Constantine L. Egan, O.P., chaplain of the 9th Massachusetts Volunteers, we advanced to Mine Run and formed a line of battle and bivouacked for the night. The enemy were posted on the east ridge, about 1 mile from the stream called Mile Run, on a center ridge nearly 100 feet above the surface of the stream. Their works could easily be seen by us posted on the west ridge of the run. They were strongly fortified, their works bristling with abatis, infantry parapets, and epaulements for batteries. About 3 o'clock on the evening of the 30th, the order was given to charge the enemy's line. Seeing the danger of death before us, I asked the colonel to form his regiment into a solid square so that I could address the men. He did so. I then spoke to them of their danger, and entreated them to prepare for it by going on their knees and making a sincere act of contrition for their sins, with the intention of going to confession if their lives were spared. As the regiment fell on their knees, other Catholic soldiers broke from their ranks and joined us, so that in less than 2 minutes I had the largest congregation I ever witnessed before or even since. Having pronounced the words of general absolution to be given in such emergencies and danger, I spoke a few words of encouragement to them. After talking to the soldiers and finishing my remarks, they arose from their knees, grasping their muskets with a firm clench, and went back to their respective commands, awaiting the hour to expire to make the assault. Smith Johnson, taking this as his theme, has written the following poem entitled A Miracle of War, and dedicated it to Father Corby. 2 armies stood in stern array on Gettysburg historic field, this side the blue, on that the gray, each side resolved to win the day, or life to home and country yield. "Take arms! Fall in!" rang o'er the line of Hancock's ever valiant corps, for to the left the cannons chime, with music terribly sublime, with death's unceasing solemn roar. With spirits ardent, undismayed, with flags uplifted toward the sky, there stands brave Meagher's old brigade. Those noble laurels ne'er will fade upon the page of history. "All forward, men!" No pause awhile. Dead silence follows like parade. At order to arms, for long the file, there moves a priest with holy smile, the priest of Meagher's old brigade. All eyes were toward him reverent turned, for he was known and loved by all, and every face with fervor burned, and with a glance his mission learned, a mission of high heaven's call. Then spake the priest, "My comrades, friends, ere long the battle fierce will surge, ere long the curse of war descends. At such a moment God commends you from the soul all sin to purge. Kneel, soldiers, lift your hearts to God, in sweet contrition crush the pride of human minds. Kneel on the sod that soon will welter in your blood. Look up to Christ, who for you died." And every man, whate'er his creed, kneels down and whispers pass along the ranks, and murmuring voices plead to be from sin's contagion freed, and turned from path of mortal wrong. Across the veil the gray lines view the priest and those who, kneeling now, for absolution humbly sue, and joining hearts the gray and blue together make the holy vow. The smoke of battle lifts apace, and o'er the field lie forms of men, with glazen eyes and pallid face, dead, yet alive, for God's sweet grace has saved them from the death of sin. Smith Johnson. End of chapter 53.
Section 54 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shelley Turner. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Appendix 18, Lincoln at Gettysburg. It has been aptly said that the battlefield of Gettysburg has become the Mecca of American reconciliation. By act of Congress, a national park has been established there, observatories erected, and everything possible done to make the battlefield convenient, and attractive to tourists. The National Cemetery at Gettysburg was dedicated November 19, 1863. The oration was by Edward Everett. On this occasion, President Lincoln made the famous address that will never die. It was as follows. 77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now, we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation, so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that the nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this, but in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it never can forget what they did here. It is for us, the living rather, to be dedicated here, to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly carried on. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people, shall not perish from the earth. End of section 54, Appendix 18.
Section 55 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Section 55. Appendix 19. The Faith and the Flag. While the work of the zealous Catholic sisterhoods on the battlefield and in the camp and hospital was for humanity in its broadest sense, the effect of their example and the beauty of their daily lives also had the effect of clearing away the mists of prejudice that sometimes distorted and clouded the views of honorable, well-meaning, and worthy non-Catholics. The writer has endeavored to present the history of the labors of the sisters in a straightforward and dispassionate manner. He has dealt exclusively in facts, and has, as far as possible, avoided comment. It has especially been his aim to keep entirely clear of sectional disputes or religious controversies. Hence it will be found that the story of the work of the sisters has reference, in main, to their devotion to suffering humanity. It was inevitable, however, that men living in the atmosphere of sanctity created by these good women should feel the consoling benefit of their silent influence. The result was that non-Catholics began to take a broader and more kindly view of their Catholic comrades and fellow citizens. And long before the war closed, they realized that the faith and the flag were entirely compatible. A few years ago, William J. Onahan of Chicago, in an address, incidentally touched upon this very point. Speaking of those who were distrustful of the Church and its teachings, he said, quote, "If they could realize the harmony and benevolent influence of her teaching, the number of souls redeemed through her efforts and graces from despair and sin, the wounded hearts solaced by her balm, the extent of human misery she has removed or mitigated, let them but think how that Church has consecrated the marriage tie, sanctified the home, shielded the unfortunate, lifted up the lowly and sorrow-stricken, staying the arm of the oppressor, pleading for the rights of the poor against the power of the tyrant and the greed of the capital. Witness the asylums and the refuges the Catholic Church has established all over the world for every condition of infirmity and suffering, for the orphans, the foundlings, the sick, the aged, the wayward, and the fallen. See the admirable sisterhoods, to which no parallel can be found on earth, the Sisters of Charity and Mercy, the Poor Handmaids of Jesus Christ, the Sisters of St. Joseph, the Nuns of the Good Shepherd, the Little Sisters of the Poor, and countless others, varying in the admirable diversity of their charitable labors. Watch these sisters at their appointed duties in the hospitals and asylums, in the hovels of the poor, by the bedside of the dying, aye, in pest houses and smallpox hospitals, as well as on the battlefield, ministering to the dying soldier, all bent on doing God's work for God's sake. Assuredly, these facts, these daily examples here before our eyes, within reach of our feet in daily walk, assuredly, these ought to serve toward dispelling the false glare of prejudice. As a preliminary, let me say I adopt, without reserve or qualification, the language of the Baltimore Catholic Congress. We rejoice at the marvelous development of our country, and regard with just pride the part taken by Catholics in such development. In the words of the pastoral, issued by the Archbishops of the United States, assembled in the Third Plenary Council of Baltimore, we claim to be acquainted both with the laws, institutions, and spirit of our country, and we emphatically declare that there is no antagonism between them. We repudiate with equal earnestness the assertion that we need to lay aside any of our devotedness to our church to be true Americans, and the insinuations that we need abate any of our love for our country's principles to be faithful Catholics. We believe that our country's heroes were the instruments of the God of nations in establishing this home of freedom, to both the Almighty and to his instruments. In the work we look with grateful reverence, and to maintain the inheritance of freedom which they have left us, should it ever, which God forbid, be imperiled. Our Catholic citizens will be bound to stand forward as one man, ready to pledge anew their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. Before turning to the question of the rights and duties, let me first define what I understand by the term Catholic citizen. An American citizen, whether by birth or adoption, who, having had the grace of Christian baptism, believes and practices the teachings of the Catholic Church. In other words, a practical Catholic. Now we come to the question of rights and duties. What are our rights as citizens? No more, no less, precisely than those possessed by any other American citizen. What are the rights we in common have with others? In general terms, we have the right of enjoying and defending life and liberty, of acquiring, possessing, and protecting property and reputation, and of pursuing our own happiness. We hold in the language of the Constitution of Illinois that all men have a natural and indefeasible right to worship Almighty God, according to the dictates of their own consciences, that no man can, of right, be compelled to attend, erect, or support any place of worship, or to maintain any ministry against his consent, that no human authority can in any case whatever control or interfere with the rights of conscience. We have a right to be protected in our persons and property. We cannot be deprived of either without due process of law. The right of free elections, to trial by jury, to equality before the law. But I need not enter into detail of the Bill of Rights which specifies the catalogue of free man's inheritance. The highest and most precious right, however, is that of religious freedom, liberty to worship God without let or hindrance and free from religious disabilities of any kind, and, next to their own rights as free men, to exercise it, as shall best promote the welfare of the city, state, and nation. Catholics, then, are entitled to absolute equality before the law, and this is according to the letter and spirit of the Constitution of the United States, as well as of the several states now, I believe, without exception. There is nevertheless an unwritten law, which operates as a practical discrimination against Catholics in public life as effectually as though it were so expressed in the Constitution. It is the law of public opinion, deriving its force and effect from popular prejudice. It is a well-known fact that neither of the great political parties would dare to nominate a Catholic for the presidency, and the same is true as to the office of governor in the different states. Surely it would not be claimed that no American Catholic could be found qualified by position and ability for any of these high offices. Eternal vigilance, it has been said, is the price of liberty. Probably if Catholics were alert in asserting their rights in a just and lawful as well as in a reasonable manner, there would be less disposition shown to infringe upon these rights and to ignore their claim to representation. Again, the government, whether national or state, has no just claim or authority to deny the rights of conscience to Catholics. Whether they be employed in the service of the nation, in the army or naval forces, in penal or reformatory institutions, in asylums, or elsewhere. The state may lawfully and justly deprive a man of his liberty and place him behind prison bars, but it has no right to compel him, while there, to attend a form of religious worship in which he does not believe. It should not deny or hamper the attendance and ministrations of priest or elder whose services are sought by the prisoner or state's own ward. Justice and sound policy alike demonstrate the wisdom of invoking the services of the Catholic missionary for Catholics, whether in jail or asylum or on the frontier. General Grant testified that Father De Smet's presence among the Indians was of greater value to the government than a regiment of cavalry, and recent events on our northern borders intensify the force of this conclusion. The Catholic missionary is always a peacemaker. Catholics ask nothing in the way of privileges. We have no claim to privileges. We only ask what we are willing to concede to others, equality and fair play. If others are content to minimize religious principles or to abdicate them entirely, we must be excused if we insist on holding fast to ours. We are on firm ground in that respect. We do not care to follow others into the slough of despond. We are persuaded that every vexed question, occupying and disturbing the public attention, dividing and distracting the people, can be amicably adjusted, provided the wise men of the nation and the states will take these questions out of the hands of fanatics and bigots who are only too eager and anxious to inaugurate a reign of discord and religious strife. Catholics, be assured, will have no part in this warfare, beyond protecting and defending their rights, God-given and constitutional rights. They would be unworthy of American citizenship were they to be content with less. We come now to the question of the duties of Catholics as citizens. Let it be understood that in undertaking to answer this, as well as the previous question under consideration, I speak for myself only as a Catholic layman. I express my own thoughts and convictions unreservedly. What are the duties referred to? First and primarily, I should say to be American, and all that the term broadly implies. How do I define the term American? It stands in my mind for liberty, order, education, and opportunities. It is the duty of the Catholic citizen to love liberty for its own sake, order for the general good, and to illustrate the highest type of model of civic virtue. It is a duty to foster and nourish the purity of home life and the domestic virtues, eagerly to promote education and to make every necessary sacrifice for it. and to see to it that Catholic children shall have the benefit of a sound Christian education. Catholics should avail themselves of the material opportunities and advantages afforded in this wonderful age and country, and strive to be in the front ranks in the march of progress. The field is wide and inviting. The race is open to all. The privilege of American citizenship should be regarded as precious and priceless, because so easily acquired, perhaps, it is not sufficiently estimated at its true value and worth. Think what American citizenship confers. See what it assures. Equal part and membership in this mighty empire, the equal advantage in its unsurpassed opportunities, the unqualified privileges of its unequaled freedom. No standing armies here to be moved at a monarch's caprice, weighing down and depressing the nation's energies, draining it of its lifeblood, sapping its vitality, and, worst evil of all, menacing the peace of the world. No armed constabulary to terrorize over a peasant population and enforce the heartless edict of brutal landlords. No hereditary or favored classes. No obstacle to the unfettered enjoyment of those rights which we possess from God in the natural law, and that are guaranteed to us in the Constitution and laws of the land, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What a future opens before us! What possibilities for ourselves and for our children! Justly are the American people jealous of this inheritance. It must be guarded with vigilant care, lest unworthy hands and evil guidance should put it in peril. American liberty and the opportunities of American life are too precious to the human family to permit the one and the other to be wrecked or endangered. I rejoice in every indication of patriotic public spirit, whether shown in devotion and respect for the country's flag or in reverence and admiration for the nation's heroes. We need all these demonstrations to keep alive, in this material age, the ardor and purity of true patriotism. True American patriotism is the inheritance and monopoly of no one class or condition. Its title is not derived from accident of birth or color, is not to be determined by a locality. Montgomery, Pulaski, Steuben, DeKalb, Rochambeau, the Moylan's, and Sullivans fought for American liberty in the Revolutionary days with the ardor and a fidelity at least equal to that displayed by those native and to the manner born. Jackson was none the less a typical American because of the accident of his father's foreign birth, or as is sometimes intimated, of his own. And who shall question the patriotic devotion of General Shields, honorably identified with the early history of your own state, of Meagher, of Mulligan, of Sheridan, of Meade, and countless others I might name. Apprehension is sometimes expressed at the growth of foreign influence and the display of foreign customs. But this fear is after all puerile. Under our system of government, the foreigner who comes to stay is soon assimilated, and while there may be here and there instances and examples, the outgrowth of foreign habits and customs not welcome to American notions, yet these can be only passing and temporary accidents. The foreigner, I insist, is all right, provided he is loyal to American laws and government. We have no use for any other." Unquote. End of section 55. Section 56 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Section 56, Appendix 20. A Romance of the War. This record of their life and conduct could not be brought to a more appropriate close than by the recital of a touching romance of the war, growing directly out of the work of the sisters during that crucial period. The episode upon which the story hinges gains added interest from the fact that it constituted one of the actual occurrences of the closing day of the war. A few years before the first shot was fired upon Sumter, a household that was a perfect picture of domestic felicity existed in one of the large cities of Kentucky. It consisted of 4 persons: father, mother, son, and daughter. The parents were in comfortable circumstances, and in their life and conduct were all that the heads of a Christian family should be. The son and daughter vied with one another in performing those little acts of devotion and duty that go so far toward making up the sum total of harmony and happiness that should ever reign about the family hearthstone. At the time our narrative begins, the son was approaching his 20th year. He was a tall, handsome, manly fellow, and by a course of preparatory work was now about to begin the final years of study at the West Point Military Academy. The daughter, a girl of unusual intelligence and beauty, was 2 years the junior of her brother. Hers was a devout nature, and choice and study led her to adopt the habit of a Sister of Charity as the means for carrying out a desire to be both useful and good during her transitory stay upon this earth. Just at this period, death, by one of those inexplicable strokes, which can never be made quite clear to the human intellect, carried off both parents. The devoted children of such a loving father and mother were naturally prostrated at such an affliction, but they rallied nobly, and grief only served to bring out the better qualities of their nature. After all that was mortal of the dearest ones had been consigned to the earth, they calmly sat down and rationally discussed their future plans. The result was just what might have been expected. Both resolved to carry out their original design. The parting was a sad one. The man going to complete his knowledge of a soldier's life, the woman to her convent home to receive the final vows, and to learn the last lessons concerning the philosophy of charity in its sweetest and grandest sense. Many years passed, and the brother and sister, in their widely separated and totally different spheres of life, were as dead to one another as if they had never lived under the same roof. The Civil War with all of its horrors began. What had been the theoretical discussion of cabinets and the political orations of legislatures now developed into the fierce and awful reality of war. It was no longer a question of what might or could have been. The actual grim-visaged monster with all the hideous ills that follow was engaged in the work of death and destruction. Men volunteered their services, and after them came the nurses. One of these was Sister S., from one of the northern houses of the Sisters of Charity. In order to expedite her mission of mercy, it was necessary that she should enter the service of the federal government. The record of her daily life from that time forth was the record of every member of the Catholic sisterhood that served during the war. Days of uninterrupted work, nights of ceaseless watching. Soon after the siege of Vicksburg, word was telegraphed to Baltimore that a corps of Sisters of Charity was needed at once to care for the scores of sick and wounded then suffering in Louisiana. Only 5 sisters were available. They were sent at once, with Sister S. in command. They found travel seriously impeded from the start. This fact caused the Good Samaritans much anguish of mind, for the summons they received said that many of the men would die unless they had the immediate attendance of experienced nurses. When the sisters reached Chattanooga, they found that a special train had been provided for the purpose of rushing them with all possible speed to the city of New Orleans. On this train there were also a number of Union officers, carrying important sealed orders from the authorities at Washington to the men in charge of the Union forces in what was known as the Department of the Gulf. Sisters and officers were filled with conflicting emotions, but all had one object in common: the desire to reach New Orleans at the earliest possible moment. With the sisters, it was a race for life, for lives that may be saved by their exertions. With the men, it was a race for honor, for promotion perhaps, for official commendation from the General of the Army, or the President of the United States. Finally, the train steamed into the Crescent City, and the officers went to seek their commanders, and the sisters their patients, who were in a small town on the Mississippi River. Sister S divided her small force of nurses with such rare good judgment and executive ability that in 24 hours all of the sick and wounded men were resting comfortably. Suddenly came the order to depart, and the Union troops all left the town, taking with them such of the convalescent patients as were able to bear the strain of travel. 12 hours later, a portion of the Confederate Army entered the town, bringing several hundred of their sick and wounded. Sister S, thinking that the call to duty in this instance was no less imperative than it had been in the case of the Union men the day before, started for the hospital, where the wounded Confederates had been carried. One of the Union surgeons who had remained behind with his wounded men placed a detaining hand upon her arm. "Where are you going?" he said. "To look after these men," she replied. "That is impossible," he said. "You are in the service of the United States government, and you are not permitted to serve under the enemy. We have no objection to your nursing the wounded Confederates, but it must be under the auspices of our generals. The Union forces will probably regain possession of this town before nightfall, and then you can wait upon both sides alike." "But I insist." And the eyes of the usually mild-mannered sister sparkled as she stamped her foot in an emphatic manner. "I know nothing of technical military rules, but I insist upon my right to nurse these poor men. I regret very much being placed in such a position," said the surgeon gently, "but I am here representing the government." "And I," responded the sister, "am here representing something greater than the government." "What is that?" he asked in an incredulous tone. "Humanity," was the quiet reply. The officer, a brave man obeying orders, did not utter another word, but bowing his head, opened the door and admitted the sister and her companions into the presence of the sick. Scarcely a minute had elapsed when the surgeon heard the heart-rending shriek of a woman come from the interior of the building. Rushing in, he beheld the sister kneeling beside a cot at the far end of the room. The tears were pouring down her cheeks, but it was evident that they were tears of joy. The bearded man upon the cot was seriously wounded, but there was a placid expression upon his countenance as he kissed the hand of the sister. Need this dramatic scene be explained to the reader? It was the son and daughter mentioned in the beginning of the sketch, reunited after years of separation. The one enlisted in the Confederate Army, the other a nurse serving under the Union government. The sight drew tears from rough soldiers, who seldom betrayed emotion of any character. The sister lavished every attention upon her wounded brother. What would have been a solemn duty under any conditions now became a work of love and affection. But it was all in vain. He had been marked as a victim by the grim destroyer. In a few days he breathed his last, edified and consoled by the presence of his sister and all of the offices of religion. Funerals from the hospital always occurred at night, and this was no exception. But the obsequies of the young Confederate officer were out of the ordinary. Everyone about the hospital, and indeed in the town, evinced a desire to do something as a mark of respect to Sister S. The moon was shining brightly on the night of the interment, and it looked down upon a ghostly procession that followed the body to its last resting place. 6 convalescent soldiers, 3 Union men and 3 Confederates, acted as pallbearers. The services of the church were conducted by the chaplain. Sister S. was the chief mourner. The other sisters followed with lighted tapers. No one took more interest in the proceedings, or did more for the convenience of those concerned, than the surgeon with whom the sister had the altercation a few days before. After the war, the sister devoted herself to those works of charity and mercy which to a person with the desire and will are within reach in times of peace as well as in times of war. End of section 56. Section 57, Part 1 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Section 57, Publisher's Notice, Part 1. No book on the war that has been published in recent years has met with a more generous reception than has been accorded by the reading public to the Angels of the Battlefield. Congratulations and expressions of goodwill have come from all classes of persons. Following will be found brief comments from letters and from notices of the secular and religious press. These references are in most cases mere excerpts from lengthy reviews of the book. Of course, it has been impracticable to publish quotations from all of the newspapers, but those that are given are of representative character. Archbishop Ryan's eloquent and earnest letter of recommendation. I beg to thank you for the copy of your book, Angels of the Battlefield, which you were kind enough to send to me. I have read it with great satisfaction and beg to congratulate you on your success in presenting the touching and edifying scenes in which charity sent her angels into both camps alike, to heal the sick and console the dying, to chasten triumph and comfort defeat. The mission of these angels of the battlefield was to remove the strong prejudices that impeded the progress of the church. It was like the mission of Saints Peter and John to the poor lame man at the porch that was called Beautiful of Solomon's Temple. The nation, wounded and crippled by the war, was sent in through the beautiful gate of Catholic charity to view the true temple of God. As of those who never belonged to the fold of the Catholic Church, how many can cry out with honest Captain Jack Crawford, quoted by you? My friends, I am not a Catholic, but I stand ready at any and all times to defend these noble women, even with my life, for I owe that life to them. I earnestly recommend your excellent book to all with whom my opinion may have any influence. Most Reverend P.J. Ryan, D.D. LL.D., Archbishop of Philadelphia. A very flattering tribute from the Governor of Pennsylvania. I am more than pleased with the work. It is a valuable addition to our war literature. I cannot but recommend your subject matter and approve of your literary style. I congratulate you heartily on the graceful and deserved tribute to the women who served so faithfully and loyally the cause of humanity during the dark days of our nation's struggle. General Daniel H. Hastings, Governor of Pennsylvania. High praise from the Commander-in-Chief of the Grand Army of the Republic. General J.P.S. Gobin, Commander-in-Chief of the Grand Army of the Republic, writes, I have at length had an opportunity to carefully read your volume, Angels of the Battlefield, and wish to thank you for the pleasure you have given me. Your book is a valuable addition to the literature of the war. You have depicted those scenes with rare fidelity and without exaggeration, which so frequently justify the title you have selected. Very truly yours, J.P.S. Gobin, Commander-in-Chief. particularly happy in avoiding sectional, political, or religious controversies. There is a praiseworthy attempt to give plain facts without comment or unnecessary coloring. The author has been particularly happy in avoiding sectional, political, or religious controversies. Although many volumes have been written concerning the work of women in the war, this book is said to be the first connected and consecutive history of the self-sacrificing labors of the Catholic sisterhoods during that great conflict. The Washington, D.C. Post. Comment from the official organ of the Historical Society of Quebec, Canada. As might be expected, the work is full of interest, and is an eloquent tribute to the faith that produces such heroines. There was difficulty in collecting the data, for the genuine humility so characteristic of the sisters would move them to hide rather than publish the deeds, in themselves so heroic, but in their eyes only what their duty, enlightened by faith and enkindled by charity, demanded of them. In order to make the narrative as consecutive as the scattered notes permitted, a sketchy account of the war is introduced. Le Courrier du Livre, Quebec, Canada, official organ of the Quebec Historical Society. Cordial words from Right Reverend Edmund F. Prendergast, D.D., Auxiliary Bishop of Philadelphia. I have read your beautiful work, Angels of the Battlefield, from beginning to end, with the greatest pleasure. It is certainly a most delightful book, and I trust and hope that it will have readers everywhere. Right Reverend Edmund F. Prendergast, D.D., Auxiliary Bishop of Philadelphia. General Miles, the head of the Army, and the Angels of the Battlefield. Recently I had occasion to call on General Miles, the ranking officer of the Army. The Miles who gained such distinction as one of Hancock's fighting commanders. When I entered his office at the War Department, I found him reading a book in which he appeared to be deeply interested. Having the curiosity which comes to newspaper men both by nature and from training, I could not restrain myself from asking the general the name of the book. It proved to be Angels of the Battlefield, a history of the Catholic sisterhoods in the War of the Rebellion, a work by a near friend and professional colleague of mine, Mr. George Barton, S.M. in Philadelphia Evening Star. The work possesses the light and interest which belongs to Incidents from Life. The author has been able to gather from personal interviews with sisters many narratives which give to his pages the light and interest which belong to Incidents from Life. He possesses a vivid sympathy with action and suffering, without which a history of this kind would be no better than dry bones. The author is rightly touched by the heroism that surrounded those cots where enemies lay side by side in agony which, for many, could only obtain surcease in the grave. Some incidental descriptions of battles are animated, and we are sure our readers will find themselves moved for the better by this narrative of heroic charity on the part of the nuns, and soldierly heroism on that of the men to whom they ministered. The Catholic World Magazine, New York. Record of blameless lives, strung like golden beads on a silver thread. It is a sweet and clean and healthy book. The sketches are delightful reading. The writer has poetic touch and a felicity of phrase. Nothing is overdrawn. Mr. Barton writes without rhetoric, but with wholesome sentiment, and rescues from the convents the story of the part these sisters took in the great drama of our Civil War. It has been a labor of love, and the author has strung like golden beads on a silver thread the record of the blameless lives of the sisters and their absolute devotion to duty. Literature and libraries are enriched by this contribution to impartial history. The Monongahela, Daily Republican. Magnificent contribution to the best literature of our day. It was a beautiful thought to collect in one splendidly illustrated volume the touching records of so many noble lives. to snatch from oblivion, as it were, the names of those heroic Sisters whose deeds of mercy and valor in our hospitals and our battlefields have hitherto been known, in some instances, to God and themselves alone. Your book is a unique and magnificent contribution to the best literature of our day, and I wish it the success it so richly deserves. Eleanor C. Donnelly of Philadelphia. Supplies a chapter essential to the history of the war. It supplies a chapter essential to the history of our Civil War. The Christian religion claims that its teachings have mitigated the horrors of war, and the conduct of the Catholic sisterhoods, North and South, furnished a striking evidence of the truth of such claims, in the particular instance of our domestic conflict. In such books as yours that accomplish the end which the Sovereign Pontiff Leo XIII most ardently desires in the relations of church and state, the perfect accord of the love of our faith with the love of country. Reverend Joseph V. O'Connor of the Diocese of Philadelphia. The whole book, clean and written in an easy, practical style. I offer you my sincere congratulations for having given us a volume that illustrates heroic charity in a manner calculated to command the admiration of all men. Men may differ about politics, economics, creed, the relative merits of men of letters and affairs. They will be one, however, in recognizing the angels of the battlefield as the grandest types of all the Christian virtues, charity, the bond of the true brotherhood of man. The whole book is so clean and written in such an easy, practical style that it is more fascinating than a classical novel, even than a well-written, sensational one. After reading it through, one feels like reading it to some friend and calling his attention to its many beautiful passages and the thrilling episodes in which it abounds. It is a volume that all can read with ease and interest, not alone in clubs and homes, but in the refectories and community rooms of our convents. From cover to cover, it is, in every chapter, calculated to edify all and inspire thoughts and aspirations that are good, sweet, and elevating. Reverend William Walsh of the Diocese of Nashville, Tennessee. Embodies the work of several years of research and correspondence. This large volume embodies the work of several years of research and correspondence on the part of the author. The war itself is the merest thread upon which are strung these tales of womanly heroism, which have naught to do with political or sectional feeling. The brave sisters find in this volume their appreciative historian. The Catholic Columbian veterans should see that it finds a place in post libraries. The author has been at pains to collect all the data he could find, anecdotes, thrilling incidents, and statistics concerning the good nuns. His book is very entertaining. We can well believe that it will delight many an old soldier who knew the tender ministrations of the angels of the battlefield. Veterans should see that it finds a place in the post libraries where such useful adjuncts are found. Providence, Rhode Island, Visitor. Will take its place with standard histories of the war. This work is one of much more than usual interest. It will take its place with the standard books concerning the history of the Great Civil War. Camden, New Jersey Review. End of section 57. Section 58, Part 2 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Section 58, Publisher's Notice, Part 2. Vivid pictures of sisters who have gone to their reward. This interesting history gives especially vivid pictures of 3 sisters who became conspicuous by reason of their superior attainments, Sister Anthony, Sister Gonzago, and Sister Angela, all now gone to their reward. Taggart's Times, Philadelphia. The data is presented in a very attractive and pleasing form. This interesting book is handsomely bound and beautifully and profusely illustrated. It fills a gap in the history of the rebellion. Mr. Barton, who is a trained and able writer, has expended considerable time in gathering the data about these noble women, and he presents it in a very attractive and pleasing form. The volume abounds with the personal experience of the sisters. The narrative is replete with thrilling and pathetic incidents. Pittsburgh Dispatch. The writer presents a book with not a dull page in it. The author of the book has succeeded in investing his work with an absorbing interest. While he fully accomplishes his motive in setting forth the numerous heroic acts and deeds of mercy of members of the sisterhoods, he has so interwoven them with stirring incidents of the strife as to create a history that has an enduring value apart from its personal interest. He has made his selections with a judgment of what is most interesting and only acquired by a long experience in newspaper work. He has, therefore, succeeded in making a book of over 300 pages with not a dull page in it. It is safe to say that no one who reads the introductory chapter will willingly lay the book aside until the whole work has been absorbed. Major John W. Finney, in the Pottsville Miners Journal. The story of the sisters well told in this charming book. Many books have been written about the faithful work of women during the war, in hospitals and on the battlefields, but these books, at least those we have seen of them, are strangely silent about the work of the Catholic sisterhoods in the same good cause. Some years ago we called the attention of Mr. George Barton of Philadelphia to this fact, and suggested that a work of the sisters in field and post hospitals during the war would afford ample material for a most interesting and edifying book. He saw the matter in the same light we did, and set himself to the task. The result is this admirable work. The labors of all the sisters are given in this charming book in detail and in chronological order. Reverend L. A. Lambert, LL.D., in New York Freeman's Journal. Illustrations in perfect taste from the beginning to the end. Typographically, the work is a masterpiece. The 17 half-tone illustrations are beautifully executed. Besides, they are in perfect taste from the frontispiece, Thomas, innocent victim, to the closing scene, Lincoln at Gettysburg. The volume is bound in red with green trimmings, and the lettering is tastefully brought out in gilt, giving an artistic effect of coloring, pleasing to the eye and in keeping with the interior exquisiteness of finish. As a holiday book, the publishers could not have improved on the Angels of the Battlefield. The Connecticut Catholic. It should appeal especially to veterans of the war. All sorts of books have been written about the late war, enough to fill a good-sized library, and I think I have read them all. But Mr. Barton's book is a new thing in that class of literature. The author has ventured on untrodden paths, with the result that he has given to the public a vast amount of interesting history that has not hitherto seen the light of day. Angels of the Battlefield should meet with a generous welcome from all classes and conditions of people, irrespective of locality or religious belief. It should appeal especially to the veterans of the war, many of whom now living have experienced the practical charity and kindness of the gentle members of the various sisterhoods. The general appearance of the book is very attractive and makes it suitable for presentation purposes. Congressman James Rankin Young, S.M., in the Philadelphia Evening Star. Fills a gap in the chronicle of the gruesome years of the war. This work will fill, we believe, a gap in the chronicle of those gruesome years. The unselfish deeds of other women have been often related, but the incessant and universal help of the Catholic religious of the battlefields has never yet been placed in an orderly fashion before the world. Catholic Standard and Times, Philadelphia. The effort was well worth making, and the task is done admirably. In The Angels of the Battlefield is given a history of the labors of the Catholic sisterhoods in the Civil War. Among all the agencies for relief of suffering in that dreadful conflict, none was more beautiful and more self-sacrificing than the work of these untiring sisters. The effort was well worth making, and Mr. Barton has done his task admirably. Philadelphia Evening Telegraph. The reader brought face to face with the sterner realities of war. The author in this work leads us into an entirely new field of literature. He treats of a subject never before taken up in such pretentious shape. So vivid are his pictures of the great conflict and of the noble and humane work done by these self-sacrificing angels that the reader comes face to face with the sterner realities of the war. The book is an altogether readable one, and is a worthy adjunct to the already published literature of the Civil War. Burlington, New Jersey Democrat. All will welcome this delightful volume with its sprightly narrative. Everyone who took part in the late war, on either side, will welcome this delightful volume of reminiscence of one of the most beautiful and touching aspects of the history so full of misfortune and horrors. The special friends and admirers of the sisterhoods, whose members participated, will all seek to possess it, and also many Catholic apologists and students of American history. The narrative is sprightly and abounds in anecdotes. This publication well deserves the large sale it is sure to have. The St. Louis Church Progress. The clear, crisp newspaper English, one of its good points. The fact that a writer had actually found a field or phase of our national history unrecorded, or as newspaper men would say, uncovered, by a book is sufficient to entitle this volume to mention by the newspapers. The work has been well done, not only as to the amount and systematic presentation of evidence, the authenticity of which is confirmed by numerous authorities of unquestionable standing both in and out of the Catholic Church, but also in the manner of treatment, the language being the clear, crisp newspaper English, without which no book need be expected to meet with any great degree of popular success. The Camden, New Jersey Post. Illustrating the extent and the superb courage of the sisters. To the story of the part which our American womanhood played in the war for the Union, Mr. Barton has contributed some new data in the field of our war literature, which hitherto has been untouched. Moved by a spirit of gentle enthusiasm, Mr. Barton has painstakingly told in a book of several hundred pages how the sisterhoods of the Roman Catholic Church toiled in the lowliest and most perilous offices of the nurse, as they followed the armies into the very storm of shot and shell. The book is full of anecdotes of historic value in illustrating the extent and superb courage of the labors of these useful women. Let us hope that when the true history of the Civil War shall be written, as it has yet to be, there will be a place in it for them, as among the noblest of their sex. Penn, in the Philadelphia Evening Bulletin. A comprehensive book that makes history and valuable history. Mr. Barton has written a book that makes history and valuable history. It is not one of the kind that, according to the proverb, has enemies, if he has any, need rejoice over, but a tribute to the noble band to which every kindly heart, irrespective of religious faith, will respond. The author gives us a compact presentation of the history of these noble women in the matricidal strike of the 60s, a subject which has been hitherto sadly neglected. The humility of the sisters made the collection of data difficult, but stories included in the work have been gathered after much painstaking effort. Lewis N. McGargy, in the Philadelphia Times. The 27 chapters of the volume crowded with stories. The 27 chapters of the volume are crowded with incidents and stories, some pathetic, some humorous, and others still historical. There are fleeting glimpses of Generals McClellan, Butler, Jefferson Davis, and other characters of the time. One chapter is devoted to a collection of non-Catholic tributes to the Sisters. There is a letter in the volumes that reveal General Butler in a chivalrous light. Some of the Sisters of a convent at New Orleans had complained that their property was being damaged by the military operations in that vicinity, and in response the General sent a reply couched in language that presents the man in a new light to those not intimately acquainted with him. Philadelphia Inquirer. A fascinating volume that penetrates the memories of the sisterhoods in the Civil War. To the annals of the war, George Barton, an historical student of Philadelphia, has just added a fascinating volume entitled Angels of the Battlefield, in which he has endeavored to perpetuate the memories of the members of the Roman Catholic sisterhoods who helped to care for the sick, wounded, and dying in the Civil War. It is hard to obtain information from such people, and as military records are proverbially careless in such matters, the sisters not coming within military jurisdiction, the author was compelled to obtain his material by the slow process of personal application to the witnesses of the many affairs in which these Christian workers were the chief actors. The sisters received no pay, and the only gifts they accepted were upon the condition that the gift would in turn be given again, in order to do good among those who most needed it. Their services will never be forgotten, and the story of their devotion and sacrifices will ever be one of the prettiest chapters in the annals of the Union. Margarita Arline Ham, in the New York Mail and Express. End of Publisher's Notice, Part 2. End of Section 58.
Section 59 of Angels of the Battlefield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton. Publisher's Notice, Part 3. A book valuable as a record and in its literary style. Mr. Barton has presented to the public a valuable book, valuable as a record and valuable in its literary style. It is well described by a historical critic as a tribute to the noble band of women, Samaritans, to which every kindly heart, irrespective of religious faith, will respond. The Sisters of Charity of Nazareth, who so readily and with such self-sacrificing heroism volunteered their humble services to help the sick and administer to the dying in the great civil conflict, receive in Angels of the Battlefield a just and due recognition of their moral courage and heroism. The Chattanooga, Tennessee Times. The descriptions of the more important engagements are really graphic. His facts, gathered from letters still extant, from conversations had with many of the surviving nuns, and the testimony of not a few who owed their lives from the ministrations of the sisters, give a very complete and accurate account of his subject. He traces the work of the sisters at times with a vividness that is startling. His descriptions of the more important engagements, especially of Shiloh, Antietam, and Gettysburg, are really graphic, and they give us the truest idea of the noble character of the sisters, who amid such scenes of carnage pursued uninterruptedly their mission of love and mercy. The Angels of the Battlefield should be read by everyone who desires to possess a complete knowledge of the war. The New World, Chicago. It is well to let the world know of their heroic service. Although the noble sisters who for the love of God went forth during the Civil War to nurse the sick and wounded do not desire to have their deeds perpetuated on earth, it is well to let the world know of the heroic services they rendered from 1861-5. The author presents in a compact form the history of the labors of the sisters during this period in a most readable manner. The volume contains handsome illustrations of some of the more prominent generals and sisters of the war. Several valuable pictures of battles are also given. The Church News, Washington. Praiseworthy attempt to give plain facts without comment. The News compliments the author upon the excellence of his work and commends it to its readers. The labor of 4 of the most conspicuous sisterhoods are detailed in a most complete and thorough manner. The book begins with the work of the Sisters of Charity, and then takes up in natural sequence the labors of the Sisters of Mercy, the Sisters of St. Joseph's, and the Sisters of the Holy Cross. There has been a praiseworthy and successful attempt to give plain facts without comment or unnecessary coloring. It is one of the best books of the year. The Harrisburg News. Fleeting glimpses of many of the great characters of the time. The 27 chapters of the volume are crowded with incidents and stories, some pathetic, some humorous, and others still historical. There are flitting glimpses of General McClellan, General Butler, Jefferson Davis, and other characters of the time. One chapter is devoted to a collection of non-Catholic tributes to the sisters, while an appendix furnishes the reader with some interesting and important facts that it was deemed advisable to separate from the text. The Union and Times, Buffalo. Right Reverend L. F. Horstrom, D.D., Bishop of Cleveland. It was a happy thought for you, even at this late hour, to gather together some of the glorious records of the labors of the noble bands of sisters on the field and in the hospitals during the war. Gather up the fragments lest they be lost. These victories of charity ought to be at least as memorable as the bloody triumphs of the battlefield. F. Horstrom, Bishop of Cleveland. An endorsement from the editor of a well-known Latin journal. Translation. Angels of the Battlefield, A History of the Labors of the Catholic Sisterhoods in the Civil War by George Barton, author. The Catholic Art Publishing Company, Bird Building, 9th and Chestnut Streets, Philadelphia. The work is illustrated with the finest engravings and printed in very fine paper. It relates to the work of the various sisterhoods in caring for the wounded soldiers in the late American Civil War. A history of healing wounds and cleansing the bloodstains therefrom is certainly more noble than that of the infliction of the shedding of blood. The reading is not less worthy, especially if one does not wish to judge our race by its barbarity, but by its virtue. It has been very gratifying to us, and perhaps will be so to others, who endeavor to humanize mankind. Arcade Mogarosi, editor, Breco Latinus, Menstruum Gentium Latinum. Pleasure taking in complimenting the author on his splendid production. We are personally acquainted with the author, have read the book carefully, and take great pleasure in complimenting Mr. Barton on his splendid production. While the battle scenes, camp life, and other stirring events of the war period from 1861-5 have received attention from the bright minds and the facts recorded in the pages of history in every civilized country, yet this book by Mr. Barton is the first that treats exclusively on the great work accomplished by the Catholic sisterhoods of the Civil War. Clearfield, Republican. Recounts many incidents which will be read with the deepest interest. Angels of the Battlefield is a well-printed, generously illustrated volume of more than 300 pages, containing no inconsiderable amount of information about the services rendered by sisters of different religious orders during the Civil War. Mr. Barton writes feelingly of their devotedness and self-sacrifices, and recounts many incidents which will be read with the deepest interest. The author has wisely touched upon the leading events of the years 1861-5, and thus rendered the volume more acceptable to general readers than it would otherwise be. He is to be congratulated on the services he has rendered to the cause of religion and truth. The Ave Maria. This comprehensive history of mercy reads almost like a romance. Angels of the Battlefield is an elegantly bound volume in cloth with gilt back and front, and beautifully illustrated. The book is crowded with incidents and stories, pathetic, humorous, and historical, and the story of the self-sacrificing work of the sisters is told in a compact and comprehensive form. This history of mercy reads almost like a romance. Boston Daily Globe. Tribute of permanent preservation well carried out and richly deserved. It is a noble record, north, south, or west, and the tribute of permanent preservation so well carried out by Mr. Barton is richly deserved. We cannot afford to let the noble deeds of our women in the Civil War, any more than those of our men, die out from our recollection and gratitude. The Catholic sisterhoods were active in the work of helping and nursing in the Civil War, as they are in all wars and epidemics. Their work was so unobtrusive that there has been difficulty in getting the data necessary for this record. But by means of personal interviews and examination of records and newspaper files, the author does justice to the devotion of these good sisters. The Baltimore Sun. The nobler literature of the world gains by this work. One of the most beautiful stories of the Civil War has been fittingly told at the end of 32 years. The materials were not easily gathered, for, as the author remarks, a genuine humility has stood in the way of the collection of the data. But the work has been done, and the nobler literature of the world gains by its performance. As the self-sacrificing sisters ministered to all whom they could reach during the war, never asking whether the uniform was blue or gray, so a striking and appropriate characteristic of this book is the fact that the narrative is interwoven without regard to the opposing lines of armies. St. Louis Globe-Democrat. Author of the work has succeeded in compiling a fascinating volume. The book fills 300 pages with accounts of the different sisterhoods and their leading members. Incidentally, it brings in many of the great men of the 60s, such as Archbishop Hughes, whose labors for the Union have made him immortal, Archbishop Kenrick, Archbishop Ryan, General McClellan, General Butler, Abraham Lincoln, Archbishop Elder, General Grant, Archbishop Spalding, General Anderson, General Wood, General Rosecrans, Governor Morton, and Colonel Mulligan. The author, in his endeavor to perpetuate the memories of the modest members of the Catholic sisterhoods who helped the sick and wounded in the Civil War, has compiled a fascinating volume. Irish American, New York. Performed his task with excellent judgment and in a broad spirit. The author of this book has performed his task with excellent judgment and in a broad spirit. Most of the stories given were gathered in personal interviews, by examination of various archives and records, and by an extensive correspondence with government officials, army veterans, and superiores of convents and communities. The gentle ways, the fathomless sympathies of the sisters soothed and cheered the soldier who lay sick and wounded. The sister seemed to the sufferer like a link to his mother. He was far more ready to unbosom his thoughts to the sister than to the doctor. In his last moments he would give the sister his messages, and ask to hold her hand as his life drifted away. The Western Chronicle. End of section 59. End of Angels of the Battlefield by George Barton.